You haven't eaten today? Go eat! What are you doing, love? What are you doing? Okay, we're back! Lol. And we're back. Welcome back, YouTube. Hello, hello. Welcome back to the Donathon, day 6. Hope you're having a good, fun, funky, fresh time. All good. What did you guys think of the event? What did you guys think of it? Cersea, hello! Can I call you? Very fast. Wait though. Wait though. Wait though. Wait though. Wait though. I am currently crying. Wait. This might be a great time to do our little... This might be a great time to do our... This might be a great time to do our little prank call. Wait, let me set it up. I wonder if the Discord reactive is working. I've been having a lot of trouble with it recently. So hopefully it's okay. Okay. What should the prank be? What should the prank be? I don't think I've ever done a prank call before. Just like ever.
I brewed it extra strong. Drink up.
Bin Bin! How are you doing, love? Welcome aboard! Oh my god, swamp puppy! I love swamp puppies! Hello! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome aboard, raiders. Ahoy! My name is Captain Cersea Soulstorm. If you're new, lovely to have you aboard. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy! You were doing some chatting. I hope you had an amazing time on stream today. Oh my god, I love a swamp puppy. I love puppies. Thank you so much for the raid and for sharing your amazing community with me. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys had an amazing stream. Please check out Rin if you haven't. Please go check out Rin if you haven't. She's super, super lovely and sweet. And I love her design so much. Go green women, go. Go green women. Take over the world. I'm at my hands and my feet and my on my hands and my feet bowing down. Thank you so much, green women. You're playing some Nautica. Oh my god, that's so exciting. I hope you had an amazing time. I love the ocean. I love the fishies. Thank you so much. I'm having a great time too. We're doing some, I just finished doing some events in BDAY. So I'm going to be doing some dailies as well as some event stuff. If you guys didn't know, I'm actually... Thank you for the follows, by the way. Welcome aboard. And thank you so much, Doc, for gifting a subby to Rini. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Welcome aboard, guys. Hi. If you guys didn't know, I'm actually, it was my birthday recently, so I'm actually doing an uncapped donathon. So we're going to be doing some of the rewards, and I'm going to be doing some Nikkei dailies and stuff like that. So if you guys would like to hang out and chill with us, we will be here for the very foreseeable future. Thank you so much again for the raid. Please make sure to take care of yourselves. I know streaming can be very tiring.
Go green women, go.
Go green women, go. And she's been going and going and going. So make sure that you guys take care of yourselves. And that goes for chat as well. If you guys need a raid and run, please feel free to do so. But we would love to have you guys aboard. Thank you so much for dropping in. Thank you, thank you. Happy birthday, thank you. I appreciate the birthday wishes. Thank you, thank you. I am now 2 years old. Wow, a whole 2. Another 19 years and I'll finally be able to drink in America, which is not the country I'm from. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the follows as well. Welcome aboard, guys. It's lovely to have y'all. Yay, I'm 2 years old. Now I can speak and crawl around. Look at that, guys. I'm growing into a whole human. Happy birthday, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so if you guys would like to hang out, we're doing some Donathon rewards. We're doing some doing some funky little stuffs, we would love to have you. Okay. Login stamp. How many more days? Oh, 4 more days. Okay. You speak very well for a 2-year-old. I'm incredibly, what can I say? I'm incredibly verbose. I've been practicing, you know? You throw a 1-year-old on stream and you tell her to go and she's gotta go. You gotta learn. I had a lot of practice. Very, very fortunately so. Yay for 2 years old. Yay, yippee. Okay, let's do our dailies. Oops. So hard mode. You were told we were playing Booba game? It is indeed. I'm playing Booba and Booty game. We were literally crying maybe like 2 seconds ago. Maybe a few minutes ago, we were completely, unabashedly in tears. There was so much wet on the floor. Don't worry, we've mopped it up. It's not pee. Don't worry. It didn't rain. It was just a little bit of mopping. Don't worry about it, love. Buddha, Booba, Booty, and Depression. My favorite trio. Ooh, okay. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna call Ruby and I'm gonna tell her. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome aboard, loves. Welcome, welcome. Okay, I'm gonna call my gen mate and I'm gonna let her know that I did something really bad and I'm scared. I'm gonna get in trouble. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready? Hopefully, wait, let me go back to this screen. What if your Booba game was sad and depressing? Haha, isn't that crazy? Hopefully this works. Discord. I'm not sure if my Discord... Oh, my Discord does work! Why was it so bad yesterday?
Huh?
Hello?
Hello, wait. Can you talk?
Yeah, I can talk.
Why is it not working?
Yeah, you can't hear?
No, they can't. They can't hear you.
They can't hear me?
Yeah.
Ooh.
My chat.
Oh. I don't
Okay,
know.
done.
That's on your end. That's your... Ruby, I have to tell you something.
What happened?
I think I did something bad. I think I messed up a little bit. I'm kind of... I don't know what to do. Wait.
Did you flash people with nigga?
No, I didn't flash people. I think so there's like, you know that there's like new banners for the anniversary and stuff, right?
Yeah.
I think I accidentally spent more than I was supposed to.
Oh.
I spent a lot of money.
Oh.
I don't know what to do.
You can blame me. You can say Ruby wasn't staying with me and she kept asking me to play.
I don't know what to do, Ruby. I think I spent a lot of money.
Oh, it's okay. You can blame me.
I blame
Just
you,
say-
but I don't want you to get in trouble.
That's fine. What are they gonna do? I feel like when it comes to me, they're like, "Oh, it's fine. It's Ruby. We don't think she did it on purpose. She's too dumb to know how to count money."
Hey, don't say that about my friend.
But it's true, though.
Yeah, I did it with the company card. I should have. I think I'm gonna get in trouble. I don't.
You're not gonna get in trouble. I'll say it was my fault. You say it was me.
Ruby.
You say it was me. I was on stream
Ruby.
with you and I kept asking
Ruby, I
you.
can't do this. Ruby,
When?
it was a prank. I haven't spent any money. She left the call! Ruby, come back! Ruby, come back! Ruby,
Really?
come back!
Really?
You're so sweet. What the heck? I was like, I can't do this anymore. It feels so guilty. It feels so wrong. I couldn't do it. I couldn't continue.
I thought you were really in trouble.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were so sweet. That was so nice of you. Oh, Ruby. I couldn't do it. I couldn't continue. Thank you.
Don't scare me like that.
I'm sorry I scared you. Thank you for hypothetically being there for me. I'm sorry I worried you.
Like, oh no, she's gonna get in trouble. She's gonna get in trouble. She's gonna get in trouble. She's gonna get in trouble.
I know. I always know that if I'm in trouble, that you'll be there for me. Thank you for helping.
Of course.
My
That's
Ruby.
my teddy that likes to scare me like this. Why is she like this? Why are you like
I blame the
this,
skellies.
Kitty?
I blame the skellies. It's the skellies' fault.
Oh, how many butts do you have to do?
How many batsus? A lot of batsus. I must do a lot of batsus. What did you want to call, my love?
I need to show. I want to show the chat that I'm good at spelling bee. So,
At what?
spelling bee? Spelling?
Oh, spelling bee. Okay.
Okay. So you gotta give me one word.
Okay. Restaurant.
Oh, come on.
Okay. Do you want me to do a different word?
Just make it hard.
Oh, hard.
Okay, no, okay. Let's start with that one and then we level up, okay? We do
Okay,
three
okay.
words. Okay.
3 words. Okay.
Okay, so first one.
A
Restaurant?
restaurant.
Okay.
Yes. got this.
Restaurant. Restaurant.
Yeah! Let's go! You're great! You're doing... Hey, I'm really bad at spelling too. I'm like not good.
I actually won a competition.
You want a spelling competition?
Yeah, when I was little in English.
Oh, hell yeah!
Yeah, so.
Baby
Come on.
Ruby won. Okay. That was really good. That was really good.
Okay, one more.
Next one.
Mid-level, yeah.
Mid-level?
Yeah.
What the fuck is mid-level?
I don't know, something more difficult. Level up.
Maybe like... Environment? Is that hard?
No, okay.
Oh,
Environment.
that's not hard? Can I do a different one?
It's fine. ENVIRONMENT. Environment.
You did it!
Let's go!
Nice, Cersea. You're so good!
Okay, now a hard one. Okay.
Hard one. The hardest word I know is necessary.
Necessary.
I don't know how to fucking spell necessary.
CESSIAR what? ちょっと待って. Necessary. NECESSARY. Necessary.
You killed it! Yay! I know how to spell necessary. I have no idea.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
You're a native English speaker.
Yeah, it doesn't mean I'm good at spelling. I suck at spelling.
Okay, spell.
Hey, wait a second. Why is it on me? Wait a second. Why is it on me?
Spell. Spell.
Why are you
Breedable.
laughing? What? Did you say breedable?
Yes. Spell it.
Extra strong.
Why? Why are you fucking laughing? B-R-E-E-D-A-B-L-E. Breedable.
Let's go!
Yay!
See, you're good. You're good at it, see?
Look at me. Stop laughing! What the heck?
I know. Oh, I didn't show you.
Did they not
know how-
believe you? How could they not
No.
believe you?
They
How
didn't
dare
believe
they?
me at all.
How dare
Oh.
you guys? How dare you not
Look-
believe my Ruby? Hmm?
Look at.
She works very hard, you know, to practice her English. How dare you?
Oh, it doesn't show.
Hmm?
I want to show you. You know how I'm gonna have a new something.
I knew something.
They gave me some previews of the animation for my loading screen.
Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me.
It's very tiny, but because I can't open the video. But look.
I am going to cry.
Don't cry. Don't
That's
cry.
so cute.
Be happy.
Have you showed them?
No, I can't. I'm gonna get in trouble.
Okay.
Okay.
In return, I also show you something.
Show me something. By the way, they were asking in my chat that they will like if it would be possible for management to have Outlaws merch at the off-site
really?
booth. Yeah, so I asked management. So if you wanna help, and be like, hey, management, yes. I was saying like,
Guys.
maybe they could have like 10 shirts or something at off-site booth.
I'm not sure because the merch was limited, but if you guys want Outlaws merch, specifically, please send a little message to management. It also helps if you guys ask as well.
Yeah, if you message management on the Twitter or on the maybe on Twitter, right? Twitter is better. If you mention them, yeah.
Oh, I got it right. Oh,
Tera da.
hello! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Ahoy!
I brewed it extra strong.
Ahoy! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. My name is Captain Cersea Soulstorm if you're new. And with me I have today... Who are you? The gorilla.
I was drinking water. Hello everyone! The name is Ruby Rookheart. I am the hack necromancer idol of Chroma Shifts, part of the unit Outlaws!
Yay!
I am a degenerate.
Yes, she is. She had me spell. She was like, oh, let's do spelling. Can you test my spelling? And then she was like, yeah, I'll test your spelling. Spell breedable. Eh? Spell what? Spell what? But thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had an amazing stream. If you guys need to take a very well-deserved break, please feel free to do so. There's no pressure to stay. But yes, please go check out my lovely Tara, who is so sweet and
We love
lovely.
Tewa.
I love
We
Tewa.
love Tewa.
I love Tewa. That's my imoto. That's literally my imoto.
That's my. I'm too old to be her older sister though.
You could.
That's
They
my
could be a
granddaughter.
That's your granddaughter.
That's my granddaughter.
Oh my god, that's your granddaughter. Please go check her
My
out. I love
granddaughter.
Tara so
Tara.
much. Tara
Tara.
404. Eh?
Tera.
Get over here. Get over here. Get wrenched. Get over here. Get wrenched.
What do I do?
Not you, Tara.
Come to us, Tewa.
She said I can't say both Cersei ne and Ruby ne. Please, I love being called Nesan. Please.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be your older sister then. Tera.
I think being called Nesan is like the most powerful thing in the world.
Really?
I would do anything. For a younger sister. Like I would be like, yes. What do you want? You want candy? I would do anything for you.
Oh, Nesan.
Not you.
Nesan.
You're older than me. You're older than me.
Excuse me. Wow, I see
You're
how it
older
is.
than me. You can't be Nesan.
Why can't I say it though?
What if
why
I say
is it okay?
Ruby Nesan?
Yada, I am Babu.
She refuses. She's not Nesan either.
You clocked me very fast.
Oh, sorry.
What the hell?
Oh, sorry.
You're like, not you. I'm like, okay.
Okay, maybe a little bit. You want a little bit? I can. Okay, fine. You can be a little bit.
Okay. You said you would do anything for me, huh?
Yes.
Anything.
Well, what do you
Right?
want?
Can you speak to me like Mihara would do it?
Mihara.
Uh-huh.
Do you know Mihara is like a little, like she's like masochistic?
Oh, yes. Exactly.
Shall I say a Mihara line?
Yes.
Let me see.
Wait.
Where is she? Where's my Mihara? Where's my Mihara overspec?
Oh, you have a lot. What the hell?
Yeah, I play this game every single day. Eh? Oh my god. Somebody killed
You
my
have
Mihara
Mihara?
overspec. No, she's here. Oh.
I ended up said, oh my god. Oh, someone said, I was shocked at how little merch was available on the website when I tried to buy some after uplink. There's someone who wanted to get Outlaws
Oh,
merch.
I'm so sorry, guys. I really appreciate the support. unfortunately, because we recently split off from a bigger
Brave.
company,
Yeah.
we're still taking some time to set up our own kind of site where you guys can buy merch. Hey, but if you guys would like to, you can also support the lovely V4 girls through the Brave Group website as well.
Yeah.
They have some really great merch up there. Up on there right now. If you guys would like to check that out, please check out and support our lovely cousins. Even though we have been the victims of a divorce, I still love them with all my heart and soul.
Hey, divorce happened, and then but we still love them very much.
Yes,
they have
the divorce,
merch available.
the divorce.
Yeah, so we are working very hard, and don't worry, we will tell management. We'll speak to management about it, that you guys would like to have merch available at all times and not only limited.
But yes,
So you
thank
guys
you
can-
for letting us
yeah.
know.
Because we understand, like, there could be like 1 week that you have money and the next one you don't, and then the sale comes to an end, right? So
Yeah.
once you get some money, you want to buy stuff.
I think it's important. We'll let management know, but I think it's also important that if you guys want things that you want as a fan, that you also let those wants and needs be known, because our voices can do stuff, but your voices are really, really important as well. Management really takes the concerns and the needs and wants of our communities really seriously.
Yeah, they do care a lot. So if you guys voice it out and you make tweets about it and stuff, they will
Or you
take it
write
into
to them?
consideration. Yeah, especially if you write to them.
They
There's been
read all of it.
instances. Yeah, they read all of it. There's been instances where like fans have concerns and they send it, and they come to us and like, what do you think about this? So, yeah. Who specifically would we write to? Is it the email at the website?
Yes.
Or on...
There is an email that you can reach out to. You can also reach out if you are in the Discord. You can submit a ticket, or if you have concerns that you may feel a little bit uneasy about voicing yourself, you can also let us know, and we will let our management know as well. Does management read your YouTube comments, or do we need to reach out directly? They unfortunately don't really have time to go through all of our YouTube comments. There are quite a few there are quite a few girls, so it gets hard, and especially because a lot of the girls stream a lot of the time as well. So I think what's it called? Twitter is a great platform.
Twitter, Discord as well, I think, right?
Yeah. Twitter is a great platform. I think Discord and email is probably the most, the easiest for them to see.
Be sure, like, don't be afraid of voicing out your concerns of like, or stuff that you want to see in the future.
100%.
They get very excited. Trust me.
Yeah.
Trust me. They're like, oh my god, they really asked for this. Woo!
100%.
So if you want to see more merch of like, you know, everyone, go ahead and tell them, and they're gonna.
You're
come
like,
on to us,
oh, girl, we need bunny girl merch. I want to see Ruby in a bunny girl outfit. Like, you gotta say it all the time. You gotta say it. I want Ruby in a bunny suit, please.
I want Outlaws and Bunny. I want Outlaws to have a collab with their old bunny girls.
Oh my god, speaking of, did you guys see that hot Lunalia merch where they were all in bunny outfits for the anniversary?
I did. Rem.
So good.
And then Nova suddenly had a butt.
Nova
I'm
flat.
like,
Nova flat bunny girl. Oh, so pink.
Yes.
So freaking pink.
Yes,
So,
yes.
Maid outfits. Oh my god. Imagine embarrassed Yena in maid outfit.
Imagine an illustration of the three of us as mates. And then
that would be
Ruby
so good.
lifting up Yena's skirts.
What are you doing under there?
What? Oh, exploring.
Exploring. She said
Exploring. Yeah,
It's
you
pink.
gotta explore.
It's so pink. You gotta explore. There's so much to discover.
Okay. Call me.
Eh?
Talk to me. Mihara Cersea.
Oh, fuck it. What do I say?
Your ADHD is something today, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been jumping all over the place.
You were so funny. You're like, yeah, wait a second, and they're like, brr, 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 like, oh, she's playing
I
again.
got a raid, and then I was like, oh, hello. Okay, let me.
With this body, I think I'll be able to try out even more things.
With this
Oh, the
body.
main website has a contact page to submit requests about talent goods.
Mhm.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, yeah, then use that one.
Use that one.
ADHD pod meet ADHD kettle. Which are you the pod?
ADHD pot meet the ADHD kettle meet the ADHD kitchen. It's just everybody in freaking Chroma Shift.
I
Okay.
don't think Yena has ADHD though.
No, she does.
She does?
I think she's actually maybe most ADHD out of all of us.
Really?
She got diagnosed.
I'm too.
I'm
I
not
get.
diagnosed.
Yeah, you know why? Because we would get distracted before we get brought into the place where we had to get tested. Well, no, let's get tested. We should do a test.
I don't think I need to because I think I am. It doesn't like affect me day to day. Where it would affect my like daily stuff, you know. So I don't think I need to.
Do you think I need?
I think that's
Don't
up
answer
to
that.
you. I think
Don't answer that.
I think that's your prerogative, you know? If you find that your ADHD is getting in the way of your life and your daily functions and stuff like that, I think it may be a good thing to get diagnosed. But
I thought you were
obviously,
gonna say if you
that's
want to
you.
continue like this, if you want to continue on living like this,
Never
then
say that! I mean, if you want to be like this.
if you want to be
That
like
goes
this,
for Skelly's
well,
too. And Roberto's.
Yeah, and young pups
And young
boogaboos.
pups.
and
And
boogaboos.
boogaboos. Or everyone else that's out there.
Anyone else? Yeah. Okay, Mihara.
Oh my god, the freaking the ADHD.
So this is body.
We keep sidetracking.
Okay,
We're like,
okay.
no. She's like, no, I don't think we need it. And we're like, anyway, Mihara. And they're like,
Okay.
but let me tell you about this. Okay.
With this body, I think I'll be able to try out even more things.
Again,
Again, another one?
This is
another one, another one.
shackled.
So this is what it feels like to be shackled.
Hi, hi, mama.
She's like, another one.
How does? I wish I could. Wait. Okay, can you say your catchphrase?
Like, ahoy.
That's all you say
I don't know, I don't have a catchphrase. Do I have a catchphrase?
when you introduce yourself.
Oh, okay. Ahoy! My name is Captain Cersea Soulstorm. Welcome aboard. And if you're not, if you're new, welcome aboard. And if you're not new, welcome home.
Okay. Ahoy! Never mind. Wait.
You got it, you got it, you got it.
Ahoy! My. Ahoy! My name is Cersea Soulstorm. I can't do this shit. I'm sorry.
You gotta push through, push through.
Okay. Ahoy! My name is Cersea Soulstorm. If you're new, welcome aboard. If you're not new, welcome home. I can't. I can't. I think my Yena is better. Wait. Hi, Yena!
Can you guys clip it so we can show it to Yana?
Please. Please.
You guys clip it so we can show. Hi, Yana.
Hi, Yena! I fuck with that shit. I fuck with that. It's just like in New York, guys.
Stop. Guys, it's just like in New York.
Oh my god. Wait, can you do Gremlin? Be Whoopi.
Be whoopee.
Be Whoopi. Yeah, be Whoopi.
Be whoopee. Be whoopee.
Is that what I sound like?
Yes.
Do I sound like a...
Do we sound like a...
Stop it. No. Stop it. Why are you laughing like this?
Does it sound like Whoopi? Does it sound like Whoopi? Whoopi's so cute. I love Whoopi.
I sound like a gremlin. I sound like a gremlin.
I sound like a gremlin.
Yeah, Now I'm wondering why Roberto's like me. I don't like that boy.
Because you're cute. Because you're
Yeah,
cute, right?
Yeah.
Really cute, right?
Yeah. How do you feel if I teach you Spanish? If I have
Only
a
if you
stream and I
teach me
teach all
good
of
words
us.
and not mean words.
Ah.
Like, remember when you tried to teach me freaking Japanese and then you taught me bad word?
Ah. Okay, I'll teach you a good one in Spanish. Vete.
Eh?
It's a phrase.
Yes.
Vete
Vete
a la
a la
verga.
verga. You bitch.
I mean, you said it in English, that phrase. Teddy?
I've kicked her out. I've kicked her out. I've left the call. I've left the call. I've left. I don't want to be here anymore. Cersea, I apologize in the name of the new.
It's not a bad thing!
What does it mean?
Fuck you!
Okay,
Go
that's not too
away.
bad.
It's not bad, it's just
No, you laugh at me.
because it sounds cute with you.
Does it sound really like white when I say it? Just
It sounds cute. It sounds like you're like politely asking. Fuck off.
fuck off.
Fuck off, please.
Fuck off.
Please leave.
Fuck off.
Please leave.
Fuck off, cunt.
Exactly. Fuck off, can't. Can you? Wait,
Please
okay.
fuck off, cunt.
Exactly. Okay, teach me an Aussie. An Aussie insult.
An Aussie term?
Yeah.
An Aussie term,
It will get you in trouble. Please, guys, do not say it. Do not say it out in the streets. Do not say it to Hispanic people. Never, okay? There you go.
I'll say something similar, right? You can say,
Eh.
get fucked, cunt.
Get fucked, cunt.
Oh, Jesus, so cute.
Like that?
So small. Nah, you gotta really eat the vowels. Get fucked, cunt. You know,
Get fucked. Say it again.
get fucked, cunt.
Get fucked, cunt.
Yeah!
Get fucked, cunt.
That was good! Wait, that was so good! Did you guys hear that? That was so good!
Let's go! Now, what Cersea doesn't know is that she's gonna bring me to Australia and gonna be like, Chichi, I'm gonna use the Australian you taught me. Get fucked, cunt!
And then I'll be like, excuse me, what'd you fucking say? That's
I'm
so
like,
funny.
she taught me. She taught me. She said I should say it.
It was a
It's
me.
like saying hi. Here.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I said it was the same as your word. I said it's the same. You know,
Well,
Babu is learning bad words.
Babu is learning Babu words. I will teach you Babu Spanish too. But good Spanish. I will teach you how to say, where's the toilet?
Oh. Yeah, where is the
Mhm.
toilet?
¿Dónde
¿Dónde?
está
¿Dónde está?
el baño? ¿Dónde está el baño?
¿Dónde está el baño? Yay! ¿Dónde está el baño?
go. Let's go.
I also know, eh.
Here.
So they say
Bad
Maria.
Bunny.
And then the back.
Remember when Mana-san was dying, but they had Bad Bunny in the pharmacy and I was dancing?
Shaking my tail.
Hey. Mana-san was like dying, like, ah!
I'm like, oh my
they're
god, it's Bad Bunny in the pharmacy.
And like, oh my god, it's Bad Bunny! I started dancing, like, hey.
Hey,
And
throw
then
it
I
back.
started
Hey.
recording.
So silly.
But yeah, okay, Chachi, I don't bother you. How many hours do you have left?
42.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck. I will see you when I see you, I guess.
Yes, I will see you when I see you.
Okay.
Bye-bye,
Wait,
Whoopi.
don't we have a collab later? Another
No.
day? Okay.
Not today.
Okay. Not today.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Love you.
Bye-bye, love you,
Mwah.
mama. Bye, Robertos.
Bye.
Well, I guess we finished the little prank call. I feel really bad. I feel immense guilt. I feel immense guilt at pulling the wool over her eyes like that. Immediately she was like, it's okay, you can blame me. And I was like, no, not like this, not like this. So cool. I feel so bad. I feel so bad. Actually, before I go, loves, I have to go and eat. I have to go and eat and walk on my puppy soon. So, I do have a special present for you guys. I'm gonna upload this in the Patreon, but I have gotten a special wallpaper just for you guys, especially for my birthday. So I'll share that with you guys. Give me a segundo, por favor. Let me upload that for you guys. I have a special present for y'all. Wake me up for a minute, so I can get enough. Hold on, one more step. Do a feel. Where is it? I just saved it. Oh, here. Okay, good. Okay, so all you have to do is be a member of the Patreon, but it is available for everyone. I'll also add an attachment so that you guys can use it as your wallpaper. And it will be... paint symbol. I hate this because now you guys always have to wait for me to... This is the wallpaper that I got commissioned for you guys. Let me share this. Repost link. And I'll post it on Twitter. Where can I find this? There you go. This is it. Oh wait, never mind. Let's see. This is the full wallpaper that I got commissioned for you guys. If you are part of the... you can access this on the Patreon. It's free. Look at how beautiful it turned out. Gorgeous, right? So pretty, right? So pretty. This was done by Zeragoes. Thank you so much for the beautiful artwork. I am so in love with it. So in love with it. Isn't it so pretty?
Thighs of peak.
No! Dies of peak. At zero. Okay, and then let me add another post. Let me post about this too. Okay, post it. I hope you guys liked it. I hope you guys like it. It's a little gift from me to you guys. I wanted it to be... I released one for free last year as well, but I hope you guys like it. I have to post it in the... where was it? I have to post it in the... on YouTube as well, but it should be on Twitter. Here, I'll link you guys. Bathtub cake. It turned out so good. I am so in love with how it turned out. Here you go. I'm so happy with how it turned out. When I sent them, when I sent them the brief, they worked on it so quick. It was so speedy. I'm so happy with how it turned out. I think the mood is like perfect. I wanted it to be a little bit like forlorn and a little bit forlorn, a little bit wistful. And I think they did such an amazing job. So I hope that you guys love it. I hope that you guys enjoyed it as well. It's got a little birthday cake in there. I don't know how it happens, but every single time anyone draws me a birthday cake, it's like they know that my favorite cake in the world is a strawberry shortcake. And how did they know every time? It's not like I tell them it's not like I tell them that my favorite is a strawberry shortcake and they get it every single time. I love a strawberry shortcake. Just coming in to say, I saw you with Ruby and you were particularly cute. That's all. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for supporting us. I really appreciate it. How do they know? Is that the default cake that artists draw? I don't know. I'm not an artist. But like, how every single time it's a strawberry shortcake. Your pirate theme is so nice to see. I like how your ghost hair pops with your look. Thank you. We do be ghosting all over the place. I have cat ears on right now, but I'm not a nyanya. Do not be fooled. I am no nyanya. We were just doing a nyanya story. I love that it looks almost like she's like, it has the vibe of like a don't leave me, you know? I love it so much. I love it. It has a vibe of like, you're not gonna go, are you? Like, you're not gonna leave me all by myself. Wet little meow meow. I love it so much. It turned out so beautiful. I think it's one of like my favorite.
The generic artist cake reminds me of the portal cake.
Generic artist cake reminds me of portal cake. I guess it is generic artist cake. Yena would break if you looked at her like that. I would break too. I would break if I looked at me like that. Holy shit. It's so beautiful. It's so pretty. Oh my god. Oh my god. The way they drew the water. The folds of the dress. So peak. So fucking peak. So good. So peak. So ugh. Okay, my loves. My loves, my loves. My loves. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. Then we'll come back and we'll do some fun activities together. Let me know, what would you guys like to do today? I actually do have some work to do. The way you look in that picture is like, where do you think you're going? Get in this bathtub. Even though this bathtub definitely only fits one person. The clothing reminds you of label. Who do you think I used as reference? Sweetheart, who do you think I used as reference? I actually do have some work that has come
pirate
up.
captain can't be this hot Cersea blinky.
What do you mean? That's why I'm in the bathtub, because I was stinky. Why do you think I'm in the bathtub? I was too stinky. I needed to take a bath. Is it low cortisol hours? I think it is low cortisol hours. And unfortunately, I think some work has come up, so I might not be able to spend as much time with you guys today. I do have to actually get some recordings done. Something has come up, and I have to do some recording. I'm just a little bit... I'm just a bit worried about my voice. Hopefully I can... I wish I could record it on stream. I wish I could like show you guys the process and stuff on stream. Unfortunately, it is a little bit top secret project, and it has come up. So I'll see how I do. I think I should be able to finish it today, and then we can spend a little bit more time together. Because I do have some. Let's see. Oh, actually, while we're still here, let's do some punishment wheel rolls while I'm still here. Here we go. Oh, it's not on this screen. Okay. So, who was up last? I believe the last person that we rolled for was Tony. And then next we have a roll for ours. Oh wait, yes. Next we have a roll for ours. I think ours has already gone to bed. Eh? Would you like me to put all the low cortisol videos into a playlist? Wait, that's such a great idea. That would be lovely if you could. Thank you so much. Okay, I will do this fast-like. Not fast-like. I will do... Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready? That's fucking terrible. Whatever. Continue on. Just continue. Just move past it. Nothing happened. This roll is for Hobnail John. Thank you so much. For the freaking... Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Nya! I really appreciate it. Nya! I really appreciate it. Nya! There we go. Nya, thank you so much. Again, Hobnail John for the support, Nya. And the next one is for Rogue, Nya. Oh my god, I have the ears on too, Nya. This one is for Rogue, Nya. Thank you so much for the... You're joking, Nya. Honey-chan, fuck me in the fucking... Fuck this shit. Okay. Thank you so much, Rogue. Thank you so much, Rogue. Thank you so much, Rogue. For the thank you so much, Rogue. Yeah, for the... Thank you so much, Rogue. Yeah, for the support. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Yeah. This one's for Thiago. Yeah. Why would you do this to me, Nya? Why would you do this to me, Nya? A trio, Nya? All three in a row, Nya? Just one after the other, Nya? Okay.
Okaeri nasai. Oji-ji-sam nya. Muli. Nya.
Throw me into a ditch! Bury me into the ground! Bury me into the ground. Don't dig me up ever. Just leave me in the dirt so I can fucking be with my friends, the worms. Let me be in the dirt. Let me, please, let me return to the earth. Just leave me in there. Return to the earth. Return to the earth. Return to the earth. Return to the earth. Please, Yago. Hey, this one is from Girthdin. Thank you so much. Hey guys, I really appreciate the support, yeah. Thank you so much, yeah. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I have any nice things to say about myself, yeah. I don't know if I have anything left. I can only think of derogatory things to say about myself at this current point in time, yeah. Compliments. I can't think of a single nice thing to say at this point in time, yeah. Yeah. Hey. Thank you so much for the follow, nya. I hope you enjoy me having a bad time, nya. Simply say bad things but change the adjective to be positive, nya. I think I'm a very good dog mom, nya. I love my pup very, very much, nya. And I think that I put a lot of effort into training
Always
her,
keep your
nya.
commitments, even when it causes you psychic damage. Cersei's mug.
Yes, I do. I am very true to my word, nya. Unfortunately slow, nya. And I will always let you know, nya. Unfortunately, nya. I think, nya, I always try to keep my commitments, nya. But my greatest weakness, nya, is my anxiety, nya. It gets a lot in the way, nya. But I really do try my absolute best, nya. Sometimes I wonder and I worry about, nya, if my anxiety gets in the way or makes people have a bad impression of me, nya. But I genuinely am doing my absolute best not to let anybody down, nya. And I hope that that speaks for itself, nya. I hope that people see that, nya, over time, nya. Thank you, nya. And then, yeah, this one is for Flemish, yeah. This spin is for Flemish, yeah. You're joking, yeah. I'll do a cat one, yeah.
There is almost as much Kamen Rider, Super Sentai as there is Tokimeki Memorial. Based.
Oni-chan, nya.
Yeah. Thank you so much, nya, Flemish, Chang, yeah. My soul is dead, nya. I have nothing left, nya. It is empty inside of me, nya. I am but a husk, nya. This role is for memory, nya. Thank you so much for the support, nya. Goodbye, memory, nya. Memory, goodbye, nya. A skelly must pay, nya, for the crimes of the skelly many, nya. And unfortunately, nya, you are the skelly one that must be punished, nya. Please take it, nya, as you doing, nya, what you must for the skelly good, nya. Yeah. I appreciate, yeah. Oh no, yeah. Oh no, yeah. Ahoy, yeah. Ahoy, yeah. Ahoy, yeah. If you're new, my name is Captain Cersea Soulstorm, yeah. And I am a Neko pirate captain, yeah. A ghost captain, yeah. And thank you so much for the raid, yeah. I'm currently doing a punishment, yeah. Where I have to end every sentence with, yeah. And thank you so much, Wooby, for the raid, yeah. I really appreciate it, yeah. Hi, yeah. Nice to meet you. Ahoy. If you're new, yeah. My name is Captain Cersea Stone, yeah. Captain Cersea Storm, yeah. Thank you so much for the raid, yeah. If you guys need to take a well-deserved cat nap, please make sure to take care of yourself, yeah. I hope you had fun with Ruby today, yeah. I love Ruby so much, yeah. So make sure you go check out Ruby, yeah. If you haven't, yeah. Because I love her so much, yeah. And I really appreciate her, yeah. She's very cute, yeah. And you should definitely check her out, yeah. Okay, yeah. I hope that you guys had a good time, yeah. Otherwise, if you guys need to take care of yourselves, yeah. I know that streaming can be tiring, yeah. So make sure that you guys are taking care of yourselves, yeah? So if y'all need to take a break, yeah, make sure to do that, yeah? Yeah. Have some treats, yeah? Or have a little cat nap, yeah? This sucks, yeah? This timer has gone on for so long, yeah? And thank you so much for joining us, yeah? If you guys would like to stay, yeah? I am doing a birthday donathon, yeah? It is, yeah, memory_card, yeah? Memory_card, yeah? They might not be here right now, yeah? But we would love to have you, yeah? Ahoy, Raiders! It's lovely to have you. Ahoy! Hello, Hello, ADHD Kettle, yeah? Ruby Wade, yeah? Thank you so much for joining us, yeah? I really appreciate it. I hope you had a great time with Ruby, yeah? I don't even know what's right or wrong anymore, yeah? Sometimes it's hard, yeah? To know when... Sometimes it's hard to know, yeah? Where one nya ends and another nya begins. But also, imagine, yeah, if you were like a streamer that really leaned into kayfabe, nya, and then you actually just ended every single sentence with nya, yeah? That would be so difficult, yeah? Imagine. It's kind of like Beko, you know? Pen Beko. Hey, nya. Very much so, nya. I also feel like, nya. Oh, that's so much easier on my voice, nya. I was doing it like up here, nya, you know? But honestly, if I do it down here, nya, that's so much easier, nya. I might do that in the future, actually, nya. Yeah, what is kayfabe, nya? My captain is always like this, nya. Okay, it's fucking over, nya. Oh, it's over and I still did, nya. I still did, nya. I think that one is actually not too bad. In you know, in the grand scheme of things, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why my voice was going all the way up there. Oh, all the way up there, yeah? And I was like, wait. I don't know why I was going up there. I don't know. I was like, wait, this is kind of hard. And I'm like, wait, I don't have to go all the way up there.
But what if we run it back?
You son of a bitch. Jesus, is that you? Why would you do this to me? Jesus, why would you do this to me? I thought that we were homies, you know? I thought we were one and the same. I guess we do one more spin. No, don't fucking do that to me. Jesus kun. Moi kyun. Do I have any dignity left in me? Like, if I search deep within myself, is there anything left? You know? What do you mean? What do you mean? What?
What do you think this is? You think this is you think this is a fucking buffet? Put your fucking what do you think this fucking
Yeah, open it up, shake it around. Nope. Nothing's here. I got nothing left inside. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Well, loves, I am going to, as I said before, unfortunately, something has come up where I have to do it. Otherwise, I will be in bigger trouble. As in, a deadline has come up, as is very, very customary for everything, I guess. But thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jesus, for the dono. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Okay, let me see. Let me see. I'm going to switch over. Let me see. And I'm going to leave you guys with some low cortisol videos just for a moment while I eat dinner and walk my doggo. I eat dinner and I walk my doggo and... Excuse me. Oh, what was I doing? Oh yes, and do some schwork. So I'll put on a video for you guys. Where we go in here? Let me close Nikkei. Places at the bottom. Thank you, my dear. I appreciate it. Does that mean, okay, the real question is, do we continue with Tokimeki? Do we continue with Tokimeki? Is that what we're doing? Do we continue? Or do we continue with Tokimeki? Or are we starting the next video? Thank you, thank you. Let me quickly change this. Thank you so much for the follows, by the way, guys. Welcome aboard. Ahoy, ahoy. Either is fun for you. The saga must continue. I really want to see it as well. Yesterday when I took a break and I fell asleep, I actually feel so much better today, though, guys. Thank you so much for understanding and being so kind and patient with me. It really means the world. I do feel so much better today. I slept like more than 12 hours. Like I slept so fucking much. And I also I had a nap during the day as well, right? I took a little bit of a break. But I do feel a lot better today. Thank you for always hearing me. Thank you for always taking care of me as well and looking out for my health and happiness. I appreciate you all so, so much. You're also on the mend. I'm really glad. I think we were all pushing ourselves a little bit too much. And that's very silly of us, okay? I would rather us all take time and I would rather us all take time and take care of each other than push ourselves and then freaking be stinky and shit, okay? What are we doing? What are we doing, you know? It's important that we pace ourselves. Exactly. What do you mean? Isn't there only work and no and stream? I am a bad example. I am a very, very bad example. Hey, I think I have been better at work-life balance. I'm trying to get better at work-life balance. I think it was definitely the Donathon, and then the fact that it was, obviously, it's my first one, so I've been really, really, like, you know, having a little bit of a I was pushing myself a little bit too hard. I will admit to that. But I'm really, really grateful that my skellies are always looking out for me and my well-being and my health. So thank you guys for doing that. I want to make sure that you guys are also taking care of yourselves too. Okay? Oh my god, words on stream is dead. Where are you, words on stream? I hope I'll be able to finish today so that we can spend a little bit of time together, but please hold. I will update you guys and let y'all know. Actually, I just realized that if I am here, I can't... If I need to record, then I can't share my audio with you guys? Like, how does that work? I'll have to figure something out. Because I need to record, but then you guys are not allowed to listen, unfortunately. So I don't know what we're gonna do. Is there something that I can let you guys watch that would just be on screen? Like, that would only be, I don't know. I'm not sure. Unless like it's something that unless it's a video that I can just put on OBS, you know? So it only plays through OBS and then can you split the audio? Oh. I have my audio split, but for example, right now, if I play this, it's going through my desktop audio. But for example, if I record, you will hear me like listening to the audio back, for example, you know? I have my other things set up differently. I don't have my Safari split, for example. Like, Safari? What the fuck? I don't use Safari. I don't have my, for example, you know, my... What is this? I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what this is called. Browser. There you go. Rat spinning for 10 hours. Hey, you guys always say you would watch me watch paint dry. So... Just mute yourself on stream and then put a large caption, Cersea is training for mime school up. I forgot, but application audio is an option. True. I have different applications set to their own audio channel. I wonder if I can split it. Okay, for example, let me try this. Capture audio. Window capture. Okay, let me try this. It works! It works! Okay, so now this one, now it's not capturing my desktop audio. That was the one that was like, because that's how I hear myself when I record. So this one should work. Can you guys hear that? How's that? Okay, fuck yeah. Okay, fuck yeah. Nice. Got another audio. Yeah, I added another audio capture. Nice, perfect. Okay. So now we can do work together. Yippee! Now I can also use my computer. Perfect. I'll have to mute myself when I record. I have no idea. Do you guys remember where we were in the video? I have no idea. I fell asleep. I have no idea where we were in the video. Also, words on stream is kind of laggy. I don't know what's wrong with it. Chapter 3 or 4 or something. Like here? 3 hours in.
Fans of Tokimeki Memorial who claimed that the game let
my
them
words on stream
relive high school.
My words on
only
stream
with
is kind of dead.
more success this time. For inspiration on how I might succinctly summarize my soul-wrenching experience of cat burglarizing Shiori Fujisaki's heart in my final playthrough of the game, I reread that article. At one point in that article, a quote-unquote 25-year-old game developer named Yukio Watanabe says, I can do things I couldn't do. He says that back in high school, I wanted to tell a girl I liked her, though I couldn't. I looked up the name Yukio Watanabe on the game database mobygames.com. I could only find one developer with this name, a programmer on several games.
Thank you
in
so
the
much, Stefan.
1990s.
Welcome aboard,
This
ahoy.
has to be him. He worked on Angel Corporation's
Ahoy.
1994 Sailor Moon game for the Super Famicom and Sega Mega Drive, and the shooting game Philosoma.
Why isn't
Though he
words on
most
stream? Guys, words on
intriguingly
stream is
worked
dead.
on Intelligent Cube for the Sony PlayStation. In preparation for writing up this summary you're about to listen to of my
Yeah?
14th and perfect run of Tokimeki Memorial, I fired up Intelligent Cube and played for exactly 1 hour. Knowing that someone who worked on it had 1 year prior to its release probably given wistful about high school answers to questions for an
Oh, here we
interview
go, I got
about Tokimeki Memorial for an article in the New York Times projected an interesting light onto Intelligent
Oh God, I can't
Cube's
fucking
action,
mute this.
in which a stick figure protagonist
Mute
pushes
Wait,
unendingly
wait.
stampeding, body-sized, crush-deadly blocks along a featureless path within a black void. In my calm, revenge-quenched state of mind, it occurred to me that no two video games are actually that different at all. In fact, most video games are sort of the same video game. Many games hypnotize critics into referencing the film Groundhog Day. It's almost as much a staple of the video game
Every
criticism
fucking
community
game
to
is Groundhog
compare a
Day.
game's death restart loop to Groundhog Day as it is to joke about how you're not actually making a comparison
Oh,
to Dark
it
Souls.
is.
Though in my mind, no other
This
game
one.
so flawlessly communicates onto the player the desperation of wanting to try another life period
Is this
one
where?
more time in a vain attempt to do it right this time, as Tokimeki Memorial does. Here
I
is
have
a
it on
game
Edge.
about
I have it on
redoing high
Microsoft.
school,
Wait, let me actually try it on Chrome
demographically
again one more
targeted
time.
at college graduates, and
Can't
here it
piss
does
me
its
off.
heel turn at the
Pissed
end
me
and
off, so I freaking
reveals the sinister twist that all along it was a game about redoing high school. So I did redo high
Where
school.
the hell?
I
Why
redid
isn't
high
it
school
working on Chrome?
13 times.
Why is
I
Chrome
had
so
one goal in
terrible?
mind, to reach the true ending, in which Shiori Fujisaki confesses
Hello?
her love to my silent protagonist under the Tree of Legend on graduation day, 1998. I wanted to
Hello?
accomplish this without cheat codes, save states, or guides. In the prompter, it says Tree of Destiny. It's actually Tree of Legend, so I got it right. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry, we got that one. We nailed that. In pursuit of an organic victory, an honorable victory, I resolved to master play Tokimeki Memorial using only my common sense, the experience of having played through the game to multiple successful non-Shiori endings, and general knowledge of every in-game girl's preferences about everything. In order to author safely inside my skull an infallible encyclopedic playbook for negotiating each girl's affections, I would need to play through the game every way I could. I redid redoing high school 12 times. I went the sports girlfriend route. I romanced Yukari Koshiki, particular yet breezy. I romanced the ultra-popular Saki Nijino. I took her ice skating. I took her to the pool. She didn't care where we went. Dating her always felt like a vacation. I went the art girlfriend route. Dating Ayako Katagiri only required common sense. She was so perfectly reasonable.
Wonderful. Great.
In my next life, I romanced Mio Kisaragi, proffering her books and inviting her to the most boring places possible. Eventually, I found charm in her bookishness. I went the best friend's little sister
How the frick
girlfriend
do I-
route. I did not
not
like
working.
dating Yumi Saotome. I went the science girlfriend route, in which I witnessed hardcore attitude-having dark horse Yui Nahimo sighing and
It's so dead.
crying on the school roof one day, her soft side at last exposed. I rebooted the simulation and
It's so
began
dead.
again, dedicating myself to sports and fashion, acquiring the attention of the mysterious hottest girl in school, Mira Kagami. Kagami is Japanese for mirror. Mira Kagami. Mira. Mirror.
2 minutes? Oh, it's too far ahead.
She's vain because she's so. Asked
Oh,
of
thank
him
you.
a request so trivial as to trick a girl. I had 2 bombs by 1, putting her to within a whisper's distance. of
Okay, I'm
true
sorry, there's
love.
no words. Oh, wait,
I
it works, it
instantly
works, it
felt
works.
Dirty for
Why
getting
the
God
heck
involved.
was that so
God was
cooked?
busy. especially with the Japanese release date of Final Fantasy VII just 26
Bro,
in-game
look at this
days
loading
away.
screen. It's so
And here
dead.
I'd
It's so
asked of him a
freaking dead.
request so trivial as to
Hello?
trick a girl into
Thank
thinking
you,
a
love. I
little bit more
appreciate it.
highly of me in time for our ski date. Right here with the pronounced evolution of Shiori's facial expression.
Well, if it loads,
I
it
glimpsed a
loads.
trick that would
Unfortunately, I
continue
don't.
to
I
grow
cannot.
and make me
Whatever.
sad
I don't know.
over my next 80 hours of
All right,
experience
loves.
with
Thank you
this
so
game.
much for
I
dropping
told
in.
Shiori her
I'm going to
skiing
go
outfit
take a
was
little bit of a
cute and
break,
our
and I
date
will see you
ended
all
happily.
soon because I will
When she
be
met
doing
me at the
freaking
school
work
gates
on
later
stream.
that
Ha
month,
ha
it
ha! Good
was
night.
again
Oh.
with the same red-faced constipation.
So funny.
anguished
God was too busy
shame
making
she
Final
displayed
Fantasy.
on the ski slope. Note that at this point, she was still calling me Bidio-kun. The final year started fast. Girls came on stronger than ever before. Yuko asked me out in the hall. Yuina glared at me out of nowhere. I took Yuko to the amusement park. Nozomi asked me out in the hall.
Fuck ass words.
Bless
on
her
stream.
heart, she wanted to go to the Arboretum on
Will it
purpose.
ever load?
She already
Who
randomly
knows?
encouraged
I
me in the
don't
street.
know.
Nozomi
Okay,
turned up at
goodbye,
the
my
Arboretum
loves. I
looking
see you soon. Mwah.
fantastic. I couldn't help myself. I somehow said something romantic. I figured I'd already lost at this point. Let's ride it out. I was so terrified that any one of these 6 girls was going to bomb me at any given time that I started choosing the best response to everything. For example, I bought Mio a Shakespeare book instead of a handkerchief for her birthday. As I concentrated on grinding my stats into the perfect picture of a Renaissance man, I encountered sports girlfriend number 2, tennis team member Yukari Koshiki. Yoshio called me to inform me that Yuina had bombed me. I consulted my notes. I made a fast call to Ayako, who I figured was next in line to bomb me. We went bowling. I encouraged her to successfully pick up a 7-10 split, which was probably also my coworker at Sony in 2005's idea of romantic as well.
Oh, it's so bad.
My New Year's love spell remained in effect on Shiori. She blushingly confronted me in class on Valentine's Day. She asked me to meet her behind the school. At this point, I was so paranoid that I didn't for a second believe she was going to do anything so romantic as give me chocolates. I was absolutely right. She asked me to meet her behind the school so she could introduce me to Megumi Mikihara, her best friend. She was ratting me over to her pathetic, awkward, shy best friend. Tokimeki Memorial's game designers include Megumi as a sort of masterful endgame mini-boss. When she shows up, it means you've progressed just far enough with Shiori that she introduces you to one of her friends. The artists and writers behind Megumi have overflowing confidence that she might persuade the player away from Shiori with
I have to
her
order
charms.
food.
Now,
I have to
I'm
order
no
some food.
anime guy, though
Would you guys
even
like
I've
to-
gotta admit, this fake girl right here
Would you
is
guys like to
pretty
help me
cute.
order some
Character
food?
with such a painfully shy personality in
me-
a video game about talking
Let
to
me
people
see
is
what.
basically Tokimeki
Let
Memorial's
me see what I
equivalent
have.
of a
Yeah.
room in a Dragon Quest game with a locked door and a bunch of
Love?
visible treasure chests.
Is it vote for
behind.
food time?
However,
Yes.
I wasn't
Okay.
falling for it.
No,
I
we
stayed
haven't yet.
focused on Shiori. I took her
Unfortunately,
to the amusement
I will.
park.
I have to
I
let
took her
you
on the
guys know
Ferris wheel.
that
There's
I.
always something romantic to say to Shiori
Actually, you
about
know
a
what? I think it's
Ferris wheel.
okay.
She
So let's
asked me if
go.
I was afraid of heights. and I said that
I
being with
have
her made me feel safe. And again, she
grilled
crushed.
chicken.
As of March 2nd, 1997,
I
had
have
9
Vietnamese
girls in my
food.
Rolodex. I didn't realize
I
that
have
this was far
pizza.
too many to possibly get the Shiori.
I
ending.
have
9 girls in the book with exactly
Japanese.
364 in-game days
I have
remaining.
bulgur.
Leaves room for at least
I have
364
Korean food.
disasters. Times 9.
I have
I ranked number
Chinese.
1 in the end of semester exams.
I
dethroning
have
Shiori
Greek
yet
food.
again. Yumi hate bombed me. I
Like a
called her to
souvlaki
defuse
or
it and
whatever.
experienced a new layer to the bombing
What
system.
are we vibing with? What are we
She wouldn't
vibing
even
with,
let
loves?
me ask her out. I needed to use
I got a little
phone
bubble
conversation
tea? What do you
turn
guys call it? A
just
boba?
to slow down
Should I get a
the bomb.
boba?
Then another turn
You get
to ask her out.
Italian?
On White Day, the
You want
only
Korean?
girl I could give chocolates to was Megumi. Shiori hadn't even given me any chocolates at
I
all
don't have
on Valentine's
gyros.
Day. Not even a giri choco.
There is no
So
gyros.
now
It's only
I
souvlaki.
encouraged Megumi.
Again, I
blushed,
live in the
ran
middle
away.
of fucking
Megumi started
nowhere.
walking home from school with me. I took Yumi out on a date to the arcade. My teacher
That
at
is
school
so
had the
lucky.
nerve
That's
to
so
tell
that
me
is so
that even though I'd ranked
unfortunately.
first school
Okay, so I have,
in
again,
exams,
grilled
I'd probably
chicken.
only be able to get into a third-rate
I
university.
have
Mio
Vietnamese
had
food. I have
bombed me,
pizza
so I
pasta.
took her to the library.
I have like, okay,
That
no, I
girl
have like
just can't
pizza.
stop
I have
loving the
like
library. Now
Asian
Yuna bombed
food.
me. I figured
I have
I'd date
Japanese
her to defuse
food.
the bomb, though.
I have
Then
bulgur.
Shiori
I
asked
have
me out on a
Korean.
date to the zoo, and I
I
couldn't say no to
have
that.
Chinese.
I called Yuna to attempt a
I have
preemptive bomb defusal
souvlaki, like
conversation. I
kebab
figured
stuff.
that was good enough.
I
though
guess it's not
the very
Greek. I guess
next
it's more
day,
like
Yoshio
souvlaki
called me to
kebabs.
tell me Yuina's bomb had gone off. My first impression
Yeah,
of Yuna
Korean.
had been on target.
And then I
She
have
wasn't just
boba.
trouble,
I have
she was
Japanese.
unpredictable trouble.
I
As
have
of May 5th, 1997,
dumplings.
nobody liked me except Megumi. Nozomi was
What are we
angry
feeling? What are we
about
vibing
me.
with? I have Thai
These
food.
last 2 hours of gameplay took me literally 3
Yeah, we're vibing with
days.
Korean.
I just did not want to play.
And I'll take a
it.
picture. I'll take a
I'd been
picture. I'll take a
handed
picture when
a
it gets here.
perfect opportunity to relive high school, and I ruined it. With half a heart, I took Megumi
Let's
to see a horror
see.
movie. She loved it. I
There's
lost another
Korean
three-legged
fried
race,
chicken.
shackled to Shiori.
Well, the
She
thing
didn't
is,
frown this time either
Australia,
because she spent
even
her
me
3
in the
years
middle of
high school
nowhere, I have so
growing
many
up and
options because
learning to look past
Australia is
childish
so
setbacks, or
incredibly
because she
diverse
just
in
didn't
terms of
expect
food because
anything
we're so
of me anymore.
multicultural.
That
So
year's athletics festival folk dance
very,
was a
very
three-way
blessed.
tie
Very, very
between
blessed.
Shiori's giddy
Um,
choquish,
I can order 2 things.
Megumi's,
Maybe I can order like food and then like a
and
drink.
Yuko's clothed, active, aggressive rage.
I think I deserve a
On my
little
birthday,
boba. I think I
Megumi came
deserve a
to my
little
house to
boba,
offer me a
guys.
gift. The computer brain within Tokimeki Memorial knew
Maybe I'll
via
give
an
myself a little boba.
ever-incrementing simple integer backstage that
Korean?
Shiori was my favorite. Yet another hidden number declared that only Megumi cared about me at all as a person. In cold devotion to my opening resolve to win Shiori at any cost, I would spend the rest of the school year dating every
Get a little
girl as
boba.
neutrally
We'll
and
treat ourselves a
evenly
little
as
bit. I'll order a
possible,
little bit extras and then I can
slowly
have some
ripping my
tomorrow
Band-Aid
too.
off Megumi's heart in the process.
Yeah, we
On
got a lot
June
of we got a lot of
29th,
Asian
1997, I had 3
cuisines
bombs and a roster of
specifically.
mostly
Like it's
angry
really hard to
faces.
find,
On
for
either side of
example, like
Megumi's happy face,
Latin
a bomb.
American,
I vowed
African,
that in another
North
life,
American. It's kind of hard
I'd
to find those
try
cuisines,
liking
but
her as
I think
much as
like we're
she
very,
liked me
very
by
lucky when it
default.
comes to
I took Yumi on
Asian
a loveless
cuisine
summer date to the
specifically.
air-conditioned bowling
Post
alley, during
Nyanya
which
Paradise
she
Recovery
wore
boba.
a cute
Mhm.
shirt with a
I love
strawberry.
Soulstorm. You guys know I love
Mio
cured
bombed
meat.
me on July 15th, 1997.
Okay,
On
yeah,
August
okay la,
3rd,
okay la.
1997,
So we'll do
Shiori met me
Korean
at
and
the
we'll
Symphony
do
Hall,
boba.
already wearing a
Yeah?
wistful
Then I'll
facial
take a photo when it
expression.
arrives.
She looked on me with the eyes of a
Okay,
40-year-old
okay.
suddenly remembering a
I will
woeful
order and then I will take a
interaction one
picture when
day
it
back in
arrives, which will be
college.
like
She smiled
a
when I
while.
said I too enjoyed the
which will be
orchestra's
a while.
performance.
So I'll come back
Then
I'll come
immediately
back
in the
after I
space
walk
of
my
a
dog
single frame,
and then
and on the
hopefully
edge of the
it's
knife
there.
that finally
Okay.
cut my heart,
Thank you guys. Thank you for helping me
resumed to look
decide. Mwah.
upon me like
I go
a
again. I
memory
disappear again
wearing
into the void.
flesh,
Enjoy Tokimeki
Like I
Memorial.
resembled an object.
Okay,
that
bye-bye.
had
Thank you for helping me
fallen
pick.
out
Bye.
Of an even more ugly-hearted person's mouth. That summer double date to the amusement park involved me, Yoshio, that same wistful Shiori, and an angry Yuina. It felt so much more like a particular real double date that I went on once in my early 20s than I would ever like a video game to remind me of. By August 10th, 1997, I had 4 bombs, and even Megumi wasn't happy with me anymore. Tatebayashi attempted yet another Hitochigai Nanpa at the beach before Shiori showed up and executed the Tony Hawk-level difficult maneuver of expressing forlornness conversationally in proximity to a surfboard. I bought Megumi a nice birthday present because when everybody hates you, it doesn't make any sense to not be nice to everybody. On September 6th, 1997, Shiori looked upon me outside the school gates with genuine worry, like she was a kleptomaniac and I was the lip gloss that made her finally realize she didn't need any of this stuff. I knew the answer already, though. I asked her anyway to walk home with me. She declined. She said her friends would start rumors. The next time I saw her, I didn't even ask her anymore. On September 21st, 1997, I had 5 bombs. I converted Ayako's face of hate to momentary happiness via a thoughtful birthday gift. I took Nozomi to watch a baseball game. The drama club performed Romeo and Juliet at the school arts festival. In the final scene, the actress playing Juliet fell asleep before she could act out the scene where Juliet kills herself, a fitting metaphor for how the rest of the digital school year was about to go. I took Shiori to see a comedy movie. She liked it. That surprised me. She didn't strike me as the comedy type. I bought Yuko the best possible birthday present, and she still sad-bombed me. I took Megami to the aquarium. She wore a wonderful sweater. By November, she too had slipped from neutrality to active dislike of me. Yumi ran away from me on sight at the school gates. Yuina detonated her bomb. Then, in what felt like the most final kick in the stomach possible, Shiori didn't even show up to our date to see a romance movie. Yoshio called me to tell me she'd called him to tell him to call me to tell me that she hated me. I don't know why I didn't stop playing. I should have stopped playing. I kept playing. I called Shiori and had a conversation to defuse her dislike. This would be the second most uncomfortable conversation I ever had with Shiori. We'll get into the number one most uncomfortable conversation toward the end of this review. Then Yukari bombed me, Yumi bombed me, and Yuko bombed me. That's 3 of the 4 Ys. Or should I say 3 of the 4 Is? It's a PC Engine reference. Nozomi's contempt for me momentarily changed to bemusement when I gave her the best birthday gift. Mio agreed to meet me at the zoo, where I did not embarrass myself. I had grinded every stat up to near max by this point, so I easily got into the Christmas party where Shiori greeted me by literally saying, "So, Bidio-kun,
You were invited too, huh?
Shiori came to see me on New Year's, though only because I called her and asked, and as I'd later learned, Tokimeki Memorial will bring any girl to you if you call and ask on New Year's. She looked at me with worry throughout our attendance at the temple. I wished to God again for Shiori's love in the new year, and
その願い叶えて死んでよ
God obliged. Shiori went to the movies with me. She went to the amusement park with me. She blushed at my romantic answers. In desperation, I took her to see the same romantic movie a second time. She didn't complain. Things were going well. Yoshio indicated Shiori felt neutral about me again. I asked her to walk home. She said no. I took her to see the same movie a third time. I figured, this is just a video game. Not only that, it's a Japanese-made video game from the 1990s with numbers in it. Grinding surely isn't just allowed, it's encouraged. However, at the end of the date, Shiori complained that we'd already seen that movie 3 times, and she felt like maybe we could do something else next time. This felt like the final nail in my coffin. Nobody gave me chocolates on Valentine's Day. Shiori agreed to one more date at Kirameki Central Park, the site of our first date. I had hoped we'd walk the tree-lined path again as we did back then, with the sun filtering through the trees and dancing on her hair. This time I'd tell her it felt like the first page of a romance novel. Instead, she chose to comment on the serene beauty of a still pond. Of this situation, I could conjure at best a geriatric facsimile of romanticism by suggesting that we sit down and relax on a nearby bench. The time for the first page of a romance novel had passed, and here we stood instead on the last page of a coming-of-age novel. I passed the college entrance exams with perfect scores. That's not actually that. Yoshio Saotome confided in me that he and Yukari Koshiki were dating. I couldn't help remembering that Yukari Koshiki had, just a few months earlier, bombed me, contributing not meaninglessly to the dissolution of my relationship with Shiori Fujisaki. I let the fact wash over me. On graduation day, my avatar found himself the last person in the school, all alone. Everyone else was out celebrating elsewhere. He had, at my guidance, reached the end of high school possessing top stats, yet neither love nor even friends. He went home and looked out the window as sad text informed me of his resolution that life only truly begins now anyway, and that he's spent the last 3 years focusing on himself and making himself a better person, and that when love finds him, both love and he will be ready. Yet right at the end, a peculiar sentence snags me. Right here, this 18-year-old digital ghost exhales a 40-year-old's moaning lament. Ah, もう一度やり直したいな. Ah, I wish I could do it all over again, just one more time. In summary, even this game about doing high school all over again ends with an invitation to do high school all over again. All over again. I'll admit, the experience of trying and failing to appeal to Shiori Fujisaki's digital heart over a simulated period of 3 years had drained me emotionally. However, both because of my inborn scientist's curiosity and the impending doom-like feeling that I'd just invested half my spiritual life savings putting a whopper-sized down payment on a beach house in purgatory, I cracked my knuckles. And I went back to school all over again. All over again.
別に待ってないわ。時間通りだから。こんなところに入るのね。勝手にどうぞ。決まってるわ。私の実力よ。何？言ってみなさい。何それ？知らないわ。ああ、銀行の機械もこのぐらい簡単に出せれば研究資金に困らないの。
Hello and welcome back to Action Button. I'm Tim Rogers. Let's play Tokimeki Memorial the right way. Reeling from my soul-crushing loss of both the affections of Shiori Fujisaki and every last vestige of friendly affection from every elsewhere in my environment, disappointed that a video game about wish fulfillment could instead provide me such a perfect encapsulated cause of reminiscence of the way I actually felt at the end of high school, I decided to try trying high school again. In other words, my first complete replay through of Tokimeki Memorial in the year 2020 revealed to me that Tokimeki Memorial's vertical slice is one complete playthrough of the game. The 1996 New York Times article I keep thinking back to had interviewed so many fans of Tokimeki Memorial who claimed that the game let them relive high school, only with more success this time. For inspiration on how I might succinctly summarize my soul-wrenching experience of cat burglarizing Shiori Fujisaki's heart in my final playthrough of the game, I reread that article. At one point in that article, a quote-unquote 25-year-old game developer named Yukio Watanabe says, "I can do things I couldn't do." He says that back in high school, I wanted to tell a girl I liked her, though I couldn't. I looked up the name Yukio Watanabe on the game database mobygames.com. I could only find one developer with this name, a programmer on several games in the 1990s. This has to be him. He worked on Angel Corporation's 1994 Sailor Moon game for the Super Famicom and Sega Mega Drive, and the shooting game Philosoma, though he most intriguingly worked on Intelligent Cube for the Sony PlayStation. In preparation for writing up this summary you're about to listen to of my 14th and perfect run of Tokimeki Memorial, I fired up Intelligent Cube and played for exactly 1 hour, knowing that someone who worked on it had 1 year prior to its release probably given wistful about high school answers to questions for an interview about Tokimeki Memorial for an article in The New York Times projected an interesting light onto Intelligent Cube's action, in which a stick figure protagonist pushes unendingly stampeding, body-sized, crush-deadly blocks along a featureless path within a black void. In my calm, revenge-quenched state of mind, it occurred to me that no two video games are actually that different at all. In fact, most video games are sort of the same video game. Many games hypnotize critics into referencing the film Groundhog Day. It's almost as much a staple of the video game criticism community to compare a game's death restart loop to Groundhog Day as it is to joke about how you're not actually making a comparison to Dark Souls. Though in my mind, no other game so flawlessly communicates onto the player the desperation of wanting to try another life period one more time in a vain attempt to do it right this time, as Tokimeki Memorial does. Here is a game about redoing high school, demographically targeted at college graduates, and here it does its heel turn at the end and reveals the sinister twist that all along it was a game about redoing high school. So I did redo high school. I redid high school 13 times. I had one goal in mind: to reach the true ending, in which Shiori Fujisaki confesses her love to my silent protagonist under the Tree of Legend on graduation day, 1998. I wanted to accomplish this without cheat codes, save states, or guides. In the prompter it says Tree of Destiny. It's actually Tree of Legend, so I got it right. Don't worry, we got that one, we nailed that. In pursuit of an organic victory, an honorable victory, I resolved to master play Tokimeki Memorial using only my common sense, the experience of having played through the game to multiple successful non-Shiori endings, and general knowledge of every in-game girl's preferences about everything. In order to author safely inside my skull an infallible encyclopedic playbook for negotiating each girl's affections, I would need to play through the game every way I could. I redid redoing high school 12 times. I went the sports girlfriend route. I romanced Yukari Koshiki, particular yet breezy. I romanced the ultra-popular Saki Nijino. I took her ice skating. I took her to the pool. She didn't care where we went. Dating her always felt like a vacation. I went the art girlfriend route. Dating Ayako Katagiri only required common sense. She was so perfectly reasonable.
Wonderful. Great.
In my next life, I romanced Mio Kisaragi, proffering her books and inviting her to the most boring places possible. Eventually, I found charm in her bookishness. I went the best friend's little sister girlfriend route. I did not like dating Yumi Saotome. I went the science girlfriend route, in which I witnessed hardcore attitude-having dark horse Yuina Himo sighing and crying on the school roof one day, her soft side at last exposed. I rebooted the simulation and began again, dedicating myself to sports and fashion, acquiring the attention of the mysterious hottest girl in school, Mira Kagami. Kagami is Japanese for mirror. Mira Kagami. Mirror. She's vain because she's so hot. Because in cartoons, hot people are the vain people. I chiseled away at Mira Kagami's unpredictable attitude for 3 years, until finally she opened up and shocked me with her inner beauty. Finally, I executed a low-key playthrough, during which I ended my high school experience in as unassuming a manner as possible. I kept dates polite and unromantic. By graduation, no one loved me, though no one disliked me either. And that is how I lured the mysterious stalker Miharu Tatebayashi at last out of the shadows. Throughout this exercise, I took pages and pages of notes. I combed through and meticulously logged video footage of several playthroughs. I illegally obtained Neil Strauss's 2005 pickup artist Bible, The Game, thinking it'd be funny to reference meaningfully in this section. Though ultimately, I made it only a couple chapters in before it just made me kind of sad. So Then I watched David Fincher's precognitory 1997 film adaptation of Neil Strauss's 2005 book, The Game, which I don't think taught me anything relevant to dating girls, though it sure entertained me for 128 minutes. That Michael Douglas. Come on, man. You know, I took a girl on a date to see The Game in 1997, Saturday, September 13th, 1997. We went to Steak and Shake afterward. I had those terrible shoestring fries and a strawberry milkshake. They're worse than In-N-Out fries. I remember this very clearly, both because I remember everything, because it's in the prompter as well. I do remember everything. But I most strongly remember this because Final Fantasy VII had also come out that week. I talked to a girl about Final Fantasy VII in 1997, and we still went out on 8 more dates after that. So, turns out I'd been wrong about a lot of stuff throughout all of high school. Despite all this preparation, I still did not feel perfectly prepared for a Shiori playthrough. It occurred to me that Tokimeki Memorial is more of a Sherlock Holmes video game than even those Sherlock Holmes video games. I knew I needed to understand the bomb system perfectly, so I went over my footage again one more time for the purpose of logging every instance of the bomb screen. I made a spreadsheet to keep track of girls' affection fluctuations. I realized that different girls with different personalities plant bombs at different moments, and those bombs detonate without any perfect rules. You can defuse some girls' bombs simply by asking them on a date. On a day it turns out they're busy. They're happy just to be nominated. Some girls' bombs diffuse if you walk them home from school. Most girls' bombs diffuse if you give them a birthday present. I poured over 80 hours of video footage to come to the simple conclusion that Tokimeki Memorial is harder than any Castlevania game. At least in a Castlevania game, you can see the bones the skeletons are throwing. In Tokimeki Memorial, you have to feel those skeleton bones with your figurative eyes closed. And you have to keep obsessive track of each girl's facial expression, phone greeting, and salutation vocabulary. In order to win Shiori, I'd need to grind my stats evenly and attentively so as to delay my attracting the attentions of any other girls as long as possible. And once those girls came into my life, I needed to get their phone numbers immediate. I needed to walk them home every time they asked me to walk them home, though only 1 out of 3 or so times I had the opportunity to ask them. I needed to date each girl once every 2 months, though never in too close proximity to her birthday, unless it couldn't be helped, in which case I'd just skip buying her a birthday present. If a girl hated me, I'd take her somewhere she loved. If a girl liked me too much, I'd take her somewhere she hated. If she was neutral, and I'd been ignoring her, I'd take her to the Arboretum. As we established in the previous section, anybody can conjure anybody else's idea of lukewarm at an Arboretum.
That's so beautiful!
With the Arboretum at my disposal, I could play whack-a-mole with at most 6 girls' feelings simultaneously. Any more than 6, and I just didn't have the numbers. Any more than 6 girls was basically like randomly assigning a 7th color to exactly 1 square on a Rubik's Cube. By the end of my planning exercise, I had both my own physical hard copy of Yoshio's crib sheet and an above-average capacity for predicting whenever any girl would set a bomb. I knew Shiori required top stats in everything and would only date a guy who ranked number 1 in the school academically. Using the crowbar of my mind, I had cracked Tokimeki Memorial's crate partially open, and its golden light gushed out. I didn't want to take any chances, so in the spirit of the colloquialism of the 1990s Japanese video game community, I consulted one ancient Japanese language guide from 1996. I wanted to know how to predict Shiori's club membership so I could join it without having to waste a phone call to Yoshio. I wanted to join her club on my very first turn. The guide told me that Shiori's club membership was determined by a hashing function based on her birthday. The formula was 3 times the day plus the month, mod 11. Now, I love a little clockwork arithmetic in preparation for virtually dating a cartoon girl, so I conspired to put Shiori on the basketball team. I knew that the game calendar starts in April, so setting Shiori's birthday in March would make it so I didn't run up against her birthday too early in the game, giving me plenty of time to get her to like me before her birthday. I set Shiori's birthday on March 17th, St. Patrick's Day, just so we could be in the basketball club together. Then, I started the game. 5 minutes in, I accidentally called Shiori to ask her out on a date on a mandatory club day, resulting in my being kicked off the basketball team literally forever. I decided that the basketball team introduced too much of a liability. I needed to keep every Sunday permanently open, so the cost of wonderful video footage of Shiori and I passing time together at the basketball club, I decided instead to give Shiori and myself the most boring club possible, the literature club. For a reason I'll get into later, I set our birthdays both to March 21st, auspiciously a Japanese bank holiday celebrating the spring equinox. In 1997, with all the pieces standing on the board, it was time to play chess. My 14th and perfect playthrough of Tokimeki Memorial commenced. I made one promise to myself up front. I would save the game using only the old-fashioned memory card method at every opportunity. I told myself I would allow reloads of previous save data, though only if I played PlayStation bootup.mp4 in VLC every time I did so. I decided I would use emulator save states only so I could capture Yoshio's bomb status screen for demonstrative purposes for the viewer's benefit. I promise you, I had gotten really, really good at predicting when a girl was going to bomb me. My physical notebook was so meticulous at this point that I definitely did not need to ever call Yoshio to confirm any given girl's feelings about me at any given moment. I promised myself that if Yoshio's status screen did, in fact, catch me off guard, I would disclaim so right here in this video. It pleases me and also makes me feel a little bit like a serial killer to inform you that Yoshio's status screen never once provided me any information I had not perfectly predicted. Even so, every time I utilized save states to reset my phone usage point after calling Yoshio, I forced myself to watch PlayStation bootup.mp4 in VLC exactly once. Anyone seeking to play through Tokimeki Memorial to the true ending probably knows that they have to grind their stats evenly so that all the numbers rise generally together. On the simplest level, you meet dateable girls in Tokimeki Memorial as your stats rise. Once you've met 3 girls, the stat threshold requirement for meeting the rest of them rises to a second level. So, you only need a literature score of about 60 to meet Mio if you know fewer than 3 girls, though you need to get it to somewhere around 100 if you know more than 3 girls. In summary, one of your girl-triggering stats, by necessity, has to cross the threshold first. This means you can roughly control which path you take through the game. If I had to pick a side, I'd say I like the sports girls the most, which is saying something because I don't like Yukari, though I like Nozomi and Saki an extreme amount each, though the athletics stadium doesn't open until later in the game. Meanwhile, the museum opens in the summer of 1995. I didn't want to have to be too careful with my date spot selections, so I chose to go down the liberal arts path. Also, this allowed my perfect playthrough to meaningfully and structurally rhyme with my failed first playthrough. In other words, I hammered that action button on the book icon on my first turn and took it from there. This destined me to meet book girlfriend Mio first, then art girlfriend Ayako second, then finally science girlfriend Yuina third. Yet by this point in my familiarity with Tokimeki Memorial, I knew nothing so roundly as I knew that I could not perfectly read Yuina Himo. Her bombs in my Mio and Ayako playthroughs had caught me off guard almost every time. So I made a little bet with myself that I'd endeavor to keep my science number just low enough to avoid triggering Yuina's attraction before the end of the game's first calendar year. Ideally, I'd meet Yuina after the game forced me into a meeting with Yumi Saotome at the start of the second school year. Finally, I'd meet Megumi, preferably at the 1996 Christmas party. I hoped that Shiori would be enamored enough with me by Christmas 1996 that she'd introduce me to Megumi then. I hadn't seen Megumi at all since my initial failed Shiori playthrough, and I had not at this point done a Megumi playthrough, though I more or less understood how to keep her from detonating a bomb. I didn't want to meet Megumi at all, because more girls is bad, though meeting her by the end of 1996 meant I would be in great shape with Shiori. All this decided, I let the game play out. I concentrated on myself for the first 2 months of game. When Shiori greeted me after school one day in May, I did not ask her if she wanted to walk home together. When athletics day came, Shiori and I scored second place in the three-legged race. On June 4th, 1995, we went on our first date to Kirameki Central Park. I told her the light filtering through the trees and dancing upon her face called to mind the first page of a romance novel. She blushed. Right there in that first late spring, she blushed at me, and I felt something loud in my heart. Something I hadn't felt since I first beat Shaft in Dracula X Rondo of Blood on the PC Engine CD. I swung my chain whip again and again. Shiori blushed when I flattered her at the clothing boutique. She blushed again when I told her I loved riding the roller coaster with her. On July 6th, the second only time I saw Shiori outside school, I asked her to walk home with me. She said yes. She would never stop saying yes for the rest of the game. I met Mio in the library in July. I took Mio shopping in August. One look at that hat and you know she ain't a shopping girl. We parted that day as friends. Shiori showed up encouragingly in my day-to-day actions in August, and she stayed there for the rest of my playthrough, providing a perfect thermometer for the experience. I made Shiori blush on a late sunny summer Sunday at the swimming pool. Shiori blushed in appreciation of my appreciation of Tokimeki Memorial's in-game equivalent of Forrest Gump in September of 1995. I didn't even stop to think for a moment that all the planning I'd done before this playthrough had made me more manipulative than even the screenwriters of the real Forrest Gump. I'd ignored Mio for 2 months, so I invited her to the library for the special event date where she ignores me while reading a book. Days later, according to plan, I met Ayako for the first time. I flattered Shiori at the museum on October 8th. I stood by her at our boring exhibit at the School Arts Festival on October 14th. On October 22nd, 1995, Tokimeki Memorial took a turn. I had a date scheduled with Mio Kisaragi. When I chose the date icon, my protagonist responded by internal monologously asking himself, "Where were we supposed to meet again?" The game then offered me 3 choices: the shopping arcade, the amusement park, or Kirameki Central Park. It did this because I had 3 upcoming dates on 3 consecutive weeks with 3 different girls in 3 different locations. When you go for Dracula, they throw all the minions at you. By this point in the development of my playboy criminalistic mind, so simple a trick stood no chance. I only lingered on this choice for so long for the purpose of gloating about it in my eventual script. When I got to Kirameki Central Park, the skeleton threw another bone. Again, the protagonist wondered to himself if this was, in fact, the right place. It gave me one last chance to change my mind. If this had been the Monty Hall problem, I'd certainly have chosen one of the other 2 places. However, this was not the Monty Hall problem. I was Monty Hall. I already knew what was behind all 3 doors. And behind this door was Mio. Then I took Ayako on a friendly shopping trip, before which the protagonist quizzed himself and me again, much to his humiliation, not mine. I took Shiori to the amusement park, planning fully to cheese her with the romantic line about staring at her face the whole time on the Ferris wheel. Yet upon our arrival, the protagonist noticed and whispered to himself and me that nearby a, quote, hero show, unquote, was happening. My avatar offered me and himself 2 choices: invite Shiori to watch the show together and completely ignore the show. I recalled Shiori's humiliation at having to perform a Power Rangers parody-like play as part of the drama club in the school festival during that previous life long ago. I knew she'd hate whatever this hero show was. However, I could tell from the choices offered that my avatar enjoyed the very idea of the show immensely. For Shiori's sake, I chose to flatly ignore the hero show, sacrificing a convenience store receipt-sized scrap of my youth to the bonfire of idealized love. We rode the Ferris wheel and I said the cheesy thing, though at this point I had begun to dislike both the man my avatar was becoming and the person I was for marionette manipulating him. I took Mio to the aquarium. She wore a cute beret and an adorable sweater. She said the fish were pretty. I could have appealed to her romantic side by describing the fish as like living works of art, though I instead opted to say, they are in fact pretty, to which she responded matter-of-factly that I can't imagine someone saying they're not pretty. Let this be the one moment in this review wherein I say that Mio does in fact have an edge to her once you get to know her. She's... She's great. She's wonderful. I had romanced her successfully once at this point, and I enjoyed her virtual company all the while. I felt like a disingenuous buffoon for ham-fisting this dialogue like this, for making her make this facial expression. I ranked 114th on the year-end exams. I was on track for number 1 by spring 1997. On December 21st, 1995, I greeted Shiori after school. She called me Bubbus. I beamed with electric pride. I'd gone from 0 to Bubbus in just 8 months. I felt invincible. I felt so invincible I didn't mind that I ended up not getting into the Christmas party at the Ijuin house that year. I had planned for this. To get into the Christmas party your first year, you need to either spend several phone turns talking to Rei Ijuin on the phone, or you need to grind your appearance stat higher than I'd have been comfortable doing this early. I knew that by 1996 I'd be in range both with my appearance stat and with my relationship level to have a Christmas party event date with Shiori. I also preemptively figured that by Christmas 1997 my appearance stat would not be high enough to get into the stricter Christmas party. So I passed the first of 2 strategically lonely digital Christmases. On New Year's Day, Shiori sent me a greeting card. No other girls sent me cards, which felt good and right. I felt safe. I called Shiori. I asked her to accompany me on a New Year's visit to the temples. She agreed emphatically. She showed up in a kimono, which I complimented. At the temple, I prayed to God for love with Shiori. I'd already planned my play with such football coachly meticulousness that, in the spirit of any given Sunday, I didn't mind getting God in on this action. At the Omikuji, I pulled a daikyo, and though I'm still not sure exactly what that does, I didn't want to learn, so I reloaded to just after the Christmas party, did the whole New Year's date again, and got a daikichi this time. On January 10th, 1996, Shiori ambushed me outside the school gates. She called me Bubbus. She asked me to walk her home. I was well on my way. I just needed to make it 2 more years in one piece. On Valentine's Day, Shiori, Mio, and Ayako gave me giri choco. The next week, I managed the Houdini-esque feat of saying something romantic at the zoo. In March, I took Shiori out shopping. I took her to the clothing store where I had no romantic dialogue option, so I reloaded and took her to the fancy accessory shop, which also offered me no romantic option. I settled for the second best option. It was, at the least, a lot better than nothing. On White Day, I gave Shiori chocolate. She was still calling me Bubbus. On March 21st, 1 week after White Day, I gave Shiori the best birthday present. She gave me a present as well, right there in the school hallway. Again, we're gonna get into why I gave us the same birthday in a little bit. The new school year came around. Yumi Saotome entered the game kicking and screaming in some 1990s video game developer's personal idea of cute. I told Ayako goodbye at the school gate.
Goodbye. Sayonara.
I had turned her down so many times at this point that I figured she was about to bomb me. So on April 14th, I had my first bomb warning. I called Ayako hastily on April 14th to try to arrange a date. She told me she was busy, though I accounted for the possibility that the offer had counted for something. This had been the case regarding Ayako in previous playthroughs, so I figured I was safe. Shiori and I lost the ball rule at the school athletics day, not because my athletics stat was too low, not because my health stat was too low, simply because I don't understand the ball rolling event. Look at this. Look at this Super Mario Kart nonsense. I don't know what this is. Lord, look at it. Does anybody out there have any idea how you're supposed to play this? You can look at it and you can think you have some idea how you're supposed to play it. I have no idea. I had learned that the Athletics Day performance didn't really impact anything, so I just did the ball roll because I thought I would be able to do. I thought my stats were high enough. They weren't. I don't understand it. And I didn't want to take the 16 seconds to reload, so that's it. I did the ball roll. We lost. At the folk dance, Ayako used the familiar, romantically formal second-person pronoun anata. Mio coldly intoned a
yoroshiku
and Shiori stuttered a flattered blushly.
Anata to nano?
I walked Ayako home. I committed my first Yumi walk-home rejection.
Sayonara.
Made a tick in my notebook about that.
Sayonara!
I took Shiori to the aquarium because we hadn't been there yet, and I settled for the medium romantic option. I walked Mio home on June 21st because I hadn't seen her in a while. That same day, I got a bomb warning. I correctly intuited it was Ayako. My asking her out on a date had only bought me a bomb delay, not a defusal. So I took her out to see a concert on July 7th, 1996. She showed up wearing a sort of bingo hall outfit. Bingo! We saw a heavy metal band called Zeekzix. She didn't like it, though I knew from previous experience both in Tokimeki Memorial and in real life that even if you don't enjoy yourself, it counts as a date for somebody. Bingo! At this point, I had girls wanting to walk home with me 2 or 3 times a week. I needed to be careful, so I kept diligent track of whom I'd refused on what day. I invited Shiori to the pool on August 4th, 1996, simply because I knew from an earlier playthrough that the romantic option was sure to show up, even if you did a pool date 2 years in a row. I didn't anticipate triggering an event date wherein Shiori slid down a water slide directly behind me, kicking me in the back, full force as a prank. I did not, until this moment, realize Shiori even had a sense of humor. I'd courted her so ineptly in my previous attempt that she never bothered making jokes around me at all. And now I was able to hear her voice actor express a genuinely hearty laugh. Completely at odds with everything I thought I knew about this character. Right here, I started to feel something I couldn't describe. I'd spend the rest of this playthrough trying to describe it to myself. Yoshio invited me on a double date to the amusement park with Shiori and Ayako. I locked on Shiori and ignored Ayako. Bingo! I knew this would mean bomb cleanup with Ayako later, so I made a tick in my checklist.
Goodbye, everybody.
On September 1st, 1996, I took Shiori to see the K&M Symphony Orchestra at the concert hall. Post-date, I shared in her fine appreciation of classical music, resulting in, at last, the transition of her face to a perma-blush. Then I received a bomb warning. I knew off the top of my head it was
Sayonara!
Yumi. I checked anyway, and then I reloaded back to August 25th. This erased Shiori's and my date to the symphony, removing Shiori's perma-blush in the process. I took Yumi on a giri choko of a date to the arcade where I told her I knew more than one girl who liked video games. I don't even know who I was talking about. Shiori stopped me in the street after school on Saturday, September 7th, 1996 to tell me, and I quote,
最近たくましくなってきたね。
I immediately thought of Friday, February 10th, 2006. I'd been working out for a couple of months. I was wearing a suit. I went to meet my best friend for dinner in Omotesando after work. We hadn't seen each other in a month. It was unseasonably warm. I had my jacket off. I had the sleeves of my blue Buzz Rickson's chambray shirt rolled up sort of exactly like this. She gripped my forearm right up above my watch, squeezed it, and said, and I quote,
最近たくましくなってきたね。
We had hung out once or twice or sometimes thrice per month for 3 years at that point, and we'd keep doing so for 4 more years until I moved back to America, at which point we'd start emailing each other once or twice or sometimes thrice per week for 3 years until one day, on September 15th, 2013, I rescheduled Shiori's and my orchestra date for September 15th, 1996. I had wanted to get her back into perma-blushing status in time for the class trip, for the sake of striking video capture footy. I had planned to decide on Okinawa for the class trip so I could capture a blushing Shiori sunset backlit on a beautiful beach. Now that was impossible. The soonest we could go to the symphony would be after the class trip. Shiori greeted me in the hotel lobby on the third day of the school trip to Okinawa with an unblushing face. We went to some temples. We arranged to hang out again on day 5. We went to the ocean where I Final Fantasy battled a giant cobra with my pathetically low health stat number granting me only 50 hit points. Miraculously, I managed to summon a mongoose and emerged victorious unto a perfectly blushing Shiori, backlit by ocean twilight. I pumped my fist. I had earned this shot, so let's just stare at it for a moment.
よかった。心配したんだから。でも、ありがとう。そうね。もう帰りましょう。
The next week, Shiori showed up to the symphony, still blushing. She'd more or less never stopped blushing over the 17 and a half months that remained in the game. I strategically accepted a bowling date with Yumi, which
やったー。
only resulted in her almost immediately afterward asking me to go to the amusement park.
やったー。
I intuited an incoming bomb from Ayako, so I purchased her a middling birthday present.
あら、素敵じゃない。ありがたくいただくわね。
Shiori blushed at our boring little literature club booth at the school arts festival. Shiori blushed at the local park on October 10th, where I triggered a romance-boosting special event date. Shiori took us to a tree notched with marks she and I had made in our shared childhood, comparing our heights over a period of years. She wondered why we'd stopped seeing each other so often after that. My avatar talked about how he's taller than her now, and I made a tick in my notebook. Shiori blushed in the aquarium when I told her the fish looked like living works of art. I walked Yumi home to keep her from hating me. Then, on November 21st, I let my science number tick up just above 105, triggering a first meeting with Yuina. I'd told myself I'd be doing pretty good if I met Yuina after meeting Yumi, though now I wasn't so satisfied. I reloaded. I took Mio to the library, lukewarmed things up with Ayako at the Arboretum,
That's so beautiful.
walked Yumi home again to stave her off.
やったー。
All the while, I buffed my health and appearance stats. I knew I needed to get into the Christmas party, so I figured I could buff the requisite stat early and ride it out for more or less the rest of the game. On December 21st, 1996, Shiori stopped me in the school hallway, called me Bubbus, and told me, and I quote,
最近センス良くなってきたね。
I immediately thought of Friday, March 21st, 2008. I'd been training for a marathon. I'd bought a new pair of glasses. These glasses. They were these glasses. I had purchased some jeans and a shirt at Beams. I got my hair bleached a fashionable yellow. I'd modeled in a couple magazines at this point. I met my best friend for dinner in Omotesando one night after work. She took a sip of her coffee, looked me in the eye, and said, and I quote,
最近センス良くなってきたね。
We had hung out once or twice or sometimes thrice per month for 5 years at that point, and we'd keep doing so for 2 more years until I moved back to America, at which point we'd start emailing each other once or twice or sometimes thrice per week for 3 years, until one day, on September 15th, 2013, I arrived at the Christmas party with an appearance stat of 89. They let me in. Shiori called me Bubbus. Just as I'd expected, she introduced me to her best friend, Megumi Mikihara. Yumi butted in for a moment. I did not turn the game off when she did so. I opened Shiori's present at the gift swap. Afterward, an ultra-romantic event date triggered wherein Shiori and I walked home together late at night. She talked about how she and my avatar used to celebrate Christmas together when they were children, back before I knew either of them. At some point, they had stopped doing that. She asked which one of us was it who started celebrating Christmas with other friends of their own gender as soon as they got into middle school. This prompted my protagonist to sheepishly reply, off script.
Me?
Again, Shiori burst out laughing. She'd punked him again. It had actually been her. I felt my brain tearing in half. In this game about knowing people, I felt like I didn't know anybody. Just then, snow began to fall and Shiori uttered the English words.
ホワイトクリスマスね。
My first thought was that my science stat sat at exactly 104, and that I had successfully put off meeting Yuina Himo until the final year of the game. On New Year's Day, I got cards from Shiori, Ayako, and Yumi. Then Shiori came over, blushing in a kimono. I hadn't even had to call her. As with the previous year, I prayed again to God for Shiori's love, and I managed to get a daikichi at my omikuji on the first try. Shiori and I went skiing the next Sunday, and my athletics score was high enough to speak the romantic option, which involved us skiing the most advanced course. Shiori, turns out, canonically loves skiing. It's her favorite thing in the world is skiing. Interestingly enough, it's that Descente jacket. You have a jacket like this. You have a jacket like this. Look at this jacket. You got a jacket like that. You're gonna learn to love skiing. Somebody gives you a jacket like that for Christmas, you're gonna be like, I gotta ski for the rest of my life now. I gotta wear this jacket every time I can. Look at that jacket. That's an amazing jacket. Look at this jacket. Top 10 game jackets off the top of my head. Okay, I'll do that later. As 1997 began, every girl was happy with me. Nobody was even neutral. I didn't need to call Yoshio to confirm this, though I did so anyway, just for illustrative purposes, for you, the viewer's benefit. I had a roster of only 5 girls as of the beginning of the 3rd year. This was going well. I decided I could manage exactly 1 more girl, so I grinded my science number up, triggering a meeting with Yuina. Yuina roped me into the science club. I checked my numbers and figured that I had so many opportunities to romance Shiori that I no longer needed to stay in the same club as her, even though doing so would mean missing out on a possible special romantic club retreat event. So I stayed in the computer club so as to keep a friendly relationship established with Yuina. Like I said, I knew I couldn't perfectly predict Yuina. I wanted all I could get. Yumi started perma-blushing at me. I don't know what I did to make her do that.
やったーやったー
So I made a note to schedule an arboretum date at my nearest convenience. I took Shiori to see a romantic movie. I'd walked home with Mio enough times to not give her a birthday present. Yuina cornered me in the school hallway and told me she was going to the arboretum on Sunday, leaving me to answer, I'm going too, to which she replied, of course you are. Valentine's Day was a bonfire. Mio gave me a giri choco. Yumi gave me a special chocolate. Megumi gave me a giri choco. Yuina gave me a giri choco, which she referred to as an experimental chocolate. Ayako straight up told me, here's a giri choco. Then Shiori met me outside. She said she'd been too shy to give me the chocolate at school. She'd made it herself. I ranked 12th on the end of term exams, 4 places under Shiori. On White Day, of course, I gave Shiori chocolate.
だって私もう教室に戻らないと
Exactly 1 week after White Day, on Friday, March 21st, 1997, on the Japanese bank holiday celebrating the spring equinox, Shiori Fujisaki called me on the telephone. It was our shared birthday. She invited me over to her house. She said she'd baked us a cake. Of course, I told her I'd be right over. It wasn't even a dialogue choice. The protagonist said it on his own, and I wouldn't have stopped him if I could have. Shiori invited me into her bedroom. Together, we ate a birthday cake, and she reminisced about the times we'd done this as children. She said we always used to hang out like this in her bedroom when we were children. She blushed as she expounded on the romantic beauty of 2 best friends sharing the same birthday. She brought up the fact that my avatar had once given her a toy wedding ring for a birthday present. I remembered May 2008. I was working on a video game with Grasshopper Manufacture at an office in Koenji, Tokyo, Japan. We'd pitched the yet untitled video game to Electronic Arts as having a quote-unquote gigolo system. In Goichi Suda's, quite frankly, bizarre pitch, He'd said that the main character of the game had to bring flowers to ladies who lived in houses speckled throughout the city. If the player wanted to save their game, they needed to proffer the proper flowers to the local lady. In Grasshopper's No More Heroes, Suda explained, you saved the game by taking a dump in a public toilet. Our new game would therefore be classier, less teenaged, and more mature. EA's American producers loudly loved the idea of having in-game sex to save the video game. They wanted to know more about this feature. Goichi Suda asked me personally to write up a proposal document.
I did actually get bulgogi. I got bulgogi and
I did my best.
I got bulgogi and I got rice
wasn't
and
the
I got
best
soup.
proposal document
And I got,
outlining a
and they
yet
gave me
non-existent system in a yet
And I got
in
bubble tea
production,
too.
yet untitled
Because we
video
deserve
game I
bubble
had
tea.
ever written. Not by a long shot.
This year we eat
That,
together.
perhaps, was
I like
the
this place
point.
a lot.
One
I eat
week
from here a
later,
lot.
I had a meeting with Suda where
The soup is so good.
talked through the document. He made a couple rumbling
I was like, I should eat in
sounds.
front of
He
my.
said,
I should eat in
"Think
front of
this is
my.
too complicated." To which
Eat in front of my
I
computer,
answered,
and then
"You're
immediately
telling
after I
me?"
said this,
He
I
said,
spilt the fucking
"Think we
soup.
gotta cool him
What
off
tea
with
did I
his
get?
whole
I got
gigolo system, to be
Tiger,
honest." They keep asking about it. To
Tiger
which I said,
milk,
"Yeah,
Tiger
I think
fresh
this
milk.
document might
tea
do the
with
trick."
pearls.
We talked through
And I
the
switched it
logistics
out.
of
What
pitching
is happening
something
in this video?
slightly more
And then I switched it out with some
complicated
soy
than the money
milk.
men would
And I got
want, so
pearls.
as to kick
And
off
I got
a
bulgogi
back
and I
and
got
forth
silken
that'd
tofu soup.
eventually result in
I
our
got rice
collaboratively
and
whittling the
kimchi
gigolo system
and
feature down
pickled
to a
fucking whatever
nub,
that is. What is
which
that?
we
Pickled
then
onion.
eventually
Mm-mm.
knuckle flip off the proverbial
I'm
workshop
gonna eat
table
now.
of video game
And I'll be.
production.
What is going
At
on?
the end of our
Why is he
little
shooting
meeting,
a gun with his
I said to Suda,
penis? Why is he
"Man,
holding
I
it like
just
that?
bought
The
a copy of
recoil would
Tokimeki
hurt.
Memorial for the PlayStation.
Anyways.
I was kind of excited to dive
If
into
you were
it
eating-
for research.
Hey, if you're
And
eating
Suda
too, let's eat
immediately
together.
replied with this
Okay, I will go again.
darkness
Bye bye.
in his face, this urgent darkness. He said, "Dude, you should play it anyway." Then, at the door, he turned around in a sort of Columbo motion and spoke a strange sentence I realized today I never forgot. He said, "Make sure you make your birthday and Shiori Fujisaki's birthday the same day. And make sure it's a bank holiday in March of 1997. Outside our houses, standing under a street lamp in the dark of night, Shiori looked upon me with the cold eyes of a hypnotized robot and reported that this had been a wonderful birthday. For not the last time in my experience with Tokimeki Memorial, I thought of Demetrius from Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream. Lysander in love with Hermia, Hermia in love with Lysander, Helena in love with Demetrius, Demetrius, rejecter of Helena, engaged to Hermia, ambivalently. Over the course of one night, these four friends suffer the effects of fairy magical hypnosis. The magic causes many problems, then solves all those problems except one. At the end of A Midsummer Night's Dream, Lysander, Hermia, and Helena have overcome their magic. In order for Shakespeare's puzzle box of a plot to work, however, someone has to stay on the other side of hypnosis. Demetrius leaves the story conveniently in hypnotized love to Helena. A Midsummer Night's Dream is a comedy, though one ice-cold winter day. At an all-female production of the play in Saitama, Japan, I did not laugh at Demetrius. The actress playing Demetrius, a friend of a friend, watched the in-play players perform the final play within the play with such an over-the-top look of dead-eyed mirth that it grounded me in sad reflection. I remembered this, and she already looked at me the way she looked at me under those streetlights. We own our own minds. Imagine that taken from you. And here's Shiori, a virtual person containing moments of raw personality just hidden enough under an ocean of game mechanics to make her feel real. By way of simple, calculated decisions, I had written her into this, redrawn her into this. Virtual high school continued. I took Yumi to karaoke and didn't tell her she was the best singer I had ever heard. I accidentally said karaoke instead of karaoke. Usually when I'm speaking English, I say karaoke because that's how we say it in English. I said karaoke is how you say it in Japanese. You know, when I was in Japan, every time I ever said, let's go to karaoke to somebody in Japanese, karaoke ikoyo. That's not how I never spoke Japanese. Karaoke ikanee ka. I say karaoke. I would always say karaoke when I spoke Japanese. And a Japanese person would always say, karaoke janai desu ka? Always telling me that. Karaoke janai desu ka, janai. Okay? I offered to hold Ayako's shopping bags instead of telling her she looked great. She already blushed at the aquarium. Yumi left the zoo mildly disappointed that I had said I didn't particularly love koalas. Mio liked me so much she asked me to run the three-legged race with her, so I made sure we lost. Not 100% sure if that did anything. I told Megumi an article of clothing didn't look quite right on her. Felt real bad. I cooled Mio back down to lukewarmth at the Arboretum. I dared to compare Yuina Himo to something so boring as a statue at the museum. The symphony was back in town in July. Shiori communicated her appreciation with hypnotized eyes. At the yearly summer double date at the amusement park, with a roller coaster or haunted house in the backdrop, Shiori's blushing love sickness made her look genuinely dead. I took her to the pool. Days later, in the school hallway, she invited me to the zoo. I told her I too felt sad to see animals in cages. I invited Mio to the planetarium. I walked her home once. I intuited I had bombs pending from Ayako and Yumi. I took Ayako to see an exhibit by the in-game equivalent of H.R. Geiger. This resulted in a special event date I knew all too well.
Great!
I asked Yumi out to the stadium. She said she was busy. Conveniently, the very next day, Yumi asked me out to the stadium on the same day she told me she was too busy to go to the stadium. I wasn't going to argue with a robot I didn't like, so of course I said yes. I stayed fearful of Yuina, so I didn't leave the science club. I participated in the school culture festival with her. I took Megumi to the museum to see the grotesque art of the in-game equivalent of H.R. Geiger, which I knew she wouldn't like. I took Yuina to the junk shop, mostly because I wanted to hear the junk shop music again. Actually, do you want to listen to the junk shop music uninterrupted for 30 seconds? Okay, check this out.
やっぱりショッピングといえばここね。
Okay, I took Shiori to see the comedy movie I didn't realize she would love during my first playthrough. Now Ayako was blushing, so I took her to karaoke and told her she was pretty good at singing, which did not offend her. She asked me out the next week in the school hallway. I turned her down. I kept grinding my numbers. I ranked first in the school exams. I got turned away at the Christmas party just as I planned. On New Year's Eve, quite unexpectedly, Yumi came to my house to invite me outside for a snowball fight I could not refuse. She was already in the most in-love status possible in Tokimeki Memorial, as indicated by a blushing face on Yoshio's status report. After Shiori and I spent our usual lovely New Year's Day.
実は私ね。
And follow-up romance movie date, I'd start agonizing over phone calls. 48 in-game days remained. When Megumi asked my opinion of the dolphin show, I offended her by asking her if she knew that dolphins are mammals. I rejected Yumi outright in the school hall. Then, quite accidentally, I stumbled into the event date action wherein I catch Yuina being sad on the school roof. I had seen this in a previous life. I ran the numbers. I couldn't guarantee a win if I let Yuina get that emotional. The trip to the junk shop and
やっぱりショッピングといえば
making her mad in the museum had actually stirred something in her. Something romantic. She respected me. I reloaded back to my 48 days remaining save, erasing and eradicating her emotional cry for help, sweeping most of her personality under the rug. I told Megumi dolphins are cute and smart, and she agreed. I took Yumi to the arcade. I walked Ayako home. I gave Mio a book for her birthday with 27 days remaining in the game, immediately defusing her final bomb. Before I was even warned about it, I suffered an embarrassment of chocolate on Valentine's Day. Yumi made me promise I wouldn't eat any other chocolates except hers. Ayako told me that her chocolates were actually not 100% Giri Choco. Mio had enclosed a poem in her chocolate, which my avatar enjoyed so much, he dared not read it to me. Koji Igarashi didn't want to write a poem. That's what I realized. He's not a poet. Kind of want to write a poem about what is a man, a miserable pile of secrets in Japanese. Recited, inserted as an interlude here. What if Koji Igarashi wrote a love poem in Mio's voice to the protagonist? What would that be? I'll write that poem and get back to you during the editing process. Shiori again presented me handmade chocolates. 16 in-game days remained. I thought back to before my reload. I recalled Yuina sadly sighing on the roof. She had been evidently crying before I went up there. I knew everything about her from a previous life in which she'd revealed it all to me. She appealed to me bravely as someone who needed someone to talk to. And here I was in a parallel universe, not giving her that someone. She reminded me of someone in my real life long ago. I also knew that my reload hadn't erased the bomb she planned to set. I called her on the phone. For the last time in my 90 hours of playing, Tokimeki Memorial surprised me. Yuina did not pick up the phone. She wasn't home. Shiori told me in the hallway that I'd
最近かっこよくなってきたね
and I remembered my best friend on Friday, November 13th, 2009. Shiori and I had our last date on February 22nd, 1998, at the amusement park. We rode some gimmicky virtual reality spaceship thing. In this case, I instinctively knew that the romantic choice was the one in which I expressed childlike joy at the idea of the computer-animated asteroids. With final stats at Health 63, Humanities 131, Sciences 140, Arts 131, Exercise 192, Conversationalism 141, Appearance 115, Guts 97, and Stress 0, I decided to take the university entrance exams. I shot for the top school, and I got a perfect score. Immediately afterward, I exercised to try to get my guts back up to over 100. I didn't feel right having any of the major stats under 100. I spent my last week at high school running again and again toward Shiori until my health sat dangerously at 51%. And then came March 1st, 1998, the day of the graduation ceremony. I hesitated on the final dialogue window. On the next screen, I'd know if Shiori was going to confess her love to me or if it was going to be one of the other 5 girls in love with me. I had weighed every decision so carefully that the last 6 months of the game had taken me 3 real-world hours. And I still didn't know. Shiori is infamously difficult to negotiate into that highest happy face category in Yoshio's intel menu that Yumi, for example, so accidentally enters. Shiori never entered that happy face once in this entire playthrough. And she certainly wasn't there at the end. I was shivering. I felt like an emotional disaster. The only page I had let myself read of the one ancient Japanese guide from 1996 that I'd found on the internet had been that one with Shiori's basic stats and the club membership birthday formula. That page had told me that Shiori wanted all my study stats over 130, everything else over 100, my stress under 30, and my health over 70. My health was only at 51%. I ran the numbers. I looked at my notes. Even if I reloaded back to my January 11th save, I didn't know if I could do that. I'd have to roll back 6 months at least, and even then I didn't know if I had what it took to play the stock market of Shiori's heart well enough to pull off those kinds of ending numbers. I'd just spent 9 hours on this meticulous playthrough. If I had to start all over again, it was going to break my brain in addition to my heart. So I held my breath, and I advanced the dialogue window. In the classroom, I found a letter inside my desk. All of Tokimeki Memorial's good endings begin this way, with a nani nani, the protagonist coldly yada yadas his way past the letter's salutation and reads only the conclusion, which invariably reads, "I'm waiting for you beneath the tree of legend." As in all of Tokimeki Memorial's good endings, the letter writer has not signed her name. My avatar sprinted toward the tree in silhouette. He stopped to catch his breath as a girl emerged from behind the tree. The camera in the following full-color shot inched up past the girl's heart-clutching hand. I clutched my own heart.
Wow, that sure was an exhaustive, extensive, explanatory exploration of 2 complete playthroughs of Konami's quintessential dating simulation video game, Tokimeki Memorial. Together, they comprise the most sizable single segment of Action Button Review's Tokimeki Memorial. You have witnessed my miserable failure, and you have witnessed my equally miserable comeback victory. It ended on quite the cliffhanger. I got chills just editing it. We are about to enter the heaviest and final segment, though maybe right now you might consider taking a break. I'm sorry. I know that I said to you at the end of the previous intermission that I would not interrupt the video again. I confess, that was a ruse intended to identify those viewers among my audience who have yet not taken the time to realize that I provide a meticulous, time-stamped chapter list in the description of every review I make. Take a look at it right now if you'd like. You'll see this intermission clearly labeled. See it right there? It says, Intermission number 3. Now, I don't know about you, though I don't like it when video games try to tell me the quote-unquote best way to play them. So I feel a bit like a jerkweed to be sitting here right now telling you the quote-unquote best way to watch my video. Maybe I am a Nintendo Wii circa 2007. Feel free to disregard my suggestion if you must, though maybe if I bore you with an intentionally bad anecdote in this planned intermission, you'll listen to me. I'd like you to keep this in mind as we enter the home stretch of this review, in which we ponder several heavy questions. You stand upon the threshold of dark territory. I believe in you, Navigator. I know you can see through this. However, maybe you'd like to take a little break first. And with that, I'll see you in the epilogue. If you can get there.
The camera in the following full-color shot of the cutscene inched up past the girl's heart-clutching hand as I clutched my own heart. Taken as it entirely is, Tokimeki Memorial shocks me with the depth of its narrative puzzle box. I consider myself a somewhat more self-aware than most people sort of 21st century person, and this moment still shocked me. I gasped. I held the breath I obtained by way of that gasp. During that gasp, I distinctly recalled with crystal brilliant clarity a moment from a previous life. In my 8th playthrough, I pursued blue-haired baseball team manager Saki Nijino. Saki can enjoy practically any date spot. All she wants in a boyfriend is someone with persistence and perseverance. In the presence of such a man, she'll forgive many, if not most, faults. Saki Nijino's easygoingness, open-mindedness, and acceptance make Shiori Fujisaki look like a Republican. And that's saying something. A Saki Nijino route playthrough of Tokimeki Memorial is relaxing, enjoyable, and relatively stress-free. Every bit the hazy, rosy school days reliving the blotchy, fuzzy PC Engine box art promised. And more. Dating Saki Nijino basically presents the player Tokimeki Memorial's equivalent of an easy mode. However, in this route, like in all routes, Shiori Fujisaki still looms. The game still begins with the protagonist internal monologuing about his lifelong crush on Shiori Fujisaki. Any way you choose to play Tokimeki Memorial, you'll have to see Shiori Fujisaki, talk to her after school sometimes, and deal with whatever her hidden feelings might be. So it was that for my 2nd through 13th playthroughs of Tokimeki Memorial, I friend-zoned Shiori Fujisaki every which way the game let me.
Sayonara, sayonara, sayonara.
In the process, I learned everything about her, including things I feel damaged to have learned. In other words, I have 6 times as much experience cooling Shiori Fujisaki down as I have heating her up. On my Saki route playthrough number 8, I accompanied Shiori Fujisaki on a platonic excursion to the school arts festival. In this playthrough, I purposely hadn't joined a club yet. Not joining a club lets you use the school culture festival as a one-off sort of date mulligan. Showing up at the school festival unattached to any club results in your being able to choose a girl to shout out from the crowd. Then you can choose any exhibit you'd like to witness with her. As I'd already learned 7 times at this point, when you do not pursue Shiori Fujisaki in Tokimeki Memorial, she haunts you hard. You still say hello to her after school once or twice a month. She still occasionally asks you out in the hall. Yet, as you routinely ignore her, she responds with much more profound forlornness than any other girl in the game.
Sayonara, sayonara.
Tokimeki Memorial's writers, which, yes, included Koji Castlevania Symphony of the Night Igarashi, made sure that it hurts to choose lukewarm conversation options with Shiori above all other girls.
その言い方、あんまり良くないと思うな。
In my 7 playthroughs at that point, I'd witnessed plenty of cold Shiori moments, though I was not prepared for the interaction that ensued when I took her to the school festival in my 8th playthrough. I chose to take her to the art club's booth where the club members were exhibiting their skills by drawing portraits of any attendees. My protagonist, at my suggestion, suggested that Shiori have her portrait drawn. Shiori immediately replied that, and I quote,
私はいいわ。人に描いてもらうの好きじゃないから。
I don't like having my picture drawn. I gasped. For metatextual reasons alone, this flat declaration blew my mind. Then, the protagonist said something that made me gasp again. That's 2 gasps. We call that a double lungful where I'm from. The protagonist said, well, if you're not going to get your portrait drawn, let's just go home. And then, fade to black. The date was instantly over. In this other life, after I'd spent a semester and change largely neglecting her,
さよなら、さよなら、さよなら。それじゃ、さよなら。
my protagonist's childhood best friend Shiori Fujisaki had told me point blank that she didn't like having her picture drawn. And then my protagonist had, uncontrollably by any of my dialogue choosing, spoke to her tersely in a manner befitting a bad husband. The tonal whiplash of it shocked me. From that moment on, I'd never be able to get that splinter of a memory out of my brain. It shocked me both that Shiori and the protagonist could achieve such a snippy relationship and that such a profound interaction lay hidden underneath so many layers of chance. It took a lot of work to extract details like this from Tokimeki Memorial's iron grasp. At 1994 CD loading speeds, players needed to devote so many toiling hours to experience even a sliver of this game's everything that most normie players probably took it like a personality test, followed their whims, walked out satisfied, and then had a delightful conversation or two with real-world friends who'd had a completely different experience. Yet Tokimeki Memorial murder glares at would-be completionists. We can play this game too many alternative ways. We can concentrate on leveling up our mysterious hidden club stat so as to blow people's minds at the school festival. We can chase a friendship with Ray, the most popular guy at school, resulting in some bizarre narrative twists involving a high-drama kidnapping plot that most players would never see. We can date quietly, or in a showboaty manner that magnetizes the Final Fantasy random battle attention of local brawling gang punks. Or we can level up our appearance stat to the detriment of all else, even our health, shaving our every other virtue into a smooth nub, in hopes of winning a morsel of attention from Mirakagami, the biggest-breasted, most fan-clubbed girl in all the school. Or you can do what I did and follow your fooled heart toward what you expect is a long, happy ever after with box art girl Shiori Fujisaki. You can accept the branding's insistence of her as your canonical girlfriend, put yourself in her mind's shoes, try your best to be genuine and good enough for her, and then peak halfway through your second year before action falling into eventual graduational solitude. You can take this final loneliness as catharsis, or you can adopt a serial killer's brain and min-max your way to a final revenge happiness with Shiori. Though at what cost? What did you spend to make this perfect girl blush? What divine hat did you shrink to fit your human skull? How many tricks, how many resets, how many reloads, how many dark baskings in the sad reality that you can't in fact track back to how it was for actual you? So virtual Midsummer Night's dreamings toward this ideal individual will have to do. Have to do for how long? For now? For how much later? Here's Shiori the object, our oblivious final Demetrius, unaware of the clock workings of the machine that put her in front of you. Here we have programmed the artificial intelligences of our souls to solve a board game that, if rendered physical, would occupy twice the square footage of the Library of Congress and the Library of Congress's parking lot. Look at her. First, to you, she was an ultimate Dracula, a final boss with softer verbs. Now you've done it and you've duped her. You've worse than duped her. You practically wrote her. You see, when you make a game that feels like a person, you make a player that feels bad to treat that person like an object. Perhaps this particular hacker's guilt is the point Tokimeki Memorial's designers sought earnestly to impress upon us in 1994 and in 2020. Or maybe I'm giving a little too much credit to some people who just wanted to sell copious hot anime girl branded merch. On the other hand, ain't love changing yourself for someone else? Ain't love a two-way street? So what if I tried harder here than I've ever tried for real, even with that perfect ideal girlfriend who told me she loved me every day for 6 years? To whom do I owe me feeling bad? You? Or this video game? Is Tokimeki Memorial making me feel this way on purpose? I think yes. I honestly do not think I'm reading too much into this. Tokimeki Memorial is a post-cyberpunk work of pop literature that wants you to have this exact experience. Maybe to you right now I sound like some kind of a lunatic. Buddy, trust me, I went through this game. I lived this. You probably didn't. The way I felt right here at the true ending of this game was wild. If I'd read a guide and used save states, I probably could have gotten here on my first playthrough, though I didn't. I didn't read guides. I didn't use save states. I did it my own way. I did it the hard way. I suffered the wretchedest of bad endings, and I sampled the spectrum of a long vacation of good ones. And then I glued together a roadmap leading me to this dry land right here. I'd say I wish you too could feel what I felt right here, though I also don't know if just anyone can take what I felt. So, I come to you today panhandling for the answer to one question. Can someone play Tokimeki Memorial and win Shiori Fujisaki's love, respect, and devotion on their first try, simply out of the pureness of their heart? Does such a person exist? Did such a person ever exist? I dare to hypothesize, no. And with this hypothesis, we've gotten to the point. I call this one the itch the freak scratched. Tokimeki Memorial is a game about girls, developed concurrently with the volcanic eruption of doom and its like every elsewhere within the game enthusiasm. Yet, despite being a game about girls, Tokimeki Memorial is also decidedly as much a game for boys as Doom is. Heck, maybe it's even more a game for boys. Girls ended up loving Tokimeki Memorial so much that it spawned an entire genre of girl-focused dating simulation games and Tokimeki Memorial Girls Side, a side franchise so successful it sort of genuinely became the main franchise. Having said that, the game's original makers did in fact make it specifically presuming boys as the primary audience. As the New York Times explained in 1996, Tokimeki Memorial was, quote, made by a group of men with no input from women, unquote. It's actually not true, as we've explained before. Tokimeki Memorial objectifies women. Now, before you close the tab because I've gone full SJW on you, first of all, let me say, take a look at the timestamp. You've made it pretty far into this video to just close the tab now. Maybe you should just listen to me for a second. Objectify is, in fact, an actual word in the dictionary. We English-speaking humans do use it in fields outside video game criticism. We use it when talking about linguistics, or grammar, or physics, or movies, for example. When I say that Tokimeki Memorial objectifies women, I don't just mean it objectifies women because Yoshio's intel report includes a bust size number that goes up by about a centimeter for every girl between junior and senior years, or because the bomb mechanic hinges on an acceptance of the stereotype of women as gossipy and vindictive attention cravers. I definitely don't mean Tokimeki Memorial objectifies women because you get the option once per year to peek into a shower window, which of course I did for scientific purposes just to measure the impact on my character's reputation and capture clear footage of it. Though I promise I felt gross anyway. I don't even mean Tokimeki Memorial objectifies women because you can almost see up Mira Kagami's skirt every once and a most of the time. And I certainly don't mean Tokimeki Memorial objectifies women in the way it leans so heavily on the idiot plot storytelling trope wherein it manufactures so many bumbling situational conflicts from which either party could flawlessly escape if they just open up and speak two emotionally honest words to each other.
やっぱりなんでもないそれだ
Instead of just immediately sorting every other person on site into some temptation barrel. I mean, these are all valid points to look at, and I think I just looked at them. Now, though, I'd like to take a colder, defamiliarized approach angle in my discussion of Tokimeki Memorial's objectification of women and its subcutaneous, overwhelming maleness. What I mean when I say that Tokimeki Memorial objectifies women is that it does so in the sort of the same sense that Doom objectifies demons. You date Tokimeki Memorial's girls the same way that you shoot Doom's demons. In Doom, when you shoot a demon, it's usually the result of a fast twitch reflex hammering on the shoot button upon sighting the threat. The demon plays object to you, the subject's verb, shoot. When it fully realizes its role as object of your gun shooting verb, the threatening demon becomes a shot demon, splurting blood and reeling backward. This entire process of see the demon, categorize the threat, react, aim, shoot, watch its death equals an objectification. In Tokimeki Memorial, it's a little different. Tokimeki Memorial valiantly gamifies complex social interactions down into little bite-sized quiz games of lovely audio visuality. Rather than fall into piles on the floor serving as landmarks of your conquest upon the completion of a date, however, Tokimeki Memorial's girls remain in play, wielding genuine story agency via their capacity to provide an obstacle again in the form of bombing you. In a sloppy play, you might wind up making a date with your crush and then having to stand her up on that date so you can spend your turn instead using the telephone to call up and cool off a bomber. That didn't happen in my perfect run, of course, because I had dissected the game too completely to get myself into such a situation, though it can and does happen in intermediate playthroughs. In other words, Tokimeki Memorial is a first-person video game from 1994 where you do talk to these creatures, where by creatures I mean anime girlfriends. Let's think back to my very first date with Shiori in my very first playthrough of Tokimeki Memorial. I told you we'd revisit this later. Right at the end of that date at Kinameki Central Park, I realized from Shiori's wording, facial expression, and voice tone that I could have chosen a better line for my protagonist to deliver on the previous multiple choice menu. I told her the weather was nice when I could have told her that the sunlight filtering through the trees made it feel like we were on the first page of a romance novel. When the protagonist witnessed her reaction and declared it a relatively good impression, I knew I'd been wrong. When Shiori said goodbye at the end of the date, I was completely hooked. At this exact point, I recalled some words from New York University's Game Center's Frank Lantz. Back in the early 2010s, we were working together on a game for Zynga called The Friend Game. In The Friend Game, which is now defunct, by the way, probably ultimately for good, because it might have ultimately ended up hyper monetized in like selling information to the FBI or the CIA or Cambridge Analytica or whatever. Kind of glad that game wasn't successful. It was great. In the friend game, you answered simple questionnaire questions. Then your friends had to guess how you had answered, while you were guessing how they had answered. If you guessed right, the game gave you a celebratory point. If you guessed wrong, the game told you guessed wrong. The friend game could ask you how you think a friend would answer a question they hadn't answered yet. Also, the friend game could ask you how you think a friend thought you answered a question. It was deep fun. During the few weeks the game lived after launch, it felt at least as rewardingly competitive as Call of Duty. I'm not saying that as a joke. I really believe that. It had some real friction to it. So it was my job on this project to write thousands of these questionnaire questions. I think I wrote some pretty good ones. Lee Alexander wrote some of the questions too. Frank Lantz pitched the game to us with a phrasing I will never forget. He described every little encounter in the friend game as like throwing a ball of paper at a wastebasket. It either goes in or it doesn't. The phrase took on a slightly twisted new meaning here at the end of my first Tokimeki Memorial date. I recalled the weird shame I'd felt just moments earlier when I saw the cheesy line. I told myself that it was probably the right line. Then I didn't choose it anyway. Now, moments later, I knew that from here on out, that's the sort of line I would choose. This was perhaps the most important moment in my relationship as a 2020 human person with the 1994 digital girl Shiori Fujisaki inside the post-cyberpunk artifact Tokimeki Memorial. I had made it exactly 31 minutes, 17 seconds, and 12 frames into Tokimeki Memorial before I stopped treating Shiori Fujisaki like a person and started treating her like a fictional character. And I don't just mean I treated her like a character in a work of fiction I was enjoying as a reader or a viewer. I mean I started to think of her like she was a character in a story I was writing. I don't want to accept that life is a game, that social interactions are game mechanics, that conversations are level designs in which each concerned party has desires and motivations. This isn't a David Mamet masterclass.
Your job is to tell a story. A story has a hero, and he or she wants one thing.
Yet, that's how it is. In gamifying dates, Tokimeki Memorial is gamifying a game. Tokimeki Memorial is objectifying objectives. As I learned about Shiori's pre-written personality level design in my first of 14 playthroughs, I coldly began writing the mundanely perfect story, at the end of which Shiori and I would truly wind up together. In other words, here we have a game whose narrative design slowly transforms the player into co-writer. Taken on one level, Tokimeki Memorial is about norms. Actually, taken on two levels, Tokimeki Memorial is a game about norms and a story about norms. Narratively, we have the central hook of the Tree of Legend. Kirameki High School students throughout what we're led to believe are the ages have long held a rumorous legend that any two students confessing mutual love for one another under this particular tree on graduation day will thereafter enter a romantic relationship that lasts the rests of their respective lives. The Tree of Legend stands in symbolically for the hypothetical grown-up players' pop culturally falsified rosy memories of a high school experience they might not have actually had. The legend of the Tree of Legend keeps these students chastely in check. No one on campus would dare, for example, risk escalating a friendly relationship to a sexual level, for example, lest they defy the conditions of the tree's legend. This weird chastity manifests in many other aspects of Tokimeki Memorial's plot. Looking back at that breathless 1996 New York Times article, we can see that some video game players of Tokimeki Memorial considered the chaste purity of the game nostalgic. As the article says, the game characters tend to be sweeter than real high school students and will not tell their awkward suitors to get a life. That kind of tender girl no longer exists, said Yasunobu Goto, a 19-year-old vocational school student. First of all, Yasunobu Goto here is 19 years old, and he's already swinging around a kids these days attitude. People in the 90s grew up fast, man. Bingo! We don't need to dig too deeply to discover that in the early 1990s, the Japanese pop culture referenced visually and sonically in Tokimeki Memorial's atmosphere had started to fall into the realm of old-fashionedness. I don't want to start talking too deeply about this because we can't start talking about pop music without talking about rock music, without talking about television drama serials, films, and eventually the sports and politics of the day. So let's focus superficially on pop idols for a second because I find them most relevant to Tokimeki Memorial's appeal. In the 1970s and 1980s, Japanese pop idols exuded a distinctly Japanese aesthetic. As the marketing legends had it, girls were selected from among their communities and then ascended into nationwide stardom, hence the term idols. They were the modern capitalistic Japanese equivalent of religious figures. Legendary producers like Haruomi Hosono made a dozen different songs for a dozen different idols per year for a period lasting a decade and a half. Each idol had her own image, her own sound, her own nostalgia touchstones, her own world building. In the early 1990s, idols had become their own source of nostalgia, as actual pop idols either got conglomerated together by mega producers with Costco business models or gravitated toward emulating more globally popular styles, as idols started to target either Japanese niche superfans or the elusive global audience, as idol music became either a maximalist collage of its own oldest and crustiest stereotypes or sonically indistinguishable from American R&B. Exude singer-songwriter qualities, nostalgia for the old days' simple idols arose in other mediums. Look at Sailor Moon, a manga and anime that we in the West might consider its own source material. Even Sailor Moon isn't without nostalgia for literally less than 1 decade before its inception. Tokimeki Memorial likewise openly longs for a simpler, more distinguishedly Japanese era of idol pop culture. The simple elevator pitchability of each girl's personality harkens back to a then just barely transpired period of Japanese pop idols. Momoe Yamaguchi, Miho Nakayama, Yoko Oginome, Sonoko Kawai, Noriko Sakai, Seiko Matsuda, Kyoko Koizumi, and even darkly Yukiko Okada all have their counterparts here in Tokimeki Memorial. To put it another way, Tokimeki Memorial, a work from the era when female musicians who wrote, performed, and produced their own complicated songs and controlled their own images and brands, had just begun to spectacularly rise, pined for that just a couple years ago era where a bunch of old guys controlled every word of an idol's lyrics and every curl of her bangs. When I say Tokimeki Memorial is a game about norms, I'm specifically talking about the absolute, untouchably Momoe Yamaguchi-esque Shiori Fujisaki. This ideal girl is perfect at everything. She's the prettiest girl at school. She's the most popular girl in school. She can join any club, play any sport. She can ski. She can swim. She's the smartest girl in school, even though she peaks at 7th on the exams across all my playthroughs. She's perfect. She isn't just the ideal woman or the ideal girlfriend in a game about choosing a girlfriend. She's the ideal person, as totalitarianistically brimming full of goodness as Count Dracula brims with evil. Say what you will about Count Dracula, though, if he wanted to rip your heart out, he'd at least have the courtesy to do it literally. Becoming a person worthy of Shiori Fujisaki's romantic respect requires navigating a disastrously strict social stockbroker's gauntlet. To earn Shiori's love and respect, you need to conform with utter perfection to every social norm regarding manliness. I'm surprised there's not an event where you have to learn how to drive stick shift. You need to be romantic with women, though not a playboy. You need to be the smartest guy in school. You need to be able to run a 5-minute mile. You need to be able to wear better clothes than 99% of men your age. You need to compliment her whenever she looks at you, and when she asks your opinion about literally anything, you need to already know which words to take out of her mouth. To love Shiori Fujisaki via Tokimeki Memorial's game mechanics is to achieve the terrifyingly, impossibly elusive enlightenment state of perfect synchronicity with all ideal male social norms.
最近たくましくなってきたね。
Whose goal is this, though? I decided it's not the protagonist's. The protagonist loves Shiori in a puppy dog sort of way. He's known her since childhood. She's grown up beautiful. He pubertarily lags behind her gorgeous development. He yearns for her, though only as much as a teenaged boy yearns for anything. Only as much as I yearn for an NVIDIA 3090. The protagonist does not exactly consider a happy ever after with Shiori any kind of realistic possibility. She's here in the game greeting the class on the first day of high school to plant the idea seed of love. Our primary verbs in Tokimeki Memorial are plan and speak. The plan verb is how we choose to study science for a week instead of working out. It's how we decide to ask Yuina out on a date to the Arboretum instead of asking Yuko on a date to the planetarium. The other crucial verb is speak, which we choose to ask a girl to walk home from school with us or select one of 3 responses during dating dialogues. These responses directly determine the direction of a girl's evolving opinion about our protagonist. I make such a big deal out of the speak verb because, well, it's the biggest verb in the game. It's our primary action verb. Everything else is just skill tree arborism. Speak is the big verb of Tokimeki Memorial, and we are not the only ones who can use it. We share the speak verb with one other person, this faceless guy.
Right here.
The protagonist also uses the speak verb himself. To bring back an earlier example, when a girl puts me on the spot and asks me out on a date in the school hallway, she asks, "Are you free on Sunday?" To which we can either reply, "I sure am," or "My excellency is unavailable to the likes of you on that particular day." If, for example, we already have a date planned with Shiori for that Sunday and Yumi asks us out, we can't simply say, "Oh, sorry, I'm busy." We have to say the thing that makes us sound like our butthole is so big. We use paper towels for toilet paper. Immediately afterward, our protagonist internal monologues about how, "I probably didn't have to say it like that. What is
Wrong with me?
He is canonically an awkward teen. It is our job as the player to deal with his awkwardness. Tokimeki Memorial is a game about repetition, so let me repeat myself a little bit. Our protagonist begins Tokimeki Memorial in puppy dog love with Shiori. In order to earn Shiori's full adult love, we need to grind all our stats. However, each individual stat leads directly to the protagonist acquiring the attention of a different girl. When we begin a playthrough of the game with our sights set on Shiori, we view these other girls as obstacles. They're grunt monsters at best and mini-bosses at worst. However, to our chastity-horny, young, voiceless, teenaged protagonist, they're not monsters. They're hot girls. He is interested, canonically, in all of them. To reuse my favorite example, when we grind our art number high enough to trigger a first meeting with Ayako, Ayako tells our protagonist to come hang out in the art room sometime, if you feel like it, and he replies, without even asking for our input, "Maybe I will feel like it." He has immediately reckoned the hotness and dateability of this girl. He has turned her into our obstacle. In other words, the player and the avatar are not the same. We don't control him. We control his subconscious. We control his hormones. When we manipulate him into making a karaoke date with Yumi, we're thinking, we need to do this so Yumi doesn't get mad and spread rumors about how big a jerk we are. Our protagonist, however, hangs up the phone and internal monologues a chirpy little "Yatta, tanoshimi da na." No, it's not a tanoshimi da na, you manuke yaro. We're only taking this girl out so that at the end of the karaoke session we can make a passive-aggressive suggestion about knowing a good singing teacher she might like, so that her face icon on Yoshio's intel report downgrades from a blush to a toothy grin. The notion struck me multiple times in my many playthroughs that the 3 dialogue choices on every date all represent thoughts inside the protagonist's head, that he'd say all 3 of these things if he had the time and or the unmanly discourtesy to talk over his date. As I arranged my thoughts and outlined this review, I kept revisiting this notion, a zipper unpeeled in my brain. We, the player, are definitely not the protagonist himself. We are his subconscious filter. We are his hormones. By choosing unromantic options on dates, we're guiding this pubescent boy into seamlessly communicating his actual romantic / hormonal disinterest in the girl he's with. He really is just friends with her. That romantic impression he gave off earlier is just a hormone fluke. It's our job as player to be the writer of this hormone explanation. The protagonist expresses initial romantic interest in every girl he meets because Tokimeki Memorial is a game about choice. Tokimeki Memorial has multiple endings. The protagonist starts the game canonically in love with Shiori Fujisaki, though as he grinds his numbers and meets more girls and expresses boyish interest in all of those girls, the theme of temptation emerges. These other girls tempt our hero away from Shiori, and we can choose one of those girls if we want. We forget the main character's canon love for Shiori, though he can't. Even as we pursue other girls, our avatar continues to, without our ever asking him to, call to Shiori after school. If we're pursuing another girl, we then have to tell Shiori goodbye instead of asking her to walk home with us. If we neglect to ask her to walk home with us enough times, we eventually hear Shiori's after-school acquire a forlorn, dejected, reverberating fade-out. Shiori can still bomb us. We still have to take Shiori out on friendly dates, no matter which girl we're pursuing. She still stares at us wistfully from the game's box art. She haunts us spectrally, contextually, subtextually, and metatextually from the all-white embossed outer paper sleeve covering the Sega Saturn version of the game's jewel case. It never stops feeling weird to not have her come over to your house on New Year's, no matter how much you like the girl who does show up. In dark, sad, mature ways expressed through tiny little clockwork game mechanics, Tokimeki Memorial becomes a coming-of-age story about a teenaged boy with a crush on his Osana Najimi, learning to leave notions of his childhood behind because he's matured just far enough away from his past self to learn that he actually has a type, and it's the short-haired girl on the swim team who wears her running clothes on a date to literally the museum. I find this beautiful. I know I'm not reading too much into this. I know that Tokimeki Memorial's designers envisioned temptation as a core theme, because even if you pursue Shiori, Tokimeki Memorial throws a precision-crafted, diamond-tip drill-engineered temptation girl at you when Shiori innocently introduces you to her best friend, Megumi Mikihara. Pursuing the Megumi path of Tokimeki Memorial requires you to pursue the Shiori path up to a point of definite romance before realizing that you, in fact, like Megumi better. It's not as bold, flashy,
Thank
or
you for
loud,
waiting for me.
as far as I'm concerned, this
I am
is
back,
at least
but I
as
do have to mute
impressive a
myself. The
labyrinthine
dinner was
narrative design
delicious.
trick as
I had a
anything
food coma.
Hideo Kojima
Very
has ever
delicious.
pulled. And right there lies the true perfection
Thank
of
you for
Tokimeki
helping me
Memorial.
choose.
In
Thank you for helping me
every one
choose
of
my
even its
dinner. It was very
non-true
delicious.
endings, it pulls
It was
off
very
this
delicious.
magical narrative design
Yum,
trick.
yum, 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 yum.
Tokimeki Memorial has 13 endings, and only one of them involves romance with Shiori Fujisaki. However, Shiori Fujisaki looms
this down.
crucially important, interloping on the fringes within the stories that unfold in each of the other.
I'm
12
sad because
endings.
I'm gonna go back and actually watch it. Because I'm so fucking curious.
Here at the very end
I
of
got
the game,
so
as
into it and then I fell
tears
asleep.
welled in Shiori's
This
eyes,
video
I
is wild.
called for an instant a flash of another
I
life,
want to watch the
my
whole
8th
thing so
playthrough,
bad.
when I courted Saki Nijino, the second most popular
Oh
girl
my
in the
God.
game. I'd taken Shiori to the school festival on a mulligan date and suggested we go to the art club's booth, where Shiori refused to have her portrait drawn, stating flatly that she hates having her picture drawn. I wondered what could make an Osana Najimi's Ketsueki run so tsumetai on so dumpy a mundane occasion, and I felt my own tears welling up because I knew it was love. There's so many more than one type of love in this world that
If you ever need a
will
2 to 6 hour video,
never know.
always I am
Almost
always watching a
all
video of
them.
that length.
I remembered this moment so strongly.
If I had
after
to pick a video for us to
stalkerly
watch,
tricked Shiori
I should start
Fujisaki
doing that
into loving
actually.
me.
I should be like, hello,
Maybe to
welcome
soothe my nerves.
welcome to
Here
Captain's
was
Saturdays.
possible
Captain's
proof that she
Saturdays.
had always
Today we're
loved
watching
me.
this because I want to watch
Probably
it.
more than I could ever
Because I want to make
love
you
her.
watch it. We're
Unspoken,
3 days into this video.
unrequited
I
love is
I hope you guys are
just another kind of objectification. I should
incredibly
know.
into it
I
because
did
I
it to
want to
that
watch
girl
it.
I
I'm so
liked in
upset that
high
I
school.
had to miss it.
Exactly the same way.
It was
I
fucked because
ended high
like the
school
past
without
few
ever
days I would
telling her
go
anything about
and then
how
I'd leave
I
this
felt for her,
video and then
much
I would go
less
and watch it
I liked her,
on
'cause
my
I
phone.
knew it
Then I
wouldn't
would
have
go and
gone
watch
well. It
my
definitely
video.
wouldn't have
Now I'm
gone
going to
well.
watch my
I
stream
knew
that
there
has this
wasn't a
video on it.
point.
Hello,
I mean, she
hello,
wasn't
I'm back,
exactly
I'm
Shiori
back.
because, let's face it, nobody is. Nobody can be Shiori
Alright.
Fujisaki. Though my
I'm going to have to
unrequited,
mute.
unspoken attraction to this girl informed an important part of the personality I continue
Thank you
to
for the
possess
thank you for the
today.
follows. I'm sorry if I
I
missed y'all.
got
Welcome in.
something from this girl. I took something important to myself from this girl, and I gave her nothing in return. Except I did pay for our White Castle back in 2015. So that's something. Our protagonist and Shiori's unspoken and thus unrequited
I'm
love
back.
for one another is a profound theme beating at the heart of Tokimeki Memorial, no matter how we play it. And
Yeah,
maybe
because
that's why
then
I
if you just put in
feel so
cutscenes from
complicatedly
13
sorry for
Sentinels,
Shiori.
how would we
In
know what the fuck is going on?
12/13ths of Tokimeki Memorial's parallel realities, Shiori fades away as the loveless, unrequited, unspoken crush. We objectify
Oh my god,
her
I think I'm gonna
every
have to
time we
fucking
look at the
switch mic
box art.
inputs. That's
And
gonna
when we
suck
decide we
ass.
now finally know enough to romance her,
Let me think about
we
this.
by necessity objectify her
I don't
with a
wanna do it.
Swiss watchmaker's
I don't wanna
attention to
unplug my
detail.
fucking mic. I
When we
hate
romance Shiori Fujisaki,
Okay, I
our
have to crawl
erstwhile
underneath my
whimsical
computer and
return to
unplug
high
my
school
mic.
acquires the cold fatalism of factory work. At Tokimeki Memorial's encouragement, I went back to high school 14 times. And by the 14th time, I experienced a digital sweatshop. Not to understate how bad sweatshops are. Sorry for using that word. It's my way of hearkening back to how video game magazines used to say such and such game is like blank on cocaine. Mortal Kombat's like Street Fighter on cocaine. Time Killers is like Mortal Kombat on mushrooms. Cybermorph is like Star Fox on LSD. To win Shiori Fujisaki, I had to, well, first I had to consider her an object that could be won. Consider her a trophy. And then I had to adopt the mentality of a Swiss watchmaker who was also a brain surgeon, who was also a stockbroker, who was also a robot programmer, who was also a serial killer. My final experience reliving virtual high school was liquid stress injected into my veins again and again. These grim, cold stresses etched the skeleton of real love, dredging up many dusty ghosts in my old mind. I came to view this fake high school with cynicism. I had seen the raw math and naked formulas. All drama and conflict in this narrative result matter-of-factly from systems and numbers. If Tokimeki Memorial is a game, then life is a job. The exercise of earning Shiori's respect drained and depressed me. This was not the virtual high school I had signed up for. This was not why I became an actor. When the camera panned up past that heart-clutching, splayed-open hand and I saw Shiori's hair and then face there under that tree, I felt an order of magnitude sadder than I had the first time I accidentally ran over a pedestrian in Grand Theft Auto 3. The loneliness of Marionette manipulating this reluctant teenage boy, bending his stubborn, wild will into that of a person Shiori Fujisaki would love, made me feel like a monster. It made me realize that here in this game, I can't just be myself. Myself isn't here. Nobody's myself is here. Through me, Tokimeki Memorial objectified its protagonist's maleness as rawly as it had objectified Shiori's femininity. This ending felt most untriumphantly opposed to the very spirit of the game. In this game, the ideal girl doesn't really exist to be won. She exists in 12/13 of its parallel realities to make you better from afar, as you admire her unrequitedly and fadingly. Neither of those notions is prettier than the other. In order to win Shiori on the PC Engine in 1994, you needed to become as encyclopedic as creepy-eyed Yoshio, and you needed to bury that calculatedness under a mountain of performative social graces. So again, I panhandle for the answer to that dark question. Can someone play Tokimeki Memorial and win Shiori on their first try simply out of the pureness of their heart? Does such a person exist?
He's just so passionate.
Did such a person ever exist? I dare say they most resoundingly do not. They most definitely did not. The game's developers planned it this way. They wanted you to have to play again and again. They tip their hand at the bad ending by having the protagonist literally say, "I wish I could try again." You're definitively not supposed to wind up with Shiori easily. Heck, winding up with Shiori is so hard, it feels like you're really not supposed to wind up with her at all. The designers wanted winding up with Shiori to feel like breaking the game. The designers had the savvy to put Shiori on the box art and feature her in all the marketing materials, beckoning players into a doomed first playthrough. Thus, Tokimeki Memorial is, at the end of it all, a game about failing and a game about breaking itself. Of course, I've known plenty of hardcore game likers over the years who have reached the true ending of Tokimeki Memorial. It's not impossible. Guides exist. The various paths through the game have been well documented. At least one guy I knew in 2008 gave me the advice to set Shiori's and my birthdays to the same day on a bank holiday in March of 1997. Game designerly guys in their 50s at boozing restaurants in Tokyo as recently as 2019, in my ear witnessing, could at the drop of a hat summarize their personal romantic type with the name of the Tokimeki Memorial girl they liked the most, with the ending that they encountered the most. I take it a lot of these guys got all the endings in 1994 like I did in 2020. At a party in 2019, I talked with a group of guys about Tokimeki Memorial, planting the seed for me wanting to do this review, and they ended up all talking about the ending where you don't get a girlfriend and you go under the tree anyway, and your friend Yoshio Saotome is there, and you both talk about how, wow, high school sucked, let's get girlfriends in college. And they all talked about how hard it was to get that ending, and I didn't get that one during all my playthroughs. So I keep saying 12/13 of the parallel realities. There's actually a 14th one that I didn't get. Wonder if I can get that during the editing process. Should I play through it one more time? You'll know if I got to it because you'll see it here. You'll see it here. Though I'm wondering now about an experience I've never had. How many groups of friends in 1994, 1995, or 1996 consisted of people who played through Tokimeki Memorial exactly once each? I imagine a group of 8 friends in their mid-20s, back when video games were still a trendy new thing, meeting at a restaurant near the end of 1996. They've all been so busy they haven't seen each other all year. Tokimeki Memorial comes up. Now the friends are discussing the different girls they chose. I imagine just one of these hypothetical friends ended up putting in the work to get Shiori. How many times does this group of friends say Shiori's name during this imaginary conversation? Maybe once or twice each. You're not supposed to end up with Shiori, the ideal, perfect girl. No one is. Not in Tokimeki Memorial, and not in real life either. Can you imagine Tokimeki Memorial ruined with Xbox achievements? Can you imagine encouraging players to get all the endings, to go through what I went through? Thousands of hardcore players in Japan in the 1990s obviously didn't mind going through all that work. They traded hints and tips and birthday tricks on the then new internet. They strategized and schemed and ripped Tokimeki Memorial wide open. With Tokimeki Memorial 2 in 1999, Konami made the canon crush Hikari Hinomoto the easiest girl to win. Maybe they did this because too many players didn't understand why Shiori was so hard to date in the first game. In Tokimeki Memorials 2, 3, and 4, Konami's developers fleshed out a more built world. They added more male-speaking characters. Emboldened by the strength of their brand, they dabbled in darker themes, creating a more robust, more quote-unquote mature video game. Blessed by the itch that Game Freak had begun to scratch in their hit 1996 Nintendo Game Boy video game Pocket Monster Trainer, Tokimeki Memorial's developers leaned into a catch-em-all framework that encouraged replays in the name of glimpsing every secret in a looser, more liberated manner than the series' enigmatic originator had. If Tokimeki Memorial 2 is Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and it is definitely as good as Castlevania Symphony of the Night, then Tokimeki Memorial 1 is Dracula X, Rondo of Blood. Harder, slower, heavier, more frictive. Tokimeki Memorial was not the first dating simulation video game. It definitely wasn't the last one either. If I told you the genre got simultaneously wider, wilder, simpler, more casual, more hardcore, and in some places creepier and grosser after Tokimeki Memorial kicked the door down, you'd believe me, and I'd be right, though also I'd feel bad about not spending 3 hours explaining exactly what I mean. So instead, let me say that whether it's the best dating simulation video game ever made, or the best graphical adventure game ever made, or one of the best Japanese role-playing games of all time or not,
Love.
isn't important. What's important right now is that this game taught me, a 41-year-old human individual who has traveled the world and seen and done a lot of stuff, a valuable new perspective on love. Look at Shiori Fujisaki. Do you love her? Or do you only want to love her? Or do you only want to love her? Do you only want to be perceived as the sort of person who would want to love her? What did we do? We chased this robot into hypnodust. I held her at an arm's length for 12 separate, breezy, joyful reincarnations of our mutual high school. I neglected her 6 times as often as I romanced her. Every time I rebooted our teenage years, I erased her memory, and I kept mine. I learned things about her and everyone else that I denied the world from remembering every time I reset our lives. I made Shiori Fujisaki love someone who probably did not deserve her. I learned how to respect her in the process. I lost some respect for myself in that same process. I feel now like I hacked into and read this sweet robot's email. Love involves changing ourselves to reflect someone else. Changing ourselves involves work. I did work. I changed something inside myself, though maybe it wasn't the same thing that allegedly changed inside of my on-screen avatar. I got something from Shiori. She got nothing in return. Is that love? Can that be love? Can a
Alright,
fictional
thank you for the follow,
character
welcome.
love us? I don't know. Can we love a fictional character? Did I love Shiori Fujisaki? Was the act of perfecting her attraction love? Does the work I did in pursuit of Shiori qualify for any philosophical definition of love? Is love the verb or the object in the sentence of life? I can't answer any of these questions. However, I can say this. I definitively cannot come as close to proving that the silent protagonist of this game loved Shiori than I can come close to proving that I did. With this ending, Tokimeki Memorial slammed onto me, for the moment most nominally a video game player, the 10-ton catharsis usually granted by the universe to a fiction author at the conclusion of writing a novel. Tokimeki Memorial is thus, finally, as a work of narrative design, a game that makes the player write it. Sure, if we reduce the story we ultimately write down to bullet points, it's not a very exciting story at all. It's pretty bland. No crimes happen. Nobody dies. Just some kids fail to hold hands or kiss for 3 years. And then they don't even kiss at the end. Even Disney movies have a kiss at the end. Probably you don't kiss Shiori Fujisaki because the artists of Tokimeki Memorial never bothered giving the protagonist a face for immersion purposes. Unremarkable as this plot may be, the final catharsis it gives the player for their complicity in having co-written it correctly arrives thunderously. I don't say this lightly. I've written 88 fiction novels in the past 24 years of my life. Most of them are terrible. I wouldn't dare show them to my worst enemy, and I don't even have a worst enemy. And no, by the way, you can't read them, even if you email me nicely, even if you offer me money, even if you offer me a lot of money. I will not send you any of my novels. I'm sorry. They're mine. Upon finishing the final draft of almost all of these novels, I have cried. It feels terrifying to write the last word of a character's journey. It feels like, well, it's not as bad as when a person you love dies. Trust me about that. Maybe it's as bad as a pet dying. For me, it is anyway. Over the past 17 years, I've returned to one of my novels 8 times. I call this novel Chronicle of a Tennis Monster. It occurs to me today that my main character, Rosalie Flake, resembles an inverse Shiori Fujisaki. To paraphrase Truman Capote, it's almost as if they grew up in the same house as small children, and one day Rosa went out the back door and Shiori went out the front. Shiori is a perfectly beautiful person. She exudes her humanity. You must dig to objectify her. In Chronicle of a Tennis Monster, I invented the worst person I could. I made a spiritually disgustingly ugly person whose presence is so necessary in the world of her story that 7 key characters conjure terrible excuses for attempting to murder her. I spent years tinkering with Rosalie Flake's story in the back of my mind. I gave her a mountain of terrible details. I cursed her with unbearable punishments, and I challenged myself with a game designerly spirit to devise a cheap, trickless narrative around her, one which would end with me personally empathizing with and even loving her. It took a decade to get it almost right, and when I did, I shivered for an hour at the end. Not a week goes by, I don't think, at least twice, of this fake person I constructed and deeply lament what I made happen around her. Yet in that quote-unquote art sleeps calculation and numbers. I made the only story anyone could have. It ended and I wept. Someday maybe you'll read it, and if you do, maybe it changes your heart about one or another of the beautiful truths about life in this reality. Maybe it won't, in which case I will be far away and sorry. Romancing Shiori Fujisaki successfully without use of any strategy guides in Tokimeki Memorial gave me the closest sensation I've ever felt to that catharsis. In an erstwhile life, she'd confessed flatly to me that she hates to have her picture drawn. Rewriting this fake girl's heart such that she waits under this tree, redrawing this artificial girl's face in this numb image of love sickness put into me an inverse of the old fear that gave me the urgency to invent the tennis monster. When we cannot empathize with the person, we must be afraid of ourselves. In Chronicle of a Tennis Monster, the greatest detective in the world, Chieko Minami, says to her apprentice, We must love her because if we do not, no one will. We must love her because if we do not, no one can. We must love her because if we do not, we will not. The writer needn't always love their characters. For years I had a complicated relationship with Rosalie Flake. Most of the time I hated her, whether that opinion changed meaningfully or not in any permanence resembling way, I won't spoil. However, today, maybe as a kind of simple act of exorcism, I'll say aloud that I love Rosalie Flake. And similarly, for no reason I can summarize, I'll confess that I love Shiori Fujisaki too. Why not? In summary, if a game makes me think about any of this, even for a second, I'd say that qualifies it as a pretty good game. And that's the straight dope. And now it's time for the bottom line. Tokimeki Memorial objectifies love. One lesson I've learned over and over in my 41 years is that if ever again you find yourself in high school, you're dreaming. I had hoped that with Tokimeki Memorial, maybe I would be able to get away with lucid dreaming. Not the case at all, my friends. It was just another regular dream, complete with all the profound anxieties, temptations, and disappointments of the timeliest nightmares. I entered the experience of reviewing Tokimeki Memorial because I considered it the perfect candidate for discussion following my extensive rumination on Edge Magazine's 1994 7 out of 10 review of Doom's longing phraseology, "If only you could talk to these creatures." I entered the experience of reviewing Tokimeki Memorial aware of the notorious strictness of the game's canonical true-ending love interest's demands of her prospective boyfriend. I knew of Tokimeki Memorial's Shiori Fujisaki's reputation for romantic difficulty. I knew that in my review I would do my best to reach the Shiori ending in a Spartan manner, eschewing guides and leaning on learned experience and common sense. I began the experience of playing Tokimeki Memorial wielding half-baked notions. Before I played through the game, I brainstormed numerous kitschy angles. I considered framing this review as a chronicle novel in the style of Yasunari Kawabata's The Master of Go, for example. I planned to talk about the game as simple wish fulfillment, allowing me to relive high school better than I'd lived it for real. I planned on likening it to other wish-fulfilling games of my childhood like Outrun and Afterburner. I planned on leaning on a description of how now, in 2020, Tokimeki Memorial offers me a thrill equivalent to killing pedestrians in Grand Theft Auto 3, asking girls out on dates after cold calling them on the telephone. I'm 41 years old, and I've made it this far in my life, having never initiated one public conversation with a girl I didn't already know, and having never asked a girl whose phone number someone else had given me out on a date via the telephone. Not expecting any congratulations for either of those things. I figured I had enough preconceived notions about Tokimeki Memorial going in that I could compose at least a mildly amusing video script in my sleep. I did not anticipate that in accomplishing everything I set out to accomplish before the composition of my review, I would reckon with such profound questions about the nature of love. In playing Tokimeki Memorial in as faithful a simulacrum possible of the environment of a 1994 hardcore PC engine-owning Japanese game hugger, I achieved a level of awareness of my own emotions that, quite honestly, makes me uncomfortable. I felt what I can only describe as real human emotions for this virtual idol Shiori Fujisaki, and these emotions rang all the more truly because of their unrequitedness. I fed messages to one robot by way of another robot, and eventually I cried because of myself. This complex emotional exchange qualifies Konami's 1994 video game Tokimeki Memorial, in my mind, for the classification of genuine post-cyberpunk artifact. At the same time that some boys in their 20s at id Software in Texas were programming and optimizing fast enough graphics to immerse players in loud, sick action. With Doom, a different group of individuals were conceiving and piecing together a game equally relevant to the video game medium's aspirations toward real-world science fiction. When Doom's programmer, John Carmack, read books like William Gibson's Neuromancer and Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash and declared the development of convincingly immersive virtual reality cyberspace multiverses a moral imperative for software developers, he only ever intended the fast, three-dimensional action graphics of his engine as one piece of the puzzle. Softly, an ocean away, Tokimeki Memorial was another piece. Modern video games have been chasing Doom's tail for so long. If someone made a Tokimeki Memorial-like with a Red Dead Redemption 2 budget, I firmly believe that no one would ever say, "Hit games need killing," ever again. My experience with Tokimeki Memorial mildly enlightened me on a variety of interesting topics, ranging from computer software application user interface friction to the proliferation of bots on social media and their impact on human opinions. My experience with Tokimeki Memorial resonated worthily with every other meaningful observation I think I've ever made about video games. It's prepared me to go on and make even more observations in future videos. Yet like the love it strives to inspire, the totality of Tokimeki Memorial's lasting imprint on my mind remains nebulous and uncontainable. I can't boil its power down into any pearls for aspiring game designers other than Tokimeki Memorial contains a nearly unseeable bounty hidden and locked behind a mile-high card deck shuffle's worth of possibilities. You can't, quote, just make, unquote, a game like Tokimeki Memorial. Don't let the 2D pixel art graphics fool you. In 1994, this was as AAA as video games could get. Looking back on my 2020 experience, I think it's still as AAA as video games can get. Because lurking just beyond the third A of that AAA is a fourth, ghostly A. Tokimeki Memorial is a full-scale 1990s Konami game, equally enormous alongside masterpieces such as Metal Gear Solid, Silent Hill, and Suikoden. In fact, it's more than that. To borrow a phrase from an acquaintance on an internet forum long ago, Tokimeki Memorial is an iceberg-vania. Bountiful, more than you can possibly see in one play. It contains more than a medium-sized group of friends can all see in one play each. I didn't see Mirakagami's sunscreen event scene until literally the last year of my 7th playthrough, when I wasn't even dating her on purpose. I didn't even get into any fights with the local Yakuza thug gangsters until my 6th playthrough? And then not again until like my 10th? Tokimeki Memorial shows us the rare video game that most people who play it will play it all the way through to an ending, though most people who complete it will never see most of the game, even the people who get all of the ending. Many modern AAA games contain quests and moments that many players may never engage with, though how many non-roguelike-like video games of the past 20 years exist wherein most players will never see most of the game? Shiori is the tip of an iceberg. For example, I never did trigger the event wherein Shiori cooks food for the protagonist, resulting in his getting horribly food poisoned, revealing Shiori's one weakness, that she can't cook. I had to find out about that event via a Japanese YouTube account during my research phase. In summary, as I've said 3 times already, Tokimeki Memorial is a single-player board game which is digital because if it were physical, it'd occupy the whole Library of Congress and the Library of Congress's parking lot. I really need to fact-check the size of the Library of Congress's parking lot. Whenever someone asks me for a recommendation for a game to play while learning Japanese, I tell them Dragon Quest V. No one ever asks me for a recommendation for learning intermediate Japanese. If they did, I'd tell them to play Tokimeki Memorial Forever With You for the Sony PlayStation or the Sega Saturn. It's fully voice acted, and the vocabulary words you will learn are real and of practical utility. You can find it quite easily on the internet. If you're watching this video right now, as opposed to several years ago, it's at least the year 2020. Sony PlayStation and Sega Saturn emulators work quite well these days. Play through Tokimeki Memorial once. Make honest choices as best you can. Let yourself make mistakes. Roll with it. Pursue whomever your heart desires. Know that Shiori is very picky. Get to the end of the game and then turn it off and consider never playing it again. Then play Tokimeki Memorial 2. Actually, the big twist here is that Tokimeki Memorial 2 is incredible. I'd never played it before I played it as research for this review, and it completely blew my mind. Tokimeki Memorial 2 is huge, enormous. It's luxurious. It easily has like 600% more drama in its plot than Tokimeki Memorial 1. It deals with some darker themes in a mature, fascinating way. The writing is electric. The depth and breadth of the choices is shocking. The game mechanics are huge. It's got a weather system. The menu designers went bonkers. Look at this calendar. And on top of that, it's loaded with all sorts of Kojima-level cheap tricks that just kept breaking my skull. Like, I played Tokimeki Memorial Forever With You on the PlayStation, right? So when I loaded up Tokimeki Memorial 2 and chose to start a new game, it already had Bonki Video input as the name. That is scary, man. It didn't even tell me it was gonna read my memory card. It didn't even say anything like,
I see that you enjoy Konami games.
it just did it. And then it kept on doing stuff like that. That gave me shivers. You can make the girl, you can program her to say your name however you want her to say it. Man, and then the game itself, dude, it's like a pillow soft, jello jiggly, extra large, pizza-sized hamburger steak of a video game. It is ridiculous how weird and innovative Tokimeki Memorial 2 was. It's like Chrono Trigger levels of greatness, man. I really wish I could talk to more people about Tokimeki Memorial 2. Konami ripped us off by not translating these games into English. They translated
As Your Dreams.
and not this? I mean, I love
As Your Dreams.
So like, come on, man. Now I'm just getting upset at Konami. Lord, that PC Engine Mini is real good, though. I bought one explicitly so I could say I own one physical copy of Tokimeki Memorial in case my copy that's on a boat literally right now doesn't arrive before I post this. Tokimeki Memorial is not on the English TurboGrafx 16 Mini, even though they've got an all-Japanese snatcher on there. Konami just doesn't want English speakers to touch Tokimeki Memorial at all. I mean, or Tengai Makyo 2, though yeah. In conclusion, Konami ripped the English-speaking world off big time by not localizing Tokimeki Memorial into English for the Sony PlayStation specifically back in 1996. Several video games would be far better today if more people had played this game, this series of games. Though you know what? You can still play them. You just need to realize that in Japanese might be the only way you're ever going to be able to play Tokimeki Memorial. Konami will likely never translate this ancient game into English. If they did, I probably wouldn't want it anyway. Let me tell you, do you want to know what broke my heart almost as much as Shiori Fujisaki did? When I was researching Koji Igarashi for the purpose of writing this review script, I looked at a long play on YouTube of Koji Igarashi's game Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. And one of the first comments I saw when I scrolled down expressed a scary sentiment. The commenter said, I hope Konami sees this game and decides to make a new Castlevania. You absolute fool. Bloodstained is the new Castlevania, whether you or I like it or not, whether anybody likes it or not. All of the people who made All of the video games you liked and loved at Konami have gone elsewhere. Corporations do not make.
Ahoy! Oh my gosh! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Ahoy! Sorry, I'm currently recording, so my mic is a little bit cooked. But thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Ahoy! My name is Captain Cersea Soulstorm, but today I am Captain Cersea Storm. Don't know why, nya, but I'm feeling a little nyowdy today. Nyowdy. Nyowdy. I think you're an amazing stream. Thank you so much, Tiger, for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Did you guys have a good time? Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. If you need to, please make sure that you guys are taking care of yourselves first and foremost. There's absolutely no pressure to stay. I hope that you guys had a lovely time. Make sure that y'all are taking care of yourselves first and foremost. Thank you so much. Happy birthday. Thank you for the well wishes. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope you had a good time. Meowdy, partner. Meowdy. We sure had a time. We had a time. And you know what? In this fucked up world we have, what do we really have but a time? What are we really doing besides having a time? Singular. Just a time. I hope that you guys had a good time though. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for sharing your amazing little avalanche with me. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm actually currently watching an incredibly long video. What is this? Action Button Reviews Tokimeki Memorial. We're actually on our very, very last, what is this? Like 30 minutes. Insane. 30 minutes of a 6-hour video. But I'm celebrating my birthday with a very big donathon. So if you guys would like to hang out and spend time with me, the Scallywags, we would love to have you aboard. If you're new, ahoy! My name is Captain Cersea Soulstorm. I am a ghost pirate from Chroma Shift. It is lovely to meet you. Lovely. But yes, unfortunately, I do have some very urgent works to do. So I have to go. I'm actually muting right now and recording to do some very, very important secret work. So I've left my lovely Scallywags with a long and well-made and arduously made and passionately made video about Konami's forgotten 1994 Tokimeki Memorial. Hope you have a lovely birthday stream. Take care and recording. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Please go check out Tiger if you haven't. They're super, super lovely and sweet. And we did a cover together. If you guys didn't know, we did a little cover together. It was a epic song. Thank you so much again, though, for visiting. And thank you so much for the follows. Welcome aboard. Ahoy. Okay, I'll let you guys go back to this one. And I have to mute to record again. Back to recording. Hell I go. Bye-bye.
Make video games. People do. I'm sure we'll dig deeper into this notion in a later video. Maybe even the next video. Speaking of later videos, I suppose we'd better finish this one. I'm Tim Rogers. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that video games were created awesome, that I was born stupid. However, I will not die hungry. Video games forever. Action button.
Well, you've made it to the end of Action Button Reviews.
Wait, that was so
Tokimeki
metal.
Memorial.
I
Now
was
it's
born
time
stupid,
for the
but I
post
will
review.
not die
So,
hungry.
welcome to the post
That was
review.
so metal. Wait a goddamn second. That was the most metal thing I've ever heard in my life. Oh my god. I was born stupid, but I will not die hungry. I'm not saying I'm not going to be stupid when I die. Oh, I definitely will be. I will still be dumb as a rock, but by God, I will be full of good cringe shit. Okay, back to my little cage.
Now that I've completed 5 reviews on this channel, I think I have a pretty good idea how my process works. That's researching a game, playing the game, recording the game, outlining a script, writing a script, rehearsing the script, recording the script, all the way down to editing the video. About 4 months transpire. I also tend to have about 5 reviews in varying states of production at any given time. Now I, like many, if not hopefully most people, after I think something, my thoughts never stop crystallizing afterward. I thought about Tokimeki Memorial so much more during the editing process of this video than I did while I was playing the game,
Thank you
or
for the
even
birthday
while I was
wishes. I
writing the
appreciate
script.
it. Wow.
So for this post review, I just want to real quickly revisit two somewhat dubious claims I made earlier in this review. One was a claim that I made ad-lib, offhand, off the cuff. I said that Koji Igarashi had designed some levels for Dracula X Rondo of Blood. I knew immediately after I said that he didn't actually design levels for that game. However, I had to leave that in the review because that also included the tease that I will be reviewing Castlevania Dracula X Rondo of Blood in Season 2 of Action Button. The other point has something to do with the New York Times' claim in that November 1996 article that Tokimeki Memorial was developed by men with no input from women. Now, these two talking points are actually quite magically linked. Koji Igarashi did not design levels for Castlevania Dracula X Rondo of Blood. Koji Igarashi was a fan of Castlevania Dracula X Rondo of Blood while he was working on Tokimeki Memorial. Tokimeki Memorial and Dracula X Rondo of Blood were being developed at around the same time. On his lunch breaks from working on Tokimeki Memorial, Koji Igarashi went over to the Dracula X part of the Konami office and playtested Dracula X Rondo of Blood for fun. Moreover, Koji Igarashi's girlfriend at that time, whom he later married, was one of the developers of Dracula X Rondo of Blood. Koji Igarashi has said in many interviews that he and his girlfriend during that time discussed Tokimeki Memorial almost every day. She gave him advice about what girls in the game might say in specific situations, what certain girls might like. She coached him through the writing of the dialogue of Tokimeki Memorial, maybe the same way he offered input on Dracula X Rondo of Blood. Now, I think this is a wonderful story. I think it's an understatably important story. A Castlevania fan worked on Tokimeki Memorial, and a Tokimeki Memorial sort of meta fan worked on Dracula X Rondo of Blood, and later they got married. Koji Igarashi has said in interviews that when he finished working on Tokimeki Memorial, he begged to be moved over to the Castlevania team for their next project, which ended up becoming Castlevania Symphony of the Night. This is definitely speculation here, though if I had to guess, I would say that his request was so swiftly granted because he had contributed so much of so much value to Tokimeki Memorial that they figured they could try him out elsewhere. So I'd like to hypothesize right here in the post-review that no game other than Tokimeki Memorial could possibly have prepared Koji Igarashi to so swiftly become the Castlevania guy. Only Tokimeki Memorial could have prepared Koji Igarashi for Castlevania. Why? Oh, I'll tell you why. Because Symphony of the Night's developers did to Castlevania exactly what Koji Igarashi and his colleagues did to the paper-flimsy, pornographic PC-98 dating simulators that inspired Tokimeki Memorial. What I'm saying is they crammed it full of stuff. I played through Tokimeki Memorial 6 more times during the editing process of this review to capture what I initially planned as small snippets of footage to intersperse throughout the review, and I ended up finding way more stuff than I knew what to do with. The stuff I found in my most recent playthroughs of the game, before I had to forcibly stop myself from playing anymore, just completely blew my mind. I said at one point in part 5 of my review that in order to win Shiori, we have to write the most mundane love story possible using Tokimeki Memorial's game mechanic. When I said that, I left one thing critically unsaid, which is that the stories we write when we fail are far more interesting. In the bottom line portion of this review, I talk about a Shiori special event that I only encountered during the research phase of writing this review, an event I had never encountered in any of my own playthroughs. Quite coincidentally, during the editing process, on the final playthrough, I encountered that event. In this playthrough, my 20th playthrough, I had manipulated Shiori's birthday so that she would join the tennis club because I wanted some footage of her in the tennis club. And I got some footage of her in the tennis club. I love these animations that she does when you do.
Oh my god, he's dead. Did he die? Oh no, he's dead. Come back alive. Why does it not save my place? That is completely infuriating. Wait, maybe it will. Maybe this is dead. I've had a lot of trouble today, actually. With, Wow, that sucks. Okay. I think he was talking about her in the friggin' tennis outfit. Something, something, something.
Animation is incredible. I probably would have written a whole paragraph and a half about it in the review script if I'd encountered it before I wrote the review. When I manipulated Shiori into joining the tennis club, and I joined the tennis club with her, the very first school year at the tennis club retreat, I had done no dates with Shiori. I had only dated Yuina at this point. At the club retreat, I got that ultra rare event where Shiori cooks for everyone on the team, food poisoning everyone. They all miraculously recover on the last day of the retreat, according to the narrator. And the legendary event where she weeps and profusely apologizes for food poisoning you chilled the heck out of me. Again, magnitudes more chilling than any Silent Hill game. And all the while there's just this creepy music playing. Now what happened after that blew my mind again. A few weeks after the club retreat, my narrator got sick. And I could not choose any actions. I could only choose bed rest. And I just had to look at him lying there in a sick bed. And while you're sick, you can just like see Shiori's shadow behind the curtains in her room next door. Like she's watching you. It's wild. And he was sick for a full month, during which time I missed a date with Yuina, a date with Shiori, and the mandatory third Sunday of the month tennis team practice. So when my character became well again, I joined the soccer club, only to become ill again almost immediately afterward. My guy was sick for 6 of the months out of that calendar year, and then he was sick for 6 of the months out of the next calendar year as well. And he was sick for 6 of the 12 months out of the third year of the school year. And at graduation, I ended up with Miharu Tatebayashi, which I found very interesting. However, my guy was not too sick to go on the school trip during the fall of the second year. I chose to go to Hokkaido, and I had no romantic relationships with any girl at that point in the game because I'd been sick for so long. So I was able to choose whether I wanted to hang out with Shiori or Yuina, and I chose Yuina, and we ended up getting this mega secret UFO event where you fight an alien in a crop circle field, and my guy was so weak because of the sickness that I just barely scraped through the battle after like 5 reloads. So when I wrote the review script, I didn't know any of that stuff was in the game at all, much less in the game as virtuosically as it was. So just let me say as emphatically as possible on camera, sort of in the spirit of an old video game magazine that would have like a second opinion sidebar on a review from another guy who says, hey, it's me, I love the game too, bye. I want to give you my second opinion about Tokimeki Memorial right now, based on this UFO event, the sickness experience, the food poisoning, and the Miharu Tatebayashi ending. My second opinion, much like my first opinion, is that I love this game. I love this game a lot. I was not kidding when I said in my review that this game was bounteously crammed with more stuff than any video game I have ever played, and I am not kidding when I say that again right here. Is Tokimeki Memorial as huge and important as Castlevania Symphony of the Night? Indisputably so, yes. So when I made a tweet about how I had finished editing my Tokimeki Memorial review, I got a wonderful response from Sony PlayStation's own #1 Jar Jar Binks fan, Shane Bettenhausen, who said that he remembered once going to karaoke, not karaoke, karaoke, with Koji Igarashi, and Koji Igarashi sang a theme song from Tokimeki Memorial flawlessly, to the delight of all in attendance, who were all doubly delighted and shocked when they saw, at the conclusion of the song, the songwriter credited as Iga. It was probably the song you hear during the bad ending of the game. It's a song sung from the point of view of a miserable, lonely man. Koji Igarashi came this close to writing the lyric, I'm a miserable little pile of secrets. So maybe nowadays, Koji Igarashi likes Tokimeki Memorial at least enough to perfectly sing its theme song at karaoke. Though maybe, and again I'm speculating here, this is 100% speculation, maybe back then, Tokimeki Memorial did not exactly excite young Koji Igarashi the way, for example, a Castlevania game would have. We know that Igarashi wanted to work on a big, loud, hard, weird, bloody, violent, arcade action-style video game because the urban legend about him begging to be put onto the Castlevania team isn't an urban legend. It's something he himself has confirmed in interviews. He wanted to work on an action game because action games were, at the time, the real video game. They were the games that made developers famous. Instead, Koji Igarashi had been assigned to write dialogue on a video game about talking to girls. And it wasn't just a game about talking to girls, it was a PG-rated game about talking to girls, unlike the many PC-98 games that inspired them to make such a game in the first place. They couldn't even lean on the pornography crutch with Tokimeki Memorial because Konami was a family company. So since they couldn't cram the game with pornography, they instead crammed it with stuff. And because the premise of Tokimeki Memorial is so dead simple, they had to get elegantly super creative with their stuff cramming methods. Tokimeki Memorial's game designers ended up perpetrating so much innovation that they leveled up multiple other game genres by default. In summary, Tokimeki Memorial made Koji Igarashi. Tokimeki Memorial made Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Tokimeki Memorial made Metroidvanias. Tokimeki Memorial made Hollow Knight. I made a nebulous tweet about a week ago consisting entirely of a 1-second video clip of Dracula's wine glass hitting the stone floor of his throne room with a Doom shotgun sound effect. And I meant that as the vaguest teaser possible for my Tokimeki Memorial review, though I ended up just getting dozens of replies from people asking me if I was going to review Castlevania Symphony of the Night. I told those people, no, I'm not going to review Castlevania Symphony of the Night because Tokimeki Memorial is so much more interesting than Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and Tokimeki Memorial is more relevant to any conversation about Castlevania than Symphony of the Night is. I think with this post-review, I've thoroughly explained what I meant by that tweet, so allow me to reiterate. No, I am not going to review Castlevania Symphony of the Night, because I just did. Also because I'm going to review Castlevania Dracula X Rondo of Blood in Action Button Season 2. I might have already scheduled an interview with a high-profile Dracula X Rondo of Blood fan who might have some interesting things to say about the game. I've got a couple more notes here. Well, it's almost Christmas, and I dragged out this editing process as long as I could. However, my limited edition Tokimeki Memorial Forever With You for Sony PlayStation remains on a boat. I did manage to purchase this Shiori Bomber Girl statue off of an eBay seller located in America, and I received it weirdly less than 24 hours after I put in the order. So, I own that, and I own a PC Engine Mini. Those are my two physical Tokimeki Memorial artifacts. I hope to, by the time I record another post-review, have some kind of a trophy case behind me representing all of the previous reviews. A couple people on Twitter asked me why I reviewed Tokimeki Memorial 1 and not Tokimeki Memorial 2. And the answer to that is because I'm a baby. Because I'm an idiot. I didn't know that much about dating simulations at all when I decided to review this game. That's why I did it. I genuinely wanted to learn something. And I did learn something. Maybe you learned something too. That'd be nice. However, if you paid attention to the end of the review, you will have noticed that I happen to like Tokimeki Memorial 2 a lot. So will I review Tokimeki Memorial 2 later? Maybe. Not in Season 2. Give me at least a whole Action Button Season to marinate on it. Let my thoughts percolate, because that game is incredible. That game is bigger than Xenogears, man. I can barely conceive of the bigness of that particular game. So give me a while to think about that one. Oh yeah, some people in my Twitter mentions asked me, are you going to? First of all, are you going to? Don't ask me, are you going to questions when I make a tweet saying I've just finished editing my review, because at that point it's too late. Try asking me, did you? Questions so that I can answer no. instead of no. Though several people asked me, are you going to talk to Tom James, the Daigo Umehara of dating sims? No, I did not even know who he was until I finished editing this review. Now I do know who he is, and he seems pretty cool. So I followed him on Twitter. I still did not do a Megumi playthrough of Tokimeki Memorial, so maybe I'll stream that. Could be fun, right? Let me know if you'd watch a stream of me getting the Megumi ending of Tokimeki Memorial. Or let me know if it's months later and you did watch me stream getting the Megumi ending of Tokimeki Memorial. Now it's time for special thanks. I got special thanks. Number one, I want to specially thank my friend Drew. I won't say his last name. Drew lived in Japan around the same time I did, and he played so much Tokimeki Memorial on his PC Engine CD between 2004 and 2005. I told him play the Saturn version. He said he wanted to play the PC Engine version. I mean, he ended up knowing the game better than I did. Though he talked so much about the game. I mean, it's not like he talked about it non-stop. It's just when he said something about it, which was somewhat frequent, it got me really thinking I should give that game another shot, because I didn't really have that much of a great time with it. And this guy's going wild. For 16 years, I carried around the splinter in my brain that someday I needed to look at Tokimeki Memorial more seriously. And it took goddarn 2020 to get me to finally do it. And I'm really glad I did, because this was a wonderful experience. So thanks, Drew. I want to thank AMD for making this. AMD.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 1, Anglerfish. Test. 1, 2, 3. Right. My name is Jonathan Sims. I work for the Magnus Institute, London, an organization dedicated to academic research into the esoteric and the paranormal. The head of the institute, Mr. Elias Bouchard, has employed me to replace the previous head archivist, one Gertrude Robinson, who has recently passed away. I've been working as a researcher at the Institute for 4 years now, and I'm familiar with most of our more significant contracts and projects. Most reach dead ends, predictably enough, as incidents of the supernatural, such as they are, and I always emphasize there are very few genuine cases, tend to resist easy conclusions. When an investigation has gone as far as it can, it is transferred to the archives. Now, the Institute was founded in 1818, which means that the archive contains almost 200 years of case files at this point. Combine that with the fact that most of the Institute prefers the ivory tower of pure academia to the complicated work of dealing with statements or recent experiences, and you have the recipe for an impeccably organized library and an absolute mess of an archive. This isn't necessarily a problem. Modern filing and indexing systems are a real wonder, and all it would need is a half-decent archivist to keep it in order. Gertrude Robinson was apparently not that archivist. From where I am sitting, I can see thousands of files, many spread loosely around the place, others crushed into unmarked boxes. A few have dates on them, or helpful labels such as 86-91G/H. Not only that, but most of them appear to be handwritten or produced on a typewriter, with no accompanying digital or audio versions of any sort. In fact, I believe the first computer to ever enter this room is the laptop that I brought in today. More importantly, it seems as though little of the actual investigations have been stored in the archives, so the only thing in most of the files are the statements themselves. It is going to take me a long, long time to organize this mess. I've managed to secure the services of 2 researchers to assist me. Well, technically 3, but I don't count Martin as he's unlikely to contribute anything but delays. I plan to digitize the files as much as possible and record audio versions, though some will have to be on tape recorder, as my attempts to get them on my laptop have met with significant audio distortions. Alongside this, Tim, Sasha, and yes, I suppose Martin, will be doing some supplementary investigation to see what details may be missing from what we have. I'll try to present these in as succinct a fashion as I can at the end of each statement. I can unfortunately promise no order in regards to date or theme of the statements that are recorded, and can only apologize to any future researcher attempting to use these files for their own investigations. That's probably enough time spent making my excuses for the state of this place, and I suppose we have to begin somewhere. Statement of Nathan Watts regarding an encounter on Old Fish Market Close, Edinburgh. Original statement given April 22nd, 2012. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, Head Archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. This all happened a couple of years ago, so I apologize if some of the details are a bit off. I mean, I feel like I remember it clearly, but sometimes things are so weird that you start to doubt yourself. Still, I suppose weird is kind of what you guys do, right? So I'm studying at the University of Edinburgh, biochemistry specifically, and I was in my 2nd year at the time this happened. I wasn't in any sort of university accommodation at this point and was renting a student flat down in Southside with a few other 2nd years. To be honest, I didn't hang out with them much. I took a gap year before matriculating, and my birthday's in the wrong part of September, so I was nearly 2 years older than most of my peers when I started my course. I got on with them fine, you understand, but I tended to end up hanging out with some of the older students. That's why I was at the party in the first place. Michael Macaulay, a good friend of mine, had just been accepted to do a master's degree in Earth Sciences, so we decided a celebration was in order. Well, maybe party isn't quite the right word. We just kind of invaded the Almanac down on the Royal Mile and drank long enough and loud enough that eventually we had the back area to ourselves. Now, I don't know how well you know the drinking holes of Edinburgh, but the Almanac has a wide selection of some excellent single malts, and I may have slightly overindulged. I have vague memories of Mike suggesting I slow down, to which I responded by roundly swearing at him for failing to properly celebrate his own good news, or words to that effect. Long story short, I was violently ill around midnight and made the decision to walk the route home. It wasn't far to my flat, maybe half an hour if I'd been sober, and the night was cool enough that I remember having a hope that the chill would perk me up some. I headed for the Cowgate, and the quickest way to get there from the Royal Mile is down Old Fish Market Close. Now, I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that there are some steep hills in Edinburgh, but Old Fish Market Close is exceptional, even by those standards. At times it must reach a 30 or 40 degree angle, which is hard enough to navigate when you don't have that much scotch inside you. As I have mentioned, I had quite a lot, so it probably wasn't that surprising when I took a rather nasty tumble about halfway down the street. In retrospect, the fall wasn't that bad compared to what it could have been, but at the time it really shook me up and left me with some nasty bruises. I picked myself up as best I could, checked I hadn't seriously injured myself, no broken bones or anything, and decided to roll a cigarette to calm myself. That was when I heard it. "Can I have a cigarette?" I was startled out of my thoughts by the words, as I thought I had been alone. Quickly trying to compose myself and looking around, I noticed a small alleyway on the opposite side of the street. It was very narrow and completely unlit, with a short staircase leading up. I could see a light fixture a little way up the wall at its entrance, but it either wasn't working or wasn't turned on, meaning that beyond a few steps the alley was shrouded in total darkness. Stood there, a couple of stairs from the street, was a figure. It was hard to tell much about them as they were mostly in the shadows, though if I'd had to guess I would have said the voice sounded male. They seemed to sway ever so slightly as I watched, and I assumed that they, like me, were probably a little bit drunk. I lit my own cigarette and held out my tobacco towards them, though I didn't approach, and asked if they were okay with a roll-up. The figure didn't move, except to continue that gentle swaying. Writing it down now, it seems so obvious that something was wrong. If I hadn't been so drunk, maybe I'd have noticed quicker, but even when the stranger asked the question again, "Can I have a cigarette?" utterly without intonation, still I didn't understand why I was so uneasy. I stared at the stranger, and as my eyes began to adjust, I could make out more details. I could see that their face appeared blank, expressionless, and their skin seemed damp and slightly sunken, like they had a bad fever. The swaying was more pronounced now, seeming to move from the waist, side to side, back and forth. By this point I had finished rolling a second cigarette and gingerly held it out towards them, but I didn't get any closer. I decided that if this weirdo wanted a cigarette, they were going to need to come out of the creepy alleyway. They didn't come closer, didn't make any movement at all, except for that damn swaying. For some reason, the thought of an anglerfish popped into my head. The single point of light dangled into the darkness, hiding the thing that lures you in. "Can I have a cigarette?" It spoke again in the same flat voice, and I realized exactly what was wrong. Its mouth was closed, had been the whole time. Whatever was repeating that question, it wasn't the figure in the alleyway. I looked at their feet and saw that they weren't quite touching the ground. The stranger's form was being lifted ever so slightly and moved gently from side to side. I dropped the cigarette and grabbed for my phone, trying to turn on the torch. I don't know why I didn't run or what I hoped to see in that alley, but I wanted to get a better look. As soon as I took out my phone, the figure disappeared. It sort of folded at the waist and vanished back into the darkness, as if a string had gone taut and pulled it back. I turned on the torch and stared into the alley, but I saw nothing. Just silence and darkness. I staggered back up to the Royal Mile, which still had lights and people, and found a taxi to take me home. I slept late the next day. I'd made sure I didn't have any lectures or classes, as I had intended to be sleeping off a heavy night of drinking, which I guess I was, although it was that bizarre encounter that kept playing in my mind. And so, after making my way through 2 liters of water, some painkillers, and a very greasy breakfast, I felt human enough to leave my flat and go to investigate the place in daylight. The result was unenlightening. There were no marks, no blood stains, nothing to indicate that the swaying figure had ever been there at all. The only thing I did find was an unsmoked Marlboro Red cigarette, lying just below the burned-out light fixture. Beyond that, I didn't really know what to do. I did as much research as I could on the place, but couldn't find anyone who'd had any experience similar to mine, and there didn't seem to be any folklore or urban legends I could find out about Old Fish Market Close. The few friends I'd told about what happened just assumed I'd been accosted by some stranger, and the alcohol had made it seem much weirder than it was. I tried to explain that I'd never had hallucinations while drunk, and that there was no way this guy had just been a normal person. But they always gave me one of those looks, halfway between pity and concern, and I'd shut up. I never did find out anything else about it. But a few days later I saw some missing person appeals go up around campus. Another student had disappeared. John Fellows his name was, though I didn't really know the guy and couldn't tell you much about him, except for 2 things that struck me as very important. He had been at that same party and, as far as I remembered, had still been there when I left. The other was just that, well, on the photo they'd used for his missing persons appeal, I couldn't help but notice that there was a pack of Marlboro Red cigarettes poking out of his pocket. I haven't quit smoking, but I do find that I take a lot more taxis now if I find myself out too late. Statement ends. The investigation at the time and the follow-up we've done over the last couple of days have found no evidence to corroborate Mr. Watt's account of his experience. I was initially inclined to refile this statement in the discredited section of the archive, a new category I've created that will, I suspect, be housing the majority of these files. However, Sasha did some digging into the police reports of the time, and it turns out that between 2005 and 2010, when Mr. Watt's encounter supposedly took place, there were 6 disappearances in and around the old fish market close. Jessica McEwen in November 2005, Sarah Baldwin in August 2006, Daniel Rawlings in December of the same year, then Ashley Dobson and Megan Shaw in May and June of 2008. Then finally, as Mr. Watts mentioned, John Fellows in March 2010. All 6 disappearances remain unsolved. Baldwin and Shaw were definitely smokers, but there's no evidence either way about the others, if they're even connected. Sasha did find one other thing, specifically in the case of Ashley Dobson. It was a copy of the last photograph taken by her phone and sent to her sister Siobhan. The caption was, "Check out this drunk creeper, LOL." But the picture is of a darkened, apparently empty alleyway, with stairs leading up into it. It appears to be the same alleyway which Mr. Watts described in his statement, the one that, according to maps of the area, leads to Tron Square. But there doesn't seem to be anyone in the photograph at all. Sasha took the liberty of running it through some editing programs, though, and increasing the contrast appears to reveal the outline of a long, thin hand, roughly at what would be waist level on a male of average height. I find it oddly hard to shake off the impression that it's beckoning. End recording.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International License. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims. It was produced and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To comment on episodes, make donations and view links, images, videos, and show notes, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes. Visit us on
killed by gunfire, some men are killed by swords, some men are killed by undead minions of the zombie horde. Some men fall off buildings, yet splatter to a paste. Some men will shit their guts to death when poisons they do taste. Explosions in the night, your fucking ship is burning bright. Your doom comes from the sea, killed to death by piracy. Gunfire and cannon blast, the pirate horde will kick your ass. Your doom comes from the sea, killed to death by piracy. comes from the sea, killed to death by piracy. Explosions in the night, your fucking ship is burning bright. Your doom comes from the sea, killed to death by piracy. Gunfire and cannon blast, the pirate horde will kick your ass. Your doom comes from the sea, killed to death by piracy.
This is the Inner Sphere, thousands of planets colonized and ruled by powerful interstellar nations. A millennium of spaceflight has taken humanity to distant stars, but the 31st century is a time of technological regression. For the past 250 years, the great houses have been locked in a struggle known as the Succession Wars. Long gone are the heady ideals of the Star League, and now mankind lives in the ruins of its former glory. But who are the major players and ruling noble houses of this future, and how did this state of affairs come to be? At one time, humanity was united as members of the Star League. This golden epoch lasted 200 years and put a stop to the near constant state of war that preceded it. But decay and betrayal brought it to a premature end. Long repressed hostilities and resentments flared up, and soon the five great houses turned on each other. In their fury, nuclear fire rained on hundreds of worlds. As the conflicts continued to rage, and as years turned to decades turned to centuries, mankind found itself slipping into a new dark age. Now, many planets find themselves living with technology that would be more familiar to their ancestors 1,000 years past, and the rare technological marvels of the Star League that have survived are beyond the understanding of even the learned elite. The Inner Sphere is dominated by the 5 successor states, so named for their obsession with re-establishing the old Star League under their own leadership, of course. Each state is ruled by a great house, dynasties stretching back centuries. Surrounding the Inner Sphere is the periphery, home to many more nations, both minor and major. To catalogue them all is a task that grows ever more difficult with each passing year. Who knows what distant outposts exist out there in the galaxy. Returning to more familiar worlds, to look at any of the nation states without first looking at our own world would be a crime. Terra exists at the heart of all things, as it always has. Belonging to no great house and untouched by the Succession Wars, Earth is under the watchful protection of Comstar. Born from the ashes of the Star League, Comstar fought to keep interstellar lines of communication open and distant stars connected. Otherwise preoccupied with waging war, the successor states left them to their own devices, all the while making use of their services. Before long, Comstar had established a virtual monopoly on communication, and the neutrality of both their own organization and Earth was not to be threatened. Around them swelled a maelstrom of carnage, and there is perhaps no house more associated with destruction, more feared for its cruelty, more responsible for the ever-declining state of progress than House Kurita of the Draconis Combine. Ruled in 3025 by Coordinator Takashi Kurita on Luthien, the highly intelligent and utterly ruthless patriarch of the Kurita dynasty is head of what is perhaps the most military-minded of all the great nations. The Draconis Combine was born from conquest, and this fact has been a through line throughout its history, with House Kurita repeatedly declaring war on their neighbours during times of peace. At Takashi's side sits Subhash Indrahar, head of the ISF. This authoritarian intelligence network keeps close watch over all citizens of the Draconis Combine, from the lowly factory worker up to the 5 supremely powerful district warlords, and even Takashi's son, Theodore Kurita. For the average person living in the Combine, there are few freedoms, their lives are in service to the warrior elite, and the state monitors all. Across the border, and also on the Corwood side from Terra, is the Lyran Commonwealth. At its head is Archon Katrina Steiner. From her seat on Tharkad, she oversees the most prosperous of all the successor states, a source of great pride to Lyrans everywhere, and a source of much contention to their rimward neighbours. Whereas the Draconis Combine was formed by and for aggression, the Commonwealth was formed for defence. When the Principality of Razelhug fell to the Combine, the writing was on the wall for other nearby nations. Unification brought them freedom, and for the citizens of the Lyran Commonwealth, they can enjoy those freedoms like few others in the Inner Sphere. For military matters though, the Lyrans have little to celebrate. A record of embarrassing defeats and blunders has characterized the history of the LCAF, and some foresee its collapse as inevitable. Doing their best to match the Lyrans, both in trade and in incompetence, is the Free World League, ruled from Atreus by the Marek. The oldest of the successor states, what was once a bastion of democracy, planetary representation, and individual freedoms, has become a nightmare of bureaucracy and mistrust. Janos Marek is the current ruling head of the noble house. Like the nation he rules, the Captain General is the oldest of the successor lords. The Free Worlds League is stuck in a state of paralysis, unable to move on from the crushing civil war that tore through the nation 10 years prior. Support for Janos Marek is at an all-time low, and the once loved and respected ruler cannot seem to shake the ghost of his traitorous dead brother Anton. In many ways, the League is a microcosm of the Inner Sphere at large, a collection of disunified smaller nations making up something more. Rimward of Earth lies the Capellan Confederation. Last to form of all the successor states, the heyday of this once promising nation is very much behind it. It is not advised to share this opinion with Chancellor Maximilian Liao, however. Eaten away by its neighbours, the Chancellor smarts at his loss of territory, and harbours a deep resentment for those across his borders. This has not stopped him from envisioning a future where he alone sits on the throne of the Star League, and he has every intention of achieving that goal through deceit, should his military or economy fail him. On the surface, citizens of the Capellan Confederation might have greater freedoms than certain others in the Inner Sphere, but in reality, job roles are assigned and a state of poverty is so prevalent on many worlds that there are few avenues of escape. The secret police, known as the Maskarovka, operates almost unchecked, helpfully disappearing anyone who steps out of line. Last up of the 5 successor states is the Federated Suns, and its ruler, Prince Hans Davian. Sworn enemy of all 3 of its neighbours, the Federated Suns stands as the complete antithesis of the oppressive totalitarian regimes that rule there. Hans Davian, more than any other ruler in the last few centuries, is fighting to stem the flow of technological decline, and is perhaps the closest of any to actually reuniting the Star League. The Federated Suns is the largest of all the successor states, and has the largest military to boot, but it isn't all sunshine and rainbows. This comes at an enormous cost to its common citizens. A significant class divide exists, and many worlds are underdeveloped, their inhabitants living a life closer to the 19th century than the 31st. Furthermore, Hans knowingly supports methods such as terrorism to destabilize his counterparts in the Free Worlds League. While this is no worse than most any other of the ruling leaders, it certainly clashes with the way Hans likes to portray himself. 3025 is a time both of stagnation and of changes. The Third Succession War has now been raging for over 100 years, but the nature of warfare has taken a definite turn from the nuclear apocalypses that characterized the First Succession War. Nowadays, what scarce industry and technology that remain on border worlds is too valuable to destroy, meaning war is now waged largely by maneuvering and putting your opponents in an untenable position, forcing them to withdraw or risk losing their precious military assets. While this low-scale conflict continues to smoulder across the Inner Sphere, efforts are underway to recover what was once lost. New universities are springing up, and the state of war now acts as a driving force for technological progress. There are those who see progress differently, however, and within each of the successor states is a faction currently pushing for independence. The Razelhug district of the Draconis Combine has been pushing for their freedom for many years now, as is one of the founding members of the Lyran Commonwealth, the Isle of Skye. In the Free Worlds League, the Duchy of Angurian has been openly hostile towards House Marek for as long as anyone can remember. Perhaps most sinister of all is Hans Davian's brother-in-law, Duke Michael Hassick Davian, who desires not to break away the Capellan march he rules, but to supplant his relative at the head of the Federated Suns. Only the Capellan Confederation does not currently possess a prominent independence movement, unless of course you count the conquered worlds who no longer desire to return to their old system. Outside of the Inner Sphere are 4 major periphery powers: the mistrusting Taurian Concordat, the hedonistic Magistracy of Canopus, the isolationist Outworlds Alliance, and the relatively young Oregon Directorate. While these nations dominate their own regions of space, compared to even the weakest successor state, they are leagues below. Besides these 4 are yet more micronations and bandit kingdoms, both near and far. Each could be the topic of a lengthy video, but are for now beneath the scope of this summary. Nobody yet knows it, but the Third Succession War is racing towards an explosive showdown. On a border world between the Draconis Combine and the Federated Suns, the full might of their respective militaries are about to be brought to bear. Meanwhile, Liao is launching his own Operation Doppelganger in response to the looming threat that is currently hanging over the entire Inner Sphere. 3 years prior, Hans Davian and Katrina Steiner came together to form an alliance which is about to change the face of the Inner Sphere forever. Partnering the largest military to the most powerful economy is a terrifying prospect for their neighbours with whom they share a rocky history. In response, the remaining 3 nations have united in their own promising but extremely fragile alliance. The future hangs in the balance, and only time will tell if humanity will recover their former glory or be doomed to technological oblivion.
Terraria is a game that I hold very, very close to my heart. Not only do I share a birthday with it, but it's also one of my favorite and most played games of all time. I've watched it grow and change alongside me for 13 years. But one thing about Terraria that has never changed is the presence of some strange narrative implications. I'm sure a lot of you remember asking yourselves the first time you played Terraria, what the hell is an Eye of Cthulhu? The game's most recognizable and often first boss single-handedly had millions questioning what the presence of an eldritch being like Cthulhu could mean, though I doubt most of the people who have played Terraria cared to think past that. The story simply isn't the point of the game. Well, 14 years and a laughable amount of final updates later, the game has actually managed to produce what I would designate a semi-cohesive story. Though developers have clarified that the game's lore is purposefully vague, I've put together my own interpretation of the game using the clues left behind. And today I'd like to share that vision with you. So with that said, my name is Minaxa, and today I'm gonna tell you the story of Terraria's lore. Sit back, grab a snack, and let's get right into it. But before I can tell you about the lore of Terraria, I want to tell you about today's sponsor, Raycon. It's likely you've heard they doing /Minaxa. Now, before we truly begin our journey, we need to know what happened before our time. The legend of Terraria passed down by the Order of the Guide tells us of this. A tale of good and evil. A marvelous recollection of a war and its consequences on the world. And it goes like this. In the beginning, the gods established a balance within nature and created infinite, parallel Terraria worlds. Each world is a living being that feels and knows everything that happens in them, and each was given the task of maintaining balance and order at all costs. Centuries before our time, the world of Terraria was full of life, different creatures and peoples all living together. Whether or not this was a time of peace or a time of war, we really don't know, save for a specific, prosperous ancient city. Unfortunately, these times of relative peace would come to an end with the appearance of a powerful being known as Cthulhu, craving nothing but destruction. His presence threatened not only the mentioned city, but the entirety of Terraria. This conflict would later be known as the War of Cthulhu. A powerful race known as the Dryads, who had an innate connection to the land, managed to fend him off, but they weren't powerful enough to kill him outright. Instead, they inflicted heavy damage, ripping out his eyes, spine, and parts of his skeleton and brain, forcing a retreat to the dark side of the moon. There he'd slowly regenerate his power and plot to someday return. Of all the Dryads, only one survived this war, leaving the future of the world in dire straits. Even though Cthulhu had been banished, he could still influence the world from the moon, spreading evil and hatred throughout. Countless horrible and unnatural creatures began to roam the realm, and many found themselves struck with a fascination, as opposed to fear, of Cthulhu. Because of this, a small group of cultists formed with the goal of assisting in his revival, led by a particularly obsessed zealot. Regarding the ancient city, the skeletal remains of Cthulhu were so powerful on their own that their mere presence manifested a curse on its entirety. The curse caused everyone in the city to go insane, living long past their due and decaying down to their bones, forever left to rot in what was now a dungeon. A benevolent old man is also affected by this curse, being forced to act as the guardian of the dungeon. Never being allowed to leave, he would transform into the giant skeletal remains of Cthulhu should anyone attempt to break in. The role was likely thrust upon him by the cult, who accommodated the city and eventually used it as a base of operations. The parts of Cthulhu's brain and spine also went on to influence the world after they were left behind, becoming the rulers of two separate forces that would aggressively attempt to overthrow the world balance. The remaining Terrarians, who avoided terrible fates whether due to the curse or Cthulhu's wrath, went into hiding. The great civilizations that once inhabited the world faded into mere memory, and much time passed. Eventually, the cult identified a genius engineer capable of greatly expediting their cause. Against his will, they instruct the old man to kidnap this genius and bring her to the dungeon. With no other choice, she provides the cult with mechanical reconstructions of Cthulhu's body parts, either in an effort to assist Cthulhu or make a new Cthulhu entirely. If she had finished the mechanical brain, it may have spelled doom for the entire world, this time for good. And that's where we come in. At last, our journey begins in a forest, with nothing to our name except for some rudimentary tools. Strangely, someone else is here with us, Scott the Guide. We don't know much about the guides, aside from the fact that they are an organized group that passes down their accumulation of knowledge across generations, including the legend that I just told. So, fittingly, he seems to be here to help us navigate this unfamiliar world. His first piece of advice leads us to begin gathering some useful resources and begin putting together a basic shelter. Before long, though, night falls, and it's here that we learn that floating demon eyes and the undead rule the night. In this world, it's kill or be killed. With the outside avenues surrounded by enemies, our only option is to dig down and wait until the night passes. Thankfully, the underground is also a place that provides. During this spelunking, we receive a message that a person has actually moved into our home, Milton the Merchant. This proves that the land of Terraria has more people than just us and the guide, though most are probably travelers who don't see any value in or are incapable of making their own permanent settlements. Speaking to him, the first thing he says, "I hope a scrawny kid like you isn't all that is standing between us and Cthulhu's eye." This serves as a reminder that the threat of Cthulhu is still ever present in the minds of everyone, and we are apparently in no shape to face this issue. Though, even just in our first day, we've managed to gather a few things to make ourselves considerably stronger. And by now, it should be clear that the land has an abundance of resources that it can provide us with. We just need to work to gather and refine them into tools we can use to defend ourselves. Interestingly, natural resources are not all that can be found. There are cabins, chests, and statues littered throughout the underground, lending credence to the fact that somebody had to have been down here before us. Although, considering the dilapidated state of them all, this was clearly a long time ago. One of these cabins contains a curious little item, a suspicious-looking eye, said to summon the Eye of Cthulhu that we just learned about. After equipping newfound items and making preparations, we set out to explore the outskirts of the world in search of more, only to find a terrible, decaying wasteland to the east of our settlement, the Corruption. Now, there are several concepts from the legend that I have omitted, as I want to bring them up when appropriate. The Corruption is described in the legend as a cancer caused by the sins of those living in the world of Terraria. It knows nothing else but to consume everything it touches, leaving behind terrible creatures of hate that exist for the sole reason to cause pain in punishment for the unearned pleasure experienced by living things. After it restores balance to life, it destroys it, with the goal of turning the entire world into a desolate abyss, void of life. This force is but one of several that act in tandem to maintain this sense of balance within the world of Terraria. The Corruption can spread, but it does so slowly, and can easily be quenched. As it stands, it does not pose a threat to the entire world. Though, as we will come to find out, these forces tend to overcompensate and do more harm than good. The Corruption is also but one side of a coin, with its counterpart being the Crimson. Generally, these cannot coexist, though with some intervention, it's certainly possible. In legend, it is described as a single emergent living being connected directly to each world, sharing a hive mind and solely focused on restoring balance at all costs. Thousands of worlds before this one have been absorbed by this being. Many misguided people have even made the horrific mistake of raising the Crimson to the level of a deity, conducting human sacrifices to it to placate the monstrosity or seek its favor. To me, the origin of the Crimson seems rather simple. The severed piece of Cthulhu's brain formed a consciousness of its own and manifested a hive mind that acts similarly to the Corruption. Though in this particular world, the Crimson, and by extension, the brain of Cthulhu, are not present. Although the Corruption, unlike the Crimson, seems to unambiguously be caused by natural events, I do believe that it is still connected to one of Cthulhu's other body parts, specifically his spine. It is possible that both of these forces existed before Cthulhu appeared and were simply exacerbated by his presence, or they specifically were manifested by the world after Cthulhu showed up. Regardless of which origin is correct, by this point we've already accounted for where 3 of the 4 Cthulhu body parts are. After briefly exploring the underground Corruption and destroying a shadow orb by suggestion of the guide, we then proceed to explore further west, encountering the desert and the jungle. By this point we have acquired ample accommodations to take on the threat the merchant told us about. After some brief final preparations, our first battle begins. With that, Cthulhu's Eye is swiftly defeated, marking the first step in our journey towards saving Terraria. With the spoils from the Eye leading to weapons fashioned from the Corruption's ore, Demonite, we can now venture further into the world to discover what we've yet to find. Heading to the far east, we eventually encounter the ruins of the ancient city, the dungeon. The front entrance is guarded by the cursed old man, who tells us that we are not nearly strong enough to free him from his master. He clearly has our safety at heart, so for now we must leave him to his own devices. With that said, we then build an ocean town and some more throughout the world in order to establish a pylon network for ease of travel. In the process of building housing on the outskirts, goblin scouts occasionally appear with hostile intent. Defeating them drops some tattered cloth, a material that we could use to summon their entire army. It's interesting to note that there are quite a few travelers and other races hiding away in the world still, but they lack the level of scale and organization that the civilizations of Terraria once had. Among those that do show up is someone very important, the final Dryad. Before we can get the opportunity to talk to her, the blood moon rises, which means new creatures to terrorize the night. The villagers become noticeably more irritable during this event, and many that would normally be peaceful are transformed into evil versions of themselves. Considering the similar theme of being corrupted and the bloody grotesque creatures aligning with the Crimson, I wouldn't be surprised if this blood moon was an unnatural phenomenon caused by Cthulhu's influence reaching all the way from the dark side of the moon. Once the jungle town is finished, we can finally speak with the last remaining dryad from the legend. When talking to her, we can even check the status of our world, with it currently being 8% corrupt. She insists that we must cleanse the world, and also mentions she's 500 years old. This implies that Cthulhu's invasion could have taken place as much as around 5 centuries ago. It's possible she had been in hiding ever since then, but with the defeat of Cthulhu's Eye, she mustered the confidence to come to us and guide us towards a brighter future. So now we have a secondary objective: bring the world to a state of complete purity. Although she sells a purification powder which could help the cause, it isn't nearly effective enough to use on a large scale. Until we get better tools to accomplish this task, it will unfortunately have to be put on hold. Later, we find and locate the Aether, a small area that contains a mysterious liquid with transmutative properties. Although any information regarding its origin is limited or non-existent, its ability to transform NPCs into alternate versions of themselves leads me to believe it may have something to do with a connection between the infinite parallel worlds that exist within the Terraria universe. Back at home base, we gather enough materials to craft a goblin battle standard, figuring that the army will likely show up sooner or later to search for their fallen scouts. And so, the battle begins. With our current strength, this fight is no easy one, but even still, we manage to succeed without a single death to our name, and the goblin army is defeated. Feeling emboldened by the victory, we move on to the corruption's vile deity, breaking 2 more shadow orbs to summon the Eater of Worlds. This battle was even closer, being nearly on the brink of death for arguably more of the fight than not. Regardless, the Eater of Worlds, the deity of the corruption, is defeated. With new equipment bolstering our defense, we can now use gravitation potions to safely explore the skies above, encountering many floating sky islands and empty buildings still in pristine condition. We have no idea who created these houses or who previously inhabited them, but either way, they left behind many things to aid in our quest. Later on, in the midst of selling the spoils from the Sky Islands for a profit, slime begins to rain from the sky. This peculiar event culminates in the summoning of the King Slime, a conglomeration of dozens of blue slimes that came together to form a leader greater than the sum of their parts. Curiously, we can see a person, just like us, actually stuck inside of it, but when we defeat this slime, only his clothes drop, implying he may have dissolved in the process of our fight. Oops. With the surface and skies of the world all but fully explored, the only remaining option is to dig until we reach the bottom, and in doing so we encounter a new sinister area of the underground: Hell. Immediately we find an enemy called a voodoo demon carrying a suspiciously familiar guide voodoo doll, with its description reading, "You are a terrible person." This item's purpose and existence are pretty mysterious. It can be used to hurt the guide, but why would we want to? Why was a demon carrying this item? And where did it come from? The guide was already a mysterious figure, possessing oddly specific knowledge about the world. Either way, it's clear that something terrible will happen if we use the doll, so for now, we move on to doing other things. We find and free the bound goblin tinkerer, who says he was tied up and left underground by the other goblins. He allows us to combine many of the accessories we've acquired so far, which puts us at a point in which we can contend with the old man's curse. So, that night, we return to the entrance of the ancient city and confront the dungeon's guardian once more, and the battle begins. In an instant, the old man transforms into the cursed remains of Cthulhu's skeleton. His massive hands flail through the air, and upon them being destroyed, he starts firing magic skulls. The old man arguably had the worst fate out of everyone that fell to the curse. He was blessed with immortality, but he didn't go insane or rot like the rest of them. At the very least, they weren't conscious of what was happening. He's likely been forced to reside outside the dungeon for decades or even centuries, and nobody has ever been powerful enough to free him of his curse. Until now. With the Guardian defeated, the 3 parts of Cthulhu present in our world have all been conquered, and we can now enter what remains of the ancient city. Littered throughout are the bones of those who once called this place home, along with locked chests containing their lost belongings. Based on the abilities of those left behind and evidence from the various items, it's clear that the civilization that previously inhabited this place was very advanced, skilled in summoning, alchemy, and capable of utilizing mechanical and magical weapons. Of particular note are the faction flags and paintings that can be found all over the place. Now, the 6 faction flags are a bit less interesting, but I find it cool that they can be associated with certain adversaries within the dungeon. The obvious implication here is that the ancient city once had conflicting groups with different interests, which I think is just a fun detail to uncover. More interesting, though, is the paintings that can be found in the dungeon. Many of them depict events tied directly to Cthulhu, such as the Blood Moon, the Old Man, and the recreations of Cthulhu. While looting the dungeon, we find someone of particular interest to us as well, the mechanic, tied up and abandoned. We knew she was being used by the cult to manufacture Cthulhu's mechanical body parts, but we didn't know what happened to her after that. It almost seems as if she was tied up and left behind in a hurry, like the members of the cult were here, but fled without her after we defeated the Guardian. This would explain why the mechanical brain was never finished, because we interfered by freeing the old man and the mechanic before she could ever do so. Even the mere existence of the cult and the mechanical Cthulhu recreations were merely rumors and hushed whispers among the wider world, at least according to the legend. So with this in mind, we can evaluate how the cult operates. They don't feel the need to appear before us directly, rather preferring to work in the shadows away from attention. But even though it was indirect, we had finally gotten to the point where we could disturb their plans. After freeing him from his curse, the old man moves in as the clothier. Both the clothier and the mechanic share a mutual hatred towards each other, though for some odd reason, they don't quite seem to remember why. When in her presence, the clothier says, "I keep having vague memories of tying up a woman and throwing her in a dungeon." Likewise, all the mechanic has to say about him is that he doesn't know how to treat a woman. The mechanic also tells the player that she hates the caverns if you bring her to them, remarking that it reminds her of a traumatic experience. But once again, she doesn't specify what she means by that. In general, I find it hard to believe the mechanic wouldn't warn us of the machines she built while she was trapped in the dungeon, so I believe both of them had their memories tampered with by the cult. Later on, after getting acquainted with each other, the mechanic and Goblin Tinkerer develop mutual feelings. In fact, most of the villagers have someone they particularly enjoy being around, whether it be out of romantic interest, strange infatuation, or just plain old camaraderie. So clearly, we've managed to turn the world into a safer place for those who lived in fear of Cthulhu, defeating many evils on our path. The villagers are comfortable enough to express themselves and their interests and intermingle with each other. But with that being said, now what do? We can't possibly hope to take on Cthulhu as it stands, but the world has run out of means for us to grow stronger. When asking the guide for assistance, he only has one more piece of advice for us. When you are ready to challenge the Keeper of the Underworld, you will have to make a living sacrifice. Everything you need for it can be found in the Underworld. I think it's finally time to talk about the suspicious history of our guide. Having an abundance of accumulated knowledge is reasonable, but the guide doesn't just know a lot, he knows everything about everything. It begs the question, is there more to the guide than meets the eye? I believe there is. Earlier, I purposefully ignored the most important dungeon painting in order to bring it up at this very moment. It's a parody of the creation of Adam, titled The Creation of the Guide. The original famous painting was a depiction of the biblical Adam, the first man, being created by God in his image. This biblical parallel is no coincidence. We know that each Terraria world is alive and aware of everything happening on it, which seems to mirror the characteristics of an omnipresent god. Not only that, but the legend also tells us of a guardian who serves as the world's master, its protector. Considering the evidence, I can say with confidence that this guardian is the guide himself, sent to us by the world. He is the living sacrifice, and the voodoo doll being burnt in hell is simply a convenient method for us to perform this sacrifice. His instruction, therefore, is made clear. If we can't surpass him here, we aren't worthy of continuing our journey. This isn't just a challenge from the man who helped us get this far, it's a challenge from the world itself. And so, we accept, and the battle begins. After the doll melts in the lava, a giant moving wall of flesh, eyes, and mouths appears and makes its way towards us. The very sight makes us horrified. What even is this thing that we're looking at? How was this the guide's true form the whole time? Regardless, using everything that he taught us, we stand our ground and eventually defeat the World Guardian. With the World Guardian slain, the ancient spirits of light and dark previously held back are released into the world. According to the legend, these spirits were freed in an attempt to expedite the search for a new guardian, which I believe is now our role to fill. But this process has severe consequences for the world at large, as it simultaneously greatly expedites the spread of the corruption and introduces a new force, the overcompensation of purity known as the Hollow. Although the world is now in greater peril than it has been for perhaps centuries, the spoils of our victory against the Guardian included a hammer that lets us smash the demonic altars in the corruption, leading to stronger metals for us to find underground. Given enough time, we collect enough to make weapons and gear far surpassing anything we've previously had access to, and simultaneously, we discover some sinister objects along the way. The mechanical eye, worm, and skull, all clearly similar to the object we used to summon Cthulhu's Eye at the beginning of our journey. Each object summons one of the 3 mechanical simulacrums of Cthulhu's body parts that were completed by the mechanic. Across 2 nights, we swiftly defeat the twins, Destroyer, and Skeletron Prime. And upon landing the final blow, the upset in the balance of power causes a disturbance within the jungle. With the mechanic under our protection, the cult has no hope of rebuilding these parts and will have to resort to some other avenue to meet their goals. In the meantime, we craft new gear using the souls of Might, Fright, and Sight, along with the metal scraps from their armor. The source of this strange metal, known as hollowed bars, are unknown, but I would guess that the mechanic was the only one who knew how to build with it, and the souls contained within the mechs were probably stolen from the dungeon. Moving over to the jungle to investigate the disturbance, we can find a peculiar glowing pink bulb. Once prepared, we harvest the bulb, only to awaken Plantera, the jungle's dormant floral guardian. And so, the battle begins. Once we take her down, screams echo from the dungeon, and she provides us with a temple key. Much earlier in our journey, during our initial exploration of the underground jungle, we encountered the entrance to this temple, but naturally it was locked. It's only now that we can finally go inside to uncover the lizard people. The bestiary describes them as reclusive people, implying that they may have locked themselves away of their own volition, or it was simply used to describe the fact that they were locked away. Strangely, the witch doctor who appears after Queen Bee is defeated is one of these lizard people, but can be found outside the temple, which the bestiary notes is unusual. Their intent to distance themselves is further supported by the excessive amount of deadly traps present in the temple, and the fact that they built themselves a stone guardian, known to us as Golem, in the deepest and largest chamber. Considering the general theming and iconography surrounding the temple, it seems reasonable to assume that the lizard people worship the sun, with Golem being a physical construct meant to harness the sun's power through the use of the power cells. The temple also contains chests, some of which have solar tablets in them, and these tablets are capable of willfully calling forth a solar eclipse. This relationship to the sun they clearly have is also thematically appropriate if you assume they fled underground to hide from Cthulhu, who represents the moon. And while I do believe they ended up locked in the temple because they fled from Cthulhu, it still doesn't explain why the key was in Plantera's possession. Perhaps it was given to her intentionally to place it under her protection, or maybe it was stolen from them by the witch doctor, explaining why he isn't locked away with the rest of his people. Either way, the temple isn't the only thing that we gained access to following Plantera's defeat, as the dungeon is now infested with stronger adversaries, perhaps being the cult's attempt to deter any further progress. Unfortunately for them, if this is the case, it has the complete opposite effect, providing us with what we need to triumph over the Temple Guardian. Following this, Martians unexpectedly invade from space, but this is nothing more than a bump on the road for us now. Their defeat merely serves as yet another stepping stone to make us stronger for our battle against Cthulhu, which, by now, doesn't seem too far away. But the cult knows this too. The cult has had their eyes on us, perhaps the entire time we've been on our journey. But defeating Golem was too much for them to ignore. They couldn't afford to hide in the shadows anymore. 4 members gathered outside the dungeon entrance and began a ritual. 2 devotees worship the mysterious tablet above, while the other 2 archers stand guard. What's their goal in performing this ritual? To summon Cthulhu? To help him gain back his power on the moon? To prevent him from coming back too soon? These are all questions we can't yet answer. For now, we need to make preparations for whatever they're planning. So we take on the solar eclipse to craft the Terrorblade, and the pumpkin moon to craft spooky wings. And those final preparations give us the confidence we need to disturb their ritual. The 4 cultists are weak and go down in an instant, but a 5th appears out of thin air, the leader of the cult. He siphons the power from the tablet and rises into the air, preparing to attack you. And so, the battle begins. At this point, the potential outcomes of this battle are ambiguous at best. We don't know if we successfully interrupted the ritual and he's fighting out of revenge, or if his absorbing the emblem's power was actually him continuing the ritual and he's simply fending us off until he finishes it. With the power he absorbed, the lunatic cultist uses ancient magic in a desperate fit to get rid of us, but he could never be successful. He was too late, and so we defeat him. But something is wrong. The cultist's defeat acts as a catalyst for a terrible calamity, as connections with 4 planets are made, and the hostile inhabitants of each begin to invade through these connections. 4 celestial pillars appear at the crossroads between worlds: the Nebula, Solar, Vortex, and Stardust pillars. In the bestiary, these pillars are described as towers that hold the seal, locking away a terrifying tyrant. The alien adversaries that accompany them guard them with their life and must be defeated in order to damage and eradicate them. These seals are all that's left between us and Cthulhu. But you might be wondering, why would we want to break these seals? Shouldn't we prevent Cthulhu from showing up? Where did this invasion even come from, and how is the cultist's defeat connected to it? It doesn't make sense for the cult to perform the ritual that we interrupted out in public view when they were operating in the shadows all this time, especially when the 4 that were there to oversee it were so weak. I believe this ritual was a trap to lure us in. The lunatic cultist wanted us to show up and stop the ritual so they could swoop in at the last second and absorb all of the power being collected in the mysterious tablet. Then, They did genuinely intend on getting rid of us right then and there using that power, but they realized towards the end of the battle that they were inevitably going to fail. So in a last-ditch effort, they used all of their remaining power to summon the Celestial Invasion. This is why the message, "Celestial creatures are invading," appears immediately before the lunatic cultist has been defeated. Of course, this plan does still have its holes. Cthulhu hadn't finished regenerating his body or power quite yet, but the lunatic cultist doesn't care about the consequences that this gambit might have. They simply wanted Cthulhu to return, and they were forced to play their final hand. And if we were on any ordinary journey, as any ordinary hero, this plan would have worked. We would have died many, many times attempting to thwart the Celestial Invasion, but we're not normal heroes. One after the other, one by one, each pillar goes down, and from it emerge powerful fragments that can be used to synthesize our most powerful weapons yet. Upon each pillar being destroyed, something terrifying happens to us. Your mind goes numb. You are overwhelmed with pain. Otherworldly voices linger around you. And finally, impending doom approaches. With a certain uneasiness crawling down our back, we make our preparations as the final battle crests the horizon. The culmination of our efforts will be tested here and now, as he approaches. Practically a god, his power knows no limits. The mastermind behind all terrors which befall the world is finally freed from his lunar prison. The Moon Lord, Cthulhu. As expected, he's extremely strong. His attacks pack a punch and there's a lot of them. He has 3 true eyes of Cthulhu situated on his hands and forehead, with the latter shooting a massive laser that devastates anything in its path. It's no wonder that Cthulhu was nearly able to single-handedly destroy the world all those centuries ago. But we're just barely stronger. One by one, the 3 eyes are damaged and released, eventually opening the way to his now exposed core. In the end, it seems like we might lose, being on the very brink of death, but finally, we defeat him. The evil that once threatened the very existence of Terraria has been vanquished by us, the heroes who started our journey with nothing more than a copper short sword, a guide, and a dream. And now we've become more powerful of a being than he ever was, and have rightfully claimed our role as the World Guardian. That being said, our journey isn't over. Not yet. We still have a favor to fulfill. For the first time in centuries, the world is pure. We've conquered every enemy, gained all the power we can gain, and saved the world from Cthulhu's wrath. Terraria is finally at peace. But I suppose that's not entirely true. Sure, we saved this world, but remember, Terraria is composed of infinite worlds. This journey and its outcome was but one of millions of potential possibilities. There's still countless worlds to explore, Cthulhus to defeat, and even greater threats to conquer, should you choose to face them. In Terraria, there's no such thing as a journey's end. So, what do you say? Want to go back around again? Well, that's gonna wrap up my interpretation of Terraria's lore. Since you got this far, I'd like to personally thank you for watching. I know many of you will be new viewers, but for anyone who's been around, I apologize for the absence. It's the longest I've gone without uploading basically since I started. I won't bore you with the details, I just want to say thanks for letting me do what I do. It's all because of you. Anyways, if you enjoyed the video, which I assume you did since you're still here, you should stick around and subscribe. I don't have a solid direction for the channel going forward, but it's basically going to be videos like this of me talking about things that I like at the time that I find interesting. But I promise, anything I bother using even a fraction of the time I spent making this is going to be at least a little fun. Thanks again for watching, and with all that said, that's going to be all from me. I hope you enjoyed the video. Until next time.
Let's go 輝くマシンライダージャンプライダーキック仮面ライダー仮面ライダーライダーライダーライダージャンプライダーキック仮面ライダー仮面ライダーライダーライダー
仮面ライダー本郷武史は改造人間である。彼を改造したショッカーは世界制覇を企む悪の秘密結社である。仮面ライダーは人間の自由のためにショッカーと戦うのだ。
迫るショッカー地獄の軍団我らを狙う黒い影世界の平和を守るため Go! Go! Let's go! 輝くマシンライダージャンプライダーキック仮面ライダー仮面ライダーライダーライダーライダージャンプライダーキック仮面ライダー仮面ライダーライダーライダ
ー仮面ライダー本郷武史は改造人間である。彼を改造したショッカーは世界征服を企む悪の秘密結社である。仮面ライダーは人間の自由のためにショッカーと戦うのだ。
大地を蹴ってライダージャンプ空中回転大風車稲妻を呼ぶライダーキック敵を倒したライダーチョップおーライダー仮面ライダー空気を蹴ってライダーブレン地面水平大飛行竜巻を呼ぶライダージェット敵投げ飛ばすライダーカットおーライダー仮面ライダー
仮面ライダー本郷武史は改造人間である。彼を改造したショッカーは世界征服を企む悪の秘密結社である。仮面ライダーは人間の自由のためにショッカーと戦うのだ。仮面ライダー V3!
「 赤い仮面の V3 ダブルタイフン命のベルト力と技の風車が回る父よ母よ妹よ風のうなり道が叫び力の限りぶち当たる敵は地獄のデストロン戦う正義の仮面ライダー V3仮面ライダー V3 風見四郎は改造人間である謎の秘密組織デストロンに重傷を負わされたが仮面ライダー1号2号によって改造手術を受け仮面ライダー V3 として蘇った仮面ライダー X セットアップセットアップセットアップ銀の仮面に黒マフラー額に輝く V ストップゴッドの悪巧み父の叫びは波の音光のライドル引き抜いて X ライダー今日も行く仮面ライダー X 巨大な悪の組織ゴッドに父と共に殺された仁慶介は瀕死の父の手によって仮面ライダー X として蘇ったその使命は世界の平和と正義を守るため完全と謎のゴッド機関を相手に戦うのである大空に聞け俺の名はアマゾンライダーここにあり来るなら来てみろ悪の使者見たか乗ったぞジャングラー牙が光るぞ針は爪がうなるぞ目には目を正義のためなら恋となるアマゾンライダーここにあり仮面ライダーストロンガーすぐ走れ空を飛べブラックサタンを倒すまで守るぞ平和を日本のカッと燃えるぜ正義の心いいよ必殺電飾男の命をかけてゆくその名は仮面ライダーストロンガー仮面ライダーストロンガージョー・シゲルは自ら進んで改造手術を受けて電気人間となり日本の平和と正義を守るため世界征服を狙う悪の組織ベルザー軍団を倒すべく完全と立ち上がった けて突っ走れ不滅のライダー仮面ライダー戦いの時は今戦いの時が来た燃えろ燃えろ燃えろ燃えろ燃えろ仮面ライダー
仮面ライダー筑波博は改造人間である。人類の自由のために悪の秘密結社ネオショッカーと戦うのだ。
聞こえないか君聞こえるだろう君ほらあのマシンの爆音大地がとどろき風がうなるそれはそうそれはあのマシンに乗る男の熱き血潮の高鳴り悪を憎む怒りの雄たけびライダー男の名は仮面ライダ仮面ライダースーパーワン青い空からやってきて緑の地球を救うもの赤い正義の血を燃やし銀の機械の腕振るそれはそれはそれは金の心を持つ男海を山をふるさと5つの腕で守る5つの愛の腕でライダーライダースーパーライダー仮面ライダースーパーワン
10号誕生仮面ライダー全員集合電撃稲妻熱風電撃稲妻熱風ドラゴンロードを飛ばせドラゴンロードを飛ばせ電撃稲妻熱風電撃稲妻熱風地獄の影はい闇を避け命をかけて誇りを守る野獣のように吠えろ吠えろ吠えろ吠えろ吠えろ吠えろ吠えろライダー Endless fight Endless fight カットビファイシルバークロスケリトンシルバークロスケリトンおまけにナックアウトシルバークロスケリトンシルバークロスケリトンおまけにナックアウトロイ電撃稲妻熱風電撃稲妻熱風電撃稲妻熱風電撃稲妻熱風 仮面ライダーは改造人間である。人類の自由のために巨大な悪と戦うのだ。
光のオーロラ身にまとい君は戦う人になれ傷つくことを恐れたら地球は悪の手に沈む Way up the hero 燃え上がれ光と闇の果てしないバトル Way up the hero 太陽よ愛に勇気を与えてくれ仮面ライダー黒いボディ仮面ライダー真っ赤な目仮面ライダーブラックアイス
空っぽの星時代をゼロから始めよう伝説は振り返るもの今アクセルを解き放て空が熱くよみがえれ空が誇りのエナジー空が強くあるために No fear, no pain 愛の前に立つ限り No fear, no pain 恐れるものは何もない完全独走を俺が超えてやる超変身
What size would you like the Skelly plush? What size is he? Is he big? Is he small? Is he Oshikatsu size? Is he big? Is he like double hand size? One hand size? What thing? What is going on? What size would you like Skelly plush? If we were to get Skelly plush. Do you want him small so you can bring him everywhere, like Oshikatsu size? Or do you want him like plush size, like keep him at home size, you know? Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts. Having the jamstone is reference. That's a good start. I don't know what the I don't know how big the jamstone is. How big is it? You gotta give me some sort of I don't know. How big is that one? Is it Oshikatsu size? Is it a stay-at-home size? About 6 inches. Okay. 6 inches is a 6-inch sub. Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy. Oh. Six-inch sub. So, Oshikatsu size? The head will be bigger, right? I don't know. I don't understand. I wish I could show you. I don't know how big 6 inches is. I don't know anything. I'm just confused. About 15 centimeters. I don't know what that is either. I don't know what that is either. Beanie Baby? The small one or the big one? I don't have Beanie Baby for reference. Like... Wait, I need a ruler. You know what's ridiculous? I only realized he's Kamen Rider because he rides a bike. I realized just now. Oh, he's Kamen Rider because he rides a bike.
Imagine you're Kazuki Takahashi.
I'll show you why he's common.
The creator of the world-famous Yu-Gi-Oh! Franchise. Honestly, you never expected this series to take off in such a massive way, especially off the back of a Magic the Gathering homage that was originally intended to be a one-off thing in your episodic horror manga focused on funny little games like setting bullies on fire. But fans loved the idea of the card game so much that you gradually expanded on it until it became the global phenomenon that it is now. To the point world tournaments were being held yearly, and fans were crashing into the Konami offices with the release of every new ban list. Now it's 2006 though, and production is wrapping up on the anime sequel series Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. After a decade, you feel this is the time to end the series and move on to something else. But the production staff on the anime ring you up like,
"Come on, man, just one more series, and then we'll never, ever, ever ask another one from you ever again."
alright, fine, one more. But if you're gonna do this, you're gonna go big. Yu-Gi-Oh! Meets Akira. That means motorcycles. That means an oppressive shadow government. That means a futuristic dystopian setting layered with social class commentary. And psychic powers.
Are we doing the Akira slide?
Are we doing the Akira slide? Of course we're gonna do the Akira slide. You think we're gonna do a futuristic setting with motorcycles and not do the Akira bike slide somewhere? Get your head out of your ass. And that, in essence, is how we got Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. But why do I bring all this up? Well, ever since I was a tiny child, Yu-Gi-Oh's always been my kind of comfort trash. Yeah, it's a series where any ideological debate is settled with a game of canasta in order to advertise the newest booster packs, but once you accept its bizarre internal logic of Egyptian gods and blue eyes white jets, it's unbelievably easy to sink into, both in its surprisingly endearing characters and engaging card systems. There's a reason that few card-focused series took off in the same way that Yu-Gi-Oh! Did. Anyone remember Chaotic? Or Duel Masters? So while I've been distracting myself from finishing part 2 of the reboot video, which is totally coming and definitely not cancelled by higher up management, I've been relying on my go-to form of procrastination, playing Duel Links on my phone, which inevitably led me to going back to rewatching past Yu-Gi-Oh! Series. Duel Monsters, GX, 5Ds, and started on Arc V since I never watched it all the way through when it was recently added into Duel Links. Now, originally when I was watching through these series and planning out a potential video, I intended to talk about GX and how it's a near perfect sequel to the original series. But then I got to 5Ds, and that's when I noticed something. In talking to friends and acquaintances who were into Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in the day like I was, it seems that most got to this series when Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, more like Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds nuts, ha, got 'em, and then moved on to Gears of War 2. Makes sense since people my age got into the original series when they were in their preteens and it was popular in the schoolyard. So 5Ds was airing when they were firmly in high school territory and transitioning out of Saturday morning cartoons. But that's disappointing because 5Ds is by far one of the most interesting things Yu-Gi-Oh! Has ever had to offer. What makes 5Ds stand out is how it immediately differentiated itself from everything that came before or after. The protagonists were aged up, the tone was grimmer without being aggressively edgy, there's nuanced themes related to poverty and privilege, within the context of still being a card game series. When I implied this was Akira meets Yu-Gi-Oh!, I wasn't kidding. You can tell that 5Ds is where the creators tried to break out of the mold that the previous series had found themselves in. And for the most part, they nailed it. So while I will eventually cover the previous series, because I love some of these dumbasses too much not to talk about them at some point, for now, I have a major itch to dig into 5Ds, and my ADD brain only lets me focus on one hyper-obsession at a time. That means for today, we're going to be talking about why this anime about card games being played on motorcycles is actually pretty sick, and in a lot of ways, Yu-Gi-Oh! At its peak.
この番組はグランドスポーツの提供でお送りします。
So first things first, let's get the main premise I'm sure is on everyone's mind out of the way. That being...
Card games on motorcycles.
Card games on motorcycles!
Card games on motorcycles.
Crow, did you hear that? Card games on motorcycles!
Yes, if there's one thing 5Ds is prolific for, even for those who haven't watched it, it's the fact that a majority of the duels happen on motorbikes. I remember when the series started airing in the West, it was already getting memed into the dirt for its initial sales pitch. And admittedly, it is patently ridiculous and over the top. But same goes for most of Yu-Gi-Oh's core premise. The original series is an ancient Egyptian pharaoh possessing the body of a high school boy and going on adventures where nearly every conflict is resolved through a round of Cards Against Humanity, which originated a couple millennia ago, but motorcycles is what crossed the line. Granted, a lot of things in the previous series could be hand-waved away with a simple, it's magic, and get away with it, where playing cards on a moving vehicle was rooted just enough in reality that it started putting viewer suspension of disbelief at
let me show you the size that I was thinking of. Give me a second. Like this. this is kind of like oshikatsu size. So you could like bring it along when you go to places. Is that too small? That's too big. Would you like bigger? Yeah, oshikatsu means like you can bring it along with you. Kind of like you can bring it along with you, which means like oshikatsu. Like this kind of vibes. Little guy. Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Because then if you get bigger than this, then you can't kind of bring it along with you. And then I guess it depends what you guys want. Because if it's like big like this, then you just leave it at home, you know? If it's this big, then you would it would just be for home. And then if you wanted smaller, then you can bring it out, I guess, and take pictures. I think this would be a good size, like this. I think originally we were thinking...
Hear me out. We get the
Yeah.
keychain-sized skellies, cause in the future, maybe we get a full-size Cersea plush.
Oh, and then it would be tiny Skelly plush and then normal sized Cersea plush. Okay. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye again.
In a vice grip. If you can get over that, though, you'd find that dual runners are easily the
But if
best
we had
addition
small
5Ds
Cersea plush
brought
and
to the
large
series.
Skelly plush, we
After
could have
nearing
Captain
decade
riding a
of card
Skelly into
games,
battle
the
Cersei's
duels in
mug.
the original series and GX were slowly growing stale.
True.
Still fun, but there's only so many ways you can frame two characters standing in a field throwing cards at each other to be exciting for the viewer without doing some gimmick to fill out an entire episode. Then in comes turbo duels, and suddenly there's entirely new dynamics to the way these scenes can be played. It's like how strip poker is a spicy advancement of regular poker. But unlike the guy who suggests playing strip poker at a party, fusion summoning on the back of a motorcycle absolutely fucks. Now it's not just about the cards being played and the holograms that can maybe sort of cause physical reactions, but how the duelists maneuver their uniquely designed duel runners. Suddenly speed, control, movement, and locales are all factors to how a duel unfolds, radically changing their pace and flow. From the very first episode of 5Ds, we can see how much turbo duels change things in subtle ways, as the debut duel is a chase sequence where law enforcement are pursuing the main character, and the only way for Yusei to escape is to win, thus causing the officer's duel runner to stall out. Fast forward to their next couple duels, as Officer Trudge gradually becomes the Javert to Yusei's Jean Valjean, and his driving becomes actively aggressive and hostile in his attempts to take down this punk kid from the satellite, tossing aside any honor by attempting to run Yusei completely off the road before he can win and evade authorities yet again. Throughout 5Ds, the danger of crashing being this ever-looming threat significantly increases the intensity of duels, as characters have to balance the active variable of riding with the mind games inherent with a card game, giving way to entirely different approaches of telling a story that wouldn't work with the ground-based duels of previous series. Though, to be fair, on paper, turbo duels aren't that different from the traditional format outside of the motorsports aspect. It uses unique spell cards that require speed counters, which themselves are gained each turn as the duelists speed around the track, and can be lost when players lose more than 1,000 life points, causing them to slow down, but other than a couple tangential rules that come up in the Grand Prix tournament arc, it's a modified rule set. Nothing that can't hypothetically be done sitting down, even being included in a few of the video games. So I can understand why some feel that the speed aspect doesn't feel fully utilized. In retrospect, the creators of the anime were clearly walking a fine line between trying to make turbo duels a unique style of play to keep things fresh within the 5D's universe, without adding in too many extrinsic elements or exclusive rules that turn it into anime wacky racers, possibly confusing longtime fans of the original game in the process. And in that sense, turbo duels work well. Blending the visual language of motorsports with the moment-to-moment pace of a card game is a genuinely clever solution, adding in entirely new dimensions to how duels were animated and framed. Now that characters weren't physically nailed down to whatever spot they planted their feet when they started the duel, the animators had so much more freedom when it came to set pieces and storyboarding, framing matches through the positioning of opponents in the physical race, along with the monsters being summoned. Like, I'm trying my best to rationalize this, but at the end of the day, a character casually leaping over a vat of molten iron on their duel runner as they draw the vital card they need is just rad, plain and simple. But it's not just about dueling for the sake of itself. Duels at their best in this series are more than just the cards being played. They're about the emotions and stories built around them. No one cares if Jaden beats the monkey, it's what the monkey represents. In that same way, duel runners aren't simply motorcycles equal cool, but actually are justified subtextually within the story, synchronizing with the actual themes of 5Ds. However, before we start digging into that, I'm gonna have to take a quick detour and address another elephant in the room first. And that's the sub versus dub situation that hovers over any anime 4Kids localized back in the day, like some toxic miasma.
How about a nice room in a dungeon for the rest of your days?
Now, it's not a secret for anyone growing up in the early aughts that 4Kids made a habit of mishandling the anime they localized, usually in hyper-sanitizing anything not conventionally found in Little Timmy's 3rd grade classroom, leading to hilariously bizarre abstractions.
These donuts are great! Jelly-filled are my favorite! Nothing beats a jelly-filled donut!
But the situation with Yu-Gi-Oh's dub in particular has always been an anomaly. On the one hand, between all the iconic performances and concepts like the Shadow Realm that have been fused into the fanbase's lexicon, Yu-Gi-Oh was the rare 4Kids dub that held up beyond the campy, so bad it's good qualities. One of the reasons Seto Kaiba has become the icon he is today was due to the phenomenal job Eric Stewart did voicing him in the dub.
And anyone who's late for registration will be disqualified. Mokuba, make sure Wheeler's late.
However, in making these changes, 4Kids also had to drastically, and I mean drastically, change the source material in order to bring it stateside, either due to localization decisions made by 4Kids themselves, or changes that were required by FCC regulations for children's programming, resulting in the tone of the series often being aged down from how it was originally written.
On your feet.
Mr. Pegasus would like to have a few words with you.
Of all the series though, there's a strong argument to be made that 5Ds got the worst of this. Where GX's inherently lighthearted school setting allowed for plenty of freedom to be goofy in its localization,
I'm ready to duel. Let's go. Yo, I'm down, but we be illin', homeboy. I have no...
Sorry, could you repeat that? Sorry, I missed that. Could you please repeat that?
Duel, let's go. Yo, I'm down, but we be illin', homeboy.
Yo, I'm down, but we be illin', homeboy. What are you saying?
I have no idea what you just said.
From moment one, 5Ds is thematically and narratively built around serious subject matter related to classism, discrimination, violence, guns, and death, which had to be heavily toned down or removed altogether.
How does it look, Doctor?
He's got some serious bruising on the right side of his abdomen.
Is he going to be all right?
It's a long shot.
Since storylines like a psychic cult torturing a boy to death, resulting in his sister having a mental breakdown and driving off a cliff, leading her to make a sinister pact with an ancient evil gecko so that she can seek vengeance on her brother's killers, would be difficult to keep to a soft PG rating. 4Kids had to file down 5D's sharper edges with a belt sander, removing most of the bite when it comes to its deeper themes, even if it gave us some undeniably hilarious edits attempting to work around the darker moments of the story.
Don't worry, he's not in any pain. The child is actually creating that electrostatic force field with his telekinetic abilities.
Probably the best example of this is with the Crash Town arc, a 6-episode mini-arc that homages classic westerns, where in real time you can see 4Kids localizers twisting themselves into Honda knots to avoid showing any use of guns on screen.
No, she's right! We've been under Lawton's thumb for long enough!
Due to this requirement to censor around the use of firearms, the big finale to the last duel in Crash Town had to be removed entirely because it unavoidably concludes with a man getting shot in the head after a quick draw standoff. And that sucks, as it is the coolest moment of the entire series. I implore anyone who has not watched the sub version of this series, at the very least, look up this duel, as it is masterfully done, further highlighted by this slick western accompaniment in the background.
墓地にあるこのカードを自分のデッキの一番上に戻すことができる。
Actually, while we're on that subject, that's another thing to add to 4Kids' running tally. Like previous Yu-Gi-Oh! Series before, the dub for 5Ds completely replaces the original soundtrack, and that ends up changing the mood of scenes on a fundamental level. 5D's grungy, futuristic atmosphere is built off the back of its mix of nu metal and techno music, to the point you can't entirely separate them without losing something. Just take a listen. For a series about card games being played on motorcycles, the OST goes surprisingly hard, in a way that the series has never quite lived up to since. Tracks like Yusei and Jack's battle themes, or the Speed World theme, so perfectly complement the racing motif that 5Ds has with its duels, that it's a genuine downgrade losing it for the generic synth soundtrack that took its place. The dub makes up for it a bit with its new opening theme Hyperdrive, but the fact that Clear Mind Insert Song was removed from Shooting Star Dragon's first summoning is a war crime that some former 4Kids producer will answer for someday. I'll see you in hell, Michael Brady. Lastly, there's the fact that the run of 5D's English dub was cut 30 episodes short. Similar to GX a couple of years prior, 5D's entire last arc and the epilogue were never aired in English. So not only is there massive resolution issues with the main antagonists, but of the top 10 duels from this series, 6 never got localized and were completely missed by fans who never looked into the subbed version. So the one shining moment where Leo gets to be more than the annoying child side character, completely gone. The explanation for who Bruno is and why he's there, which leads to his life or death duel against Yusei, the one person he developed a mutual attachment to, never happens. For those who ever watched the original series, imagine not getting the latter half of the Battle City tournament, or the duel between Yugi and Atem. Supposedly, this quick wrap-up was due to a legal dispute between 4Kids and TV Tokyo regarding some backdoor dealings the former was making, resulting in the Japanese broadcaster almost terminating their contracts altogether, though 4Kids claims the cuts had more to do with low TV ratings. Either way, this would explain why sizable chunks of the last season were axed, as 4Kids was racing to end it as fast as possible, and just cut anything that was seen as chaff, even if that chaff was vital plot points. Like I said, 5D's got it pretty bad, but as much as I can deride 4Kids dub for all the changes and general mistakes with how it handled 5Ds, it also has that undeniable 4Kids charm to the writing and delivery of lines that's super endearing to go back to.
Try harder next time.
Is that Joey Wheeler? No, man, it's his cousin Jesse Wheeler.
Greg Abbey just fits Yusei exceptionally well, nailing that blend of stoic strategist and hopeful optimist, even if 4Kids edits butchered the character's best moments. And they made Jack Atlas a Cockney Brit. How can you not love that?
Delivery! I don't think so. I ordered the Kung Pao chicken with a side of soup.
You nincompoop! That's our store delivery, not your lunch. Beat it!
That's why, despite everything I say going forward being in reference to the original Japanese version, I'm going to primarily rely on the English names and terms, since that's what I was raised on. And let's be real, D-Wheel just doesn't have the same ring that Dual Runner has. Which nicely brings me back around from that earlier detour into 5D's own world building. As I already mentioned, an extremely ever-present theme early on in 5Ds is classism and discrimination, as it is riddled throughout its world building. The main setting for the series is split across two areas. First, you have New Domino City, a functional utopia where the well-off citizens go to stadiums to watch duels transformed into the Talladega, and turbo duelists perform for their ravenous fans.
Show us a butthole or something! What are we doing? Butthole! Butthole!
Absolutely cutthroat. And then there's the Satellite, a slum island off the coast of the city, rife with urban decay where the poor and criminals are left to waste away with zero established ways to move up to New Domino, with the only thing connecting the two being a pipeline for the city to send over its garbage. Whether you're born there or a criminal that was kicked out of the city and left to rot, you are satellite scum for the rest of your life, only meant to recycle and process trash being fed in from New Domino. Technically, the satellite has only existed for approximately 17 years by the start of the series, when a new NRD reactor, the D stands for dueling, went critical, causing the area to break off from New Domino. But that hasn't stopped those from the satellite being treated with the same public disdain as someone announcing their new investment in NFTs. Immediately, the series establishes this contrast in its setting with the dichotomy of our two main protagonists, Yusei Fudo and Jack Atlas. While Jack is living high in New Domino City as the reigning king of turbo duels, cheered on by adoring fans and signing movie deals, Yusei is left in the satellite, salvaging enough scraps to put together a working dual runner that can get him out of there before he's caught by sector security. And it's this contrast that's the initial driving force of the story. Years ago, Jack stole Yusei's Stardust Dragon and first dual runner back when they were friends so that he could get into New Domino, and now Yusei has to work his way up to the city to even things out. But that's more complicated than it initially sounds. And here's where we get into the deeper stuff with 5Ds. You see, in a world where card games are the center of everything, even being included in the school curriculum, those in the satellite are completely limited from any opportunities a good deck could provide for them by the very nature that cards aren't easily accessible there. Without things like card shops around or the finances to purchase them, those stuck on the island are left to scrounge for what few cards they can find in this near lawless wasteland, like Yu-Gi-Oh! Players doing trades at locals. This can be as simple as sorting through New Domino's trash for cards someone tossed out, to outright mugging others for theirs, making a usable deck an extremely precious resource. While it seems like these are ultimately minor details in a story where all the characters have perfectly put together decks, it actually goes far to explain the sheer emotional attachment those from the satellite have with their cards. Yusei's belief that there are no useless cards doesn't come from the same idealistic sentimentality that previous protagonists have, but from someone who spent years building their deck from cards others thought weren't worth keeping. Hence the extra meaning behind his archetype of choice actually being junk. Monsters that are designed as weak on their own until they're pieced together effectively. His deck might be made up of cards others tossed out that he was able to scrape together, but it's incredibly sentimental to him. Which is understandable in a place like the satellite, where the way many orphans are left to learn their reading and arithmetic is from the cards they've found in the trash, ignoring the implication that any Yu-Gi-Oh! Player actually reads their cards. But even if someone can scrounge up a decent deck, dual runners are something else entirely. Turbo duels may have become a pastime for the citizens of New Domino, but runners are effectively non-existent in the satellite. At best, only glimpsed through televised matches from the stadium on the few working TVs left lying around. Yusei is one of the few shown to own a runner because he was able to put it together himself, with scraps lying around the satellite, and the personal know-how he developed over years of trial and error working with auto mechanics. Hence why Jack stealing the first one they built together was such a betrayal. It's not exactly like he can call up his insurance about it. If not to underline the irony of all of this, dual runners are the only way shown that people are able to leave the satellite and escape to New Domino, meaning they both diametrically represent privilege and freedom. Oh, but just in case the veiled messaging of all this was too subtle, on top of it all, everything from decks to dual runners in Satellite are actively suppressed by Sector Security. Wouldn't want the riffraff getting any ideas. Sector Security do their patrols through the island less to protect and serve, but to make sure those in Satellite stay in Satellite, resulting in the citizens forming their own dual gangs as a form of self-protection. And that eventually escalates to... Like I've been saying, it's a rough area. And for those caught breaking the law in Satellite or New Domino, like stealing back cards from Sector Security or playing an Eldritch deck, they're taken to the facility, where they're painfully branded with face tattoos that both act as a tracking chip and a permanent marker of someone's criminal past, even after they've served their time in prison. So those facial markings aren't simply a way to give a bit of visual flair to the character's design. It's an in-world tagging system for prisoners that publicly marks them as a criminal for life. And I hope I don't have to explain why that's a tad fucked up. Through its multiple systems, from a lack of a proper education system to hostile law enforcement, those of Satellite are made to be systematically trapped there with no way out. In fact, the sole reason Yusei is allowed into New Domino to participate in the huge Fortune Cup being held is that Rex Goodwin, the director of the city, suspects that he's a signer, one of the 5 predestined heroes intended to save the world. If it wasn't for that, Yusei would still be getting electroshock treatment in the facility after initially getting caught by Sector Security escaping into New Domino to settle his score with Jack. Thank the Crimson Dragon for main character privileges. What makes this all even more insidious is when it's revealed that this segregated hierarchy is largely manufactured by Goodwin himself, who admits that the Zero Reverse event that originally separated Satellite from the mainland also freed the Earthbound Immortals, ancient evil deities heralding the King of the Netherworld, thus making Satellite the future battleground for their 5,000-year war against the Crimson Dragon signers. If the people of the Satellite were allowed to migrate over, that would simply move the battleground to New Domino, as the Earthbound Immortals require a massive amount of souls to manifest. So Goodwin's solution was just to isolate everything to that one area through systematic discrimination and dehumanization. A very, let's say, utilitarian approach intended to limit casualties by effectively making the citizens of Satellite resources for a proxy war they didn't agree to be part of. Because fuck the poor? And the funny thing is that this doesn't change the fact that the Earthbound Immortals still make their way into New Domino regardless, making the multiple layers of oppression ultimately redundant, because existential horrors don't discriminate. You think the writers were trying to say something about the futility of classism or something? This is what I meant when I said 5Ds had so much going on beyond the motorbikes. By so firmly rooting its story in a world of haves and have-nots, and how that environment affects the character's place within it, 5Ds creates a world that isn't just grim, but layered. This isn't just good by Yu-Gi-Oh standards, this is marvelous world building, period. And totally not reflective of real-world issues. That'd be crazy. I haven't even gotten into the characters proper yet because the setting is such an integral part of understanding the story being told, using these grittier yet grounded social issues as a way to frame its characters, rather than just some set dressing. But now that we've set the stage, let's get to the actors involved. Looking at the cast of 5Ds, you'd be forgiven for thinking it's simply exporting characters from its previous series. You got main character with a Jersey Shore salon worth of hair gel on their head, the rival who has a lot of specific art with the MC, the chill best friend, the girl love interest, the child prodigy who never actually does much, and Leo. But I think what makes 5D's characters stand out is actually the level of maturity with how they're handled. Whether it's Crow acting as the big brother to a group of orphans in the Satellite, or Yusei's deep-seated guilt that his father's NRD reactor melting down is the reason his childhood friends were orphans. There's a subtle nuance to the characters that makes them feel fleshed out beyond their archetypes. And I don't think any better reflect this than Jack Atlas and Akiza. Now, as much as I adore Seto Kaiba and his petty rich kid antics, I'd argue Jack Atlas actually edges him out as the better rival character, at least from a writing perspective. From living as an orphan growing up to spending years trying to survive the cutthroat streets of Satellite, you get a clear picture of why Jack would have this massive chip on his shoulder about wanting to prove that he's the best. Like, if I lived as a second-class citizen where I was viewed as scum by the upper class as they sent me their trash to recycle, I'd probably develop an inferiority complex and feel the need to prove myself too. With all that accounted for, it's easy to understand why, when Rex Goodwin reached out to help him get into New Domino and make him into the king he always imagined himself as, Jack jumped on the opportunity, even if it meant stealing his best friend's card and dual runner to do so. Once in the city, his ego was then consistently inflated as he was marketed as the king of turbo duels to the public, Goodwin manufacturing a backstory where he was raised in the tops of New Domino in order to guarantee that he's accepted by the fans, as there's no way he'd be accepted as a valid champion if they actually knew where he came from. And that's what makes his fall from grace that much harder when he inevitably loses to Yusei at the Fortune Cup. Having lost his title in front of the masses and his true origins as a satellite citizen made public, Jack is utterly humiliated. Largely dismissed by his former fans, he's then left to re-examine everything he gave up in pursuit of being king, as he looks across the waters to his former home that he left behind. For all his boasting about being the master of faster over the years, he couldn't back it up when it mattered, forcing him all the way back to square one. And that's why Jack is a great rival character. Not just because he's a pompous snob dead set on taking Yusei down a peg, but because he threw away everything to prove that he's the best, and learned the hard way that it wasn't worth it. And then there's Akiza. Now, Akiza's an interesting character within this franchise. She isn't an antagonistic rival that grudgingly gets swayed to the protagonist's side. She isn't a cheerleader with no actual dueling ability. Akiza is a girl with deep-seated trauma due to her psychic powers that she can't fully control. And after feeling rejected by even her own parents' fear of her abilities, she's adopted by the Arcadia movement, an organization of psychic duelists. And like any good cult, takes advantage of an emotionally vulnerable person looking for a place to belong. By the time Akiza's introduced in the story, she's fully committed to a Black Rose Witch persona as a coping mechanism for the constant rejection she's had to endure due to her abilities, which is only then reinforced when she's repeatedly booed and antagonized at the Fortune Cup, causing her to further retreat into her witch persona and the Arcadia movement. So one of the many questions the audience is left with by the end of the first tournament is, will Akiza be able to escape this cycle of rejection and reclusion that she's trapped in? I could honestly do this for every one of the main characters, but I think this gets my point across. What's great about 5Ds is how surprisingly character-driven it is early on. There's depths of fear, trauma, remorse, and frustration to this cast that you might not expect at first glance that humanizes each one of them. While the story starts out centered around Yusei and Jack's personal beef, that's simply used as a jumping off point as each signer is established and the scope of the world is widened, eventually pulling them into the fight with the Dark Signers. And if you think this level of character writing is exclusive to the protagonists, well, you don't know why I'm doing this video. Now up to this point, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has had a lengthy history of villains. Maximilian Pegasus, American is Rare Hunters, Yami Bakura, Yubel, the Society of Light, the entire card-selling market, the list goes on. But what makes the Darksigners compelling villains in their own right is that for the most part, they honestly aren't really villains. They aren't made to be cartoonish baddies with evil motives purely for the sake of world domination. At least deep down. These are characters that have understandable motives who died with regrets and anger in their heart, turned by the Earthbound Immortals so that they can seek their vengeance while acting as the gods' vessels. Except for Devik. I don't know how Devik got through the screening process. To quickly run down the list, you have Geiger, whose entire village was wiped out by Goodwin's experiments, and is hung by Goodwin's brother after he fails to impale Rex at the Fortune Cup with a giant spike. Misty lost her brother to the Arcadia movement's experiments before she drove off a cliff, Carly was a reporter killed by the Arcadia movement after she found out too much, and Callan was the old leader of Yusei, Crow, and Jack's duel gang, until he took his goals of unifying Satellite too far, and... leaving him to slowly rot in the facility where he was beaten and starved. These aren't black and white motivations, but characters whose genuine griefs and struggles were manipulated into something evil by darker forces in their final moments, making their duels against the Signers that much more involving, because for most of them, there's history there. What I think is most interesting about the Dark Signers as antagonists isn't just that they're twisted innocents, but that along with their own respective issues, their matches are also used to force the Signers to face their own past mistakes. Akiza might not have killed Misty's brother like she was led to believe, but she did cause plenty of damage as the Black Rose Witch in the past. Yusei didn't rat out Callan to sector security, but is there more he could have done to save him before he took things too far? And has Jack truly changed for the better, or is it simply because he's no longer king that he's had this change of heart? By making them face off against representations of their past, the Signers are equally tempted to fall back into their worst emotions or fears, making the Dark Signers very real tests of their growth as characters. And ultimately, that's what makes a good antagonist. This entire arc, outside of the whole ancient battle for the fate of the world thing, is about how fixing things in the now requires acknowledging the mistakes of the past and reconciling with them, while also being about how larger powers are what ultimately pushes otherwise good people against each other, and is doing all this as characters are fighting against the literal manifestations of gods being summoned by the souls of innocence. How cool is that? I know Yu-Gi-Oh! Has touched on morally complex villains in the past, but the scale and emotional depth between all the characters in 5Ds takes it all to a whole new level. And that's why it feels like the series wasn't planned to go past the Dark Signers. By the end of episode 64, all the characters' arcs have more or less been completed, all the mysteries are effectively wrapped up, and the protagonists are left to ride off into the sunset on the new bridge that finally connects Satellite to New Domino now that the Earthbound Immortals are no longer a threat. Frankly, it feels like there's not much left to dig into from here. But we also have 90 episodes remaining. So how did they follow this up? Now, if you pay attention to discussions surrounding the show online, you might get the impression that everything past the Dark Signer arc is hot garbage on a summer day in Satellite, depending on who you talk to. But it's not quite that drop that you see in some other series. In fact, many of the best duels and moments are in 5D's latter half. It's more that the series never quite reaches that consistent high that it did with the Fortune Cup Dark Signer storyline, which is just as frustrating in a way because it easily could have, if not surpassed it. Put in weeb terms, this is 5D's Boo Saga, where it had so much potential going in that it never fully realized, so most conversations around it eventually delve into the mistakes that were made and how it could have been improved, which is exactly what we're going to be doing. To start, the very opening of 5D's next arc instantly fumbles the ball when Yusei explains how in the 6 months following the fight against the Dark Signers and the new Daedalus Bridge being constructed, all tensions between the citizens of Satellite and New Domino City has been completely resolved and everyone is finally at peace. Because if modern history has taught us anything, it's that tensions between two groups separated by years of classism, discrimination, and systematic segregation can totally be mended in a half year. Build bridges, not walls. To be clear, I'm not against the idea of things being actively improved. With the amount of depressing dystopias that wallow in suffering, it's honestly great to see 5D's setting shift to how people can come together to find common ground once those divisions are dissolved and the ruling class are violently removed from power, working as a follow-up to the previous arc's underlying narrative about making amends for past mistakes. There didn't need to be a 12-point plan for urban revitalization established to fix these deeply systemic issues from the card game motorcycle anime. But considering all the stories that could have been told within this setting shift, just for everything to happen off screen in the time it takes me to complete a video is far less compelling than actually seeing the moment-to-moment beats and hurdles of the world changing. For example, it makes sense that the main characters are given special treatment as famous duelists that save the city, but then the next step would be showing how average citizens from Satellite reintegrate into this population that once viewed them as human garbage, now that they can move freely within New Domino. Officer Trudge has a whole mini character arc in the previous season dedicated to him realizing the mistakes he made, criminalizing those that lived in the Satellite, when they were simply trying to survive with the bad hand they were dealt. But what about the rest of Sector Security that were effectively trained to oppress the citizens there? Did they just get a training video to go over? There's just so much more that could have been explored here, but it really feels like one of the most engaging aspects of 5D's world building was tossed aside for seemingly no reason other than it was getting too heavy. It's not as if it was resolved in a huge, meaningful way that leaves some questions to be filled through Tumblr headcanons. The writers just went, I'm done playing with this toy. And it's not like they were in a rush and didn't have time to delve into these subjects either. A major point of contention with the preceding arcs is that it starts off with a stretch of inane fluff episodes as the new main thread is established. But rather than using that time to effectively examine the new relationship between Satellite and New Domino City, which feels like such a freebie from a writer's perspective considering the main cast have now moved into the city and are living out of a garage, instead, we get episodes about Leo investigating a haunted house in the forest, and Crow helping their landlady connect with her estranged son. Don't get me wrong, some of these episodes are still enjoyable, Callan's search for a meaningful death in Crash Town after recovering from his time as a dark signer being an extremely notable highlight. But as a whole, these characters aren't being used to their best effect here. What makes this especially frustrating is that the struggle of getting to this unified utopia would have worked beautifully with the central theme of 5D's second half, which focuses on fighting for one's future, in a very literal sense. Rather than starting on everything being fixed now and protecting it, having a dynamic where the signers have to both prove a better future as possible while actively demonstrating in the present would have blended together so perfectly that it's a little infuriating that isn't the angle the writers took. Now, as fandoms are wont to do, there's a slew of rumors floating around online to explain the sudden shift between 5D's two halves that are likely riddled throughout the comments already, many of which that have the founding of a random 4chan post and don't hold up to a moment of actual research. Like how Crow was supposedly planned to be the secret final boss of the Darksigners, but ended up taking Leo's place as a signer instead because his Blackwing deck became popular in the real-life meta, despite the fact it doesn't line up with the production timeline, and the popularity of a character's deck has never once influenced their prominence in the series. In actuality, the likely explanation is a lot simpler. Along with Kazuki Takahashi becoming even less involved with the creative side after the Dark Signer arc, the lead writer for the series, Atsuhiro Tomioka, left shortly after the Fortune Cup arc, leaving Shin Yoshida to take over what they'd set up, as well as creating a new storyline for what comes after the Darksigners. It's nothing more insidious than two writers having opposing ideas they'd rather emphasize within a single series, resulting in contradicting approaches to some of the characters, along with a shift to a more plot-driven story. Konami wasn't attempting a psyop to trick you into buying more Blackwing cards, it's just a writer who felt Crow worked better as a signer than Leo. But let's put a pin in that for now. Also, with the change in lead writers, it's worth noting that 5Ds was being made at the same time as the 10th anniversary film. The reason why this is notable is that Studio Gallop, the studio that produced every Yu-Gi-Oh! Series up until 7s, isn't particularly large, so it's easy to imagine having to juggle both a long-running series and a feature film could lead to the staff being jumbled around trying to manage both at the same time without clear ideas to follow through with, resulting in storylines getting set up with no planned payoff and less fleshed out direction in the character writing, at least compared to the previous 60 episodes. But this isn't Yu-Gi-Oh! Theory, so let's get back to what's actually here. You put a Yu-Gi-Oh! Writers back into a corner, and their immediate response is to start drafting a tournament arc to get out. So with the Dark Signer issue resolved and no lingering plot threads remaining, the immediate segue into the next storyline is the World Grand Prix tournament. 5Ds is basically a tournament arc sandwich, where it starts with one and ends with one, with a short finale as a topper depending on what region you're in. At its core, the World Grand Prix is a simple framing device to prop up the larger plot of time-traveling cyborgs sent to fix the past that will be acting as the main threat for the next 80 episodes, which isn't bad on paper. Nearly every Yu-Gi-Oh! Series has some form of tournament mixed with world-ending schemes or cults, because the format blends well with how do we find an excuse for the protagonists and villains to play a children's card game for the fate of the world. Hell, this is 5D's second one. Tournaments are just a perfect setup to highlight different characters' personalities and playstyles with how they're matched up together, something that's pretty vital for a series built around cards. But even within the larger Yu-Gi-Oh! Universe, the World Grand Prix stands on its own. Compared to the previous Turbo Duel format established, the Grand Prix uses teams of 3, with matches set up using a survival format where teams alternate through members as their life points get depleted, leaving whatever cards are on the field when they lose for the next person to follow. The new Speed World 2 field spell also replaces the original, adding in the ability to use speed counters for different effects depending on how many are used. Though this comes at the cost of the rule where taking over 1,000 points of damage loses the player's speed and counters, thus shifting the focus from maintaining speed in favor of managing resources between teammates. Honestly, I really like this format. It has a distinct pacing from even tag duels, emphasizing planning out the long game since cards and counters on the field carry over between duelists, making matches just as much about team-based strategies as the individual duels. It's not just the 3-starring players either, since the tournament is designed around teams acting as their own pit crew. There's the extra detail where they can relay brief messages to the current person in the match as they pass by, allowing communication between team members in a limited capacity for strategizing. It's a format that attempts to make use of all players involved. Keyword being attempts, but we'll get to that. Plus, the WGP tournament provides 2 of the most standout duels from this series. Team 5D's match with Team Teo, followed by their match with Team Ragnarok. Now if Crow, Jack, and Yusei are the scrappy underdogs that rose up the ranks from the slums, Team Teo are what they'd be if they didn't have their magic signer powers. 3 poor farmers from the sticks who've scrapped together enough trash Duelist Kingdom era normal monsters to build a deck in hopes of joining the tournament. They have to share a single, barely functioning duel runner between them and are initially booed by the audience for their constant stall tactics being boring to watch until their long-term strategy is revealed and the crowd immediately changes their tune. You couldn't make them more of an underdog without giving them a sick puppy as a mascot. But that's what makes Team Teo so endearing to watch as they fight their hardest against teams with far superior decks and runners, solely for the purpose of seeing how far a few country bumpkins can go if they tried. They're just some good boys doing their best, even if 4Kids didn't feel they were worth including. Then on the complete opposite side of the narrative parallels is Team Ragnarok, who are clearly meant to contrast where the signers are now, coming into the tournament ready to use their own Norse god-given powers to save the day from the looming threat facing the city. With Team Teo reflecting 5D's humble origins, Ragnarok swings in the opposite direction by having characters with similar bullshit magic backing them, so the characters have to prove they're the better heroes for the job if they want to keep their protagonist privileges. And it's got the insane spectacle of having to fight the literal Norse gods of mythology to do it. Between these 2 teams, there's a poetic reflection of how far Team 5Ds have come throughout the series. It's almost like there's this motif going on related to surpassing one's own limits or something. However, this arc has one fatal flaw that gives it the stability of a Blue Eyes player going up against a deck that requires actual strategy to use. And ironically, it's the World Grand Prix format itself. You see, as much as I can praise the concept for its clever ideas and hype moments, the new format is a bit of a double-edged sword, where it's hurting nearly as much as helping. With the tournament being built around 3v3 matches, each round of the bracket ends up lasting for a minimum of 4 episodes, which is a fine length for your big cinematic showdowns, but not for competing against random jobbers in the preliminaries that never show up again. Team 5Ds only duels 5 other teams throughout the tournament, but added up, that's approximately dedicated episodes, leaving 0 time for any other teams to have their own matches, making you wonder why they went with a tournament format to begin with if that's how it would be paced out. In other series, some of the best duels are minor characters facing off against each other, completely removed from the main protagonist. thus adding to the suspense and anticipation on who will face who as you go down the brackets. The Battle City finals are a perfect example of this. Same goes for the Fortune Cup. But when it comes to the World Grand Prix, since we only have time to show the duels involving Team 5Ds with how long they are, it becomes obvious that they're the ones heading to the finals, especially once Team New World manipulates time so they'll be the final matchup. Which is a short-sighted approach to writing something like a tournament arc. I mean, look at Sherry and her butler Ellsworth. Prominent characters introduced in this arc, using the tournament to get close to the ones organizing it as a way to solve the death of Sherry's parents, yet we never see any of her matches. Maybe the writers knew since her plans didn't require her to win the tournament, it wasn't necessary to show her progressing through, but considering her mini-boss promotion later on, it's a glaring missed opportunity not to give her at least a single episode match as a way to develop her more. Nope, into the void of time with you, thought. Not only does this format mean other teams don't get as much screen time though, it even carries over to the main cast themselves. With the 3-man teams, every character that isn't Yusei, Crow, or Jack are sidelined for the remainder of the season. Even then, with Yusei set as the anchor of the team, matches naturally always have to come down to him to make sure there's a proper give and take flow with their opponents. But that ends up creating a sort of Goku effect, where every problem inevitably has to be solved by Yusei. The worst of this being their match against Team Unicorn, where he has to take on the entire team by himself after Jack and Akiza are both eliminated. Speaking of, if there was anyone who got it rough this season, it's Akiza. One of the highlights of the previous arcs, Akiza had some decent potential going into this tournament, even testing for her learner's permit after getting a taste for it riding with Yusei. From the setup, you expect this to be used as a way to expand on Akiza's character by having her strive to keep up with the rest of the team while learning the thrills of turbo duels. But after getting a single episode of development taking over for an injured Crow in the first match, she's then tossed back to warming the bench for the rest of the tournament. Good hustle, Akiza. See you again in 40 episodes.
I know that you all took a big chance letting me on the team. And I know how much you guys all want to win this Grand Prix. I wasn't ready.
You're right, you weren't ready.
Outside of the general mishandling of some of its characters, pretty much every issue in this chunk of the series comes down to a real lack of direction and proper pacing in how to handle this story arc. Since it's trying to juggle both a tournament with a completely new structure and the main antagonist's time shenanigans. And that leads me to the second recurring issue 5Ds runs into with these later arcs. Time travel. Look, I know everyone loves Terminator, but if I can give one word of advice for any aspiring writers out there, it is to avoid time travel plots like it's a Blanca player. That is, only engaging with it when absolutely necessary. While it's indeed provided some of the greatest stories ever told, time travel is possibly one of the toughest concepts a writer can introduce into their world. Because if it's not extremely well thought out, you immediately open yourself up to scrutiny from the audience. If these characters can travel through time, why didn't they just do XYZ? If they went back to the past to change something, wouldn't that create a time paradox where the event of them being sent back never happens? Why didn't they just go back to kill Hitler? And 5Ds is a prime example. To make this easier for me, because frankly my brain's already making TARDIS noises, I'm going to start with the main antagonist story first, and then dissect it from there. So approximately 200 years into the future, synchro summons proved to be the first step to a perpetually evolving system that loses all control, gradually leading to a dark, hostile future dystopia that no one could survive in, leaving only the worst to fight over the scraps, where the survivors are indistinguishable from beasts, as they lose whatever's left of their humanity for one more chance to make it through another day. Sorry, I've been playing a lot of Master Duel lately. To be more specific, the evolution of synchro summoning over the last 2 centuries, combined with humanity's utter hubris, caused the world's energy reactors to go critical, summoning an army of killer robots bent on humanity's destruction. In an attempt to save the remainder of the world's population from the invasion after its initial attack, a scientist tries to rally the masses using Yusei's stolen valor as a great hero of the past. But it ultimately fails, leaving 4 humans on the planet: Zone, Asporio, Antinomy, and, in a clever tie-in to the 10th anniversary film, Paradox. The four then spend the remainder of their years working on a solution for saving the past from this apocalyptic future. And what did they come to after all these years? To turn themselves into robots, go back to the past, form a secret society, organize a citywide tournament to generate enough dueling energy to summon a repurposed satellite district turned divine temple, with the intention of smashing it into New Domino, triggering a massive zero reverse event in hopes of stopping future use of NRD or synchros. Okay, so first question. If you have the ability to go to the past, why not just tell everyone the danger NRD presents if not handled properly? Like, I can understand contrivances for the sake of the plot, and they're clearly going for an evil deeds for the greater good angle here, but what's stopping Aporio from going to the past, like... BT dubs, guys. If you don't get this whole clean energy thing figured out, robots are gonna start copper bombing the place. Deuces. No, the logical conclusion is to cause a Chernobyl-level disaster and hope that teaches everyone a lesson. In fairness, using synchro summons as a metaphor for a potential technological singularity is actually an intriguing way of blending the card game into the narrative, especially since, in the real-world context, this was a drastic change to the game's format that had the potential of breaking it. Nowadays, every new Yu-Gi-Oh! Series is expected to introduce a unique form of summoning that the story is then built around, Zexals with Xyz, Archview with Pendulums, etc. But at this point in the franchise, 5Ds was treading new ground with this. Tuners and Synchros were the first clear attempt at redefining the playstyle of the game by adding in a new summoning style not outlined in the earlier rule sets, and with it came a degree of apprehension from longtime players who felt this presented a negative shift in the game's design, as it signaled an escalation in speed. Synchro summons? Cringe! So taking that idea and using it as the driving force for the antagonist's actions was a smart way of placing them in direct opposition to the main protagonists, who now have to prove it's worth protecting. The issue, however, is that by casually introducing time travel into an ongoing story, specifically time travel that characters seemingly have control over, it effectively takes the audience's suspension of disbelief out behind a shed to be put down like a Vendread's player. Because it gives 0-1 and the rest of Iliaster near omnipotent power without an established limit. This is not a narrative that accounted for time travel when it was originally written, so the story has to repeatedly bend over backwards to justify the villains messing with the timeline and how that affects past events. A challenge it handles with the grace of, well, me. Like, Iliaster were actually the ones that caused the original Zero Reverse in an attempt to make sure humanity never use energy again, thus preventing their future, even though it was established in the preceding arcs that it was caused by the Darksigners to open up the gates for the Earthbound Immortals. There's absolutely no reason to retcon this plot point other than to retroactively insert these new villains into the previously established lore at the cost of the story already told. It's the Bleach school of writing.
Hold on. Didn't you say this video was to talk about how amazing 5Ds is? Why have you spent the last 15 minutes ragging on it?
Oh, that was the first guy. I'm the replacement, and I'm going for more of a critical re-examination angle here. Definitely didn't get most of the way through this script and realized I had to address certain writing flaws that popped up. Absolutely not. In all honesty, these last two arcs feel like a story where the writer had a strong idea of their ending and then worked backwards. Not necessarily the wrong approach, plenty of authors write their stories that way since it gives them a clear direction to work towards with their characters. It's just that with 5Ds, they had their end goal in mind, but then struggled to get there from where they were. So the holes were filled in with time travel retcons and fleets of robots. I can overlook a decent amount of these slip-ups though, because it all culminates in one of my favorite arcs of this entire franchise. The Arc Cradle arc, as it is back-to-back-to-back bangers. When I said previously that a sizable chunk of the best duels from this series were cut by 4Kids, nearly all of them are in this 24-episode finale. And it's here that all the thematic seeding over the course of the last 60 episodes gets paid off. In order to stop Iliaster's plan to destroy New Domino with a future version of the satellite, Team 5Ds are left with no choice but to take the Norse God Express up to the Arc Cradle itself in hopes they can reverse its trajectory, with the knowledge this might be a suicide mission. But before the signers can face off against Zone to save the day, they need to get through his 3 mini-bosses. First, there's Sherry, whose inability to get over the loss of her parents leads her to believing Zone can create a version of the world where everyone's reconnected with their loved ones, as long as he's allowed to blow up this one teeny tiny city. She almost gets Crow on her side too by taking advantage of his love for the orphans he looks after, until Akiza reminds him that they can't wallow in the past and have to move forward if they want to make the future a better place. Also, Sherry's soul-binding gate is just so sick. Then on the note of insane visual spectacle, there's Yusei's match against Bruno, the robotic form of Antimony, whose mission was to push Yusei into learning a new form of synchro summoning that would help them draw out the Arc Cradle. This plan was complicated, however, by his temporary amnesia, resulting in his alternate personality Bruno becoming attached to Yusei and Team 5Ds, and seeing the potential they had to save the future their own way. So, torn between his allegiance to Zone and his friendship with Yusei, Antinomy creates a do-or-die situation. If Yusei can't beat him by surpassing the limits of Excel Synchro, thus proving he can defeat Zone and save the future, he'll be absorbed into a black hole. Additionally, I didn't realize until working on this part of the script and looking up the proper pronunciation, the wordplay going on with Antimony's naming. Clever. But by far my favorite duel of this arc, and the one I want to put a special spotlight on, is Jack, Luna, and Leo's match against Aporia, the combined form of Team New World. Because as I hinted at earlier, about an hour ago, this is where Leo truly gets his moment to shine. You see, throughout the series, Leo is constantly framed as having to live in the shadow of the signers, including his own twin sister. He's the kid that's desperate to prove themselves, but that just makes him look that much more mature. He constantly makes mistakes in his vain attempts to keep up with the rest of the team, resulting in an impressive loss record, and usually requiring others' help to get him out of trouble. Up until they arrive at the Arc Cradle, Leo is the symbol of mediocrity. And the match with Aporio doesn't start much differently. All Leo's strategies to get the upper hand end up completely backfiring, causing Jack and Luna to suffer as each of his attempts to help get countered by the robot from the future. Mistake after mistake brings Jack and Luna closer to death's door, pushing Leo to his absolute limits. So Aporio gives him a choice: take the L and spare his friends from death, or keep fighting in spite of it all. And this is why it's interesting that Leo was made the star of this match. Repeatedly, Leo's seen that he isn't good enough to play on the rest of the team's level, and now that weakness could come at the cost of the lives of his loved ones. This is an impossibly frustrating situation for a child to be put into. But rather than give up, he stakes his life on making sure Luna and Jack can make it through the match alive. And that's what finally awakens his own signer mark, shattering the metaphorical and literal shell of his ace monster into the live-stream dragon teased over 100 episodes ago. I know some feel Crow took Leo's spot as the 5th signer at the end of the Dark Signers, thus ruining his implied character arc that was set up early on, but I feel this whole self-actualization moment here works at its best this late into the game. For all the talk about surpassing one's limits throughout these last 2 arcs, that's a far easier mentality to keep when you already have dozens of wins already at your back, but another thing entirely when you don't. Leo has lost and lost and lost, and while he almost gives up, he finds the courage to push through in the end. That's why of all the signers, Leo is the one who feels like he genuinely earns his mark, rather than something given to him at birth. Yeah, it admittedly sucks that one of the 2 female main characters in this series is ultimately relegated to being nothing more than a tool for a brother's development, but even then, I can't help but love this match. It takes a well-told story to take a C-tier character who's made to be the butt of the joke and turn them around in a single duel. No matter how much I gripe about its shaky build-up, all the duels in the Arc Cradle are full of pathos and drama that makes each antagonist more nuanced than a temporary wall that needs to be worked around by the protagonists. Sherry is racked with grief over her parents that she's willing to believe Zone can bring them back and refuses to hear otherwise. Antimony is torn between loyalties of friends who have diametrically opposed goals. and Aporios desperate to save humanity from the despair-filled future they had to live through. But it takes one child's personal growth moment to make him realize that there's still hope there if one's ready to fight for it. This entire arc further proves the point that the best duels in the series are often less about the actual game being played and more about the meaning behind them. Which brings us to the final matchup, Yusei versus Zone. And I don't know how well I can articulate this one other than pointing wildly at the two flying through the skies new domino as the arc cradle comes crashing down around them. This is 5D's over-the-top nature mixed with genuine sincerity, reaching critical overload. As Zone waxes philosophical about the nature of despair and wanting to save mankind from its own hubris by putting the world in its place before it flies too close to the sun, all while smashing Yusei in a building like it's a shonen battle manga. And on top of it all, there's even the recurring tournament MC choosing to stay behind at the sector security building to provide color commentary for the match so that the rest of New Domino can properly flee while still getting the play-by-play. Not only because it will help with evacuations, but because he just loves the game that much. This is the equivalent of an EVO commentator remaining at their table as the venue around them crumbles so that no one misses a single mix-up.
目の前でこんなにすごいデュエルが行われているというのに私が実況しなかったら誰がするんです
And if not to bring it all full circle, Yusei's final play is to use all his friends' signature dragons for one massive limit over Excel synchro, tying together the idea of how important bonds are that has been littered throughout this series. This isn't about Yusei summoning a dragon the size of the Seattle Tower. This is a culmination of the bonds he made to get here, helping him to protect the present and save the future. That's because if anything is going to make the world a better place, it's not through more destruction and death, it's not rejecting reality or embracing cynicism, it's the ability to rely on those around you. The connections you make with others are what's going to make the difference in the end and help you to be a better person. Even Zone understood this deep down when he originally started this plan, as he had a faint hope that the true Yusei could be guided to protect the future, as that was the hidden reason he sent a Timony to teach him about Excel Synchro in the first place. And in the end, that was the key to bring the people together to make sure their future doesn't happen. So Zone can find peace leaving the present in their hands. Yes, I know it's corny, shonen, power of friendship shit. Shut up, it's hype. Frankly, when I started my rewatch of 5Ds, I wasn't expecting much beyond something to listen to in the background while I worked on other scripts. Definitely wasn't planning on making an hour-long video about it. It had been years since I'd seen the series the entire way through, and never with the sub version proper. So I was mostly just curious to see how it held up, and that's why I was surprised with how genuinely invested I was in these characters by the end. Even if some of them got completely shafted for a large portion of the story. Yusei's hopes to save the satellite after years of strife and poverty, Jack's struggles between his childhood friendships and his desire to be the best, Akiza dealing with her emotional trauma with her parents and coming to accept her psychic powers as part of who she is, and Leo's 140 episode long journey to finally get a W. This is everything Yu-Gi-Oh! As a series does at its best, using card games to prop up fun, engaging character stories. But I think the most interesting point 5Ds makes is actually in its epilogue. With the Arc Cradle issue resolved, New Domino is now safe, and all the steps have been taken to make sure that bleak future won't happen, leaving Team 5Ds with a question. What now? After fighting so hard to guarantee their future, what are they gonna do with it? These characters have relied so much on each other to make it through the last couple world-ending catastrophes that they're uncertain of where they go from here. Each of them is presented with options on what they can do moving forward, but all of them require them moving away from the others. After finally talking about it, Jack is the only one prepared to break up the group if that's what it requires for him to pursue his goal. And while it sounds selfish at first, it's also understanding of the issue. Their work as signers is done. It's time that they go out and live their own lives now. Everyone's still apprehensive though, so Yusei proposes one last match with Jack, under the pretense it will help him make his own decision. But it's more than that. A frequent theme across Yu-Gi-Oh! And shonen anime in general is the importance of friendship. How if you have friends by your side, they'll get you through anything. And that's a great lesson to reinforce. It's a staple of the genre for a reason. But the note 5Ds ends on is a bit more mature than that. While those bonds are important for getting you through life, there will come times where you have to stand on your own 2 feet and walk your own path, possibly away from those friends, which is never easy. Whether it's moving to a new town for university or relocating for your job, saying goodbye to your friends can be tough. So in the same vein of Yugi vs. Atem and Duel Monsters, this epilogue duel is a way for the characters to put a close to this chapter in their life. This story started with Yusei looking to settle his feud with Jack after what happened between them in the satellite, and it concludes with the two saying goodbye to each other and their friends in the only way they know how. Plus, if there was a duel to send this series off on, it's this. An even back and forth match between characters with an extensive history, a showcase of how synchro summons fundamentally change the way duels are approached, hype motorcycle action, all made better through the use of fantastic insert songs. And in the end, Yusei pulls through by utilizing all the same low-level junk cards he's been playing since the first episodes, keeping to his core ideology that every card and person has its purpose to the very end. Everyone has their place in life, and it's just a matter of going out to discover what that is. 5Ds may be known as a darker series within the grander Yu-Gi-Oh! Franchise, but in actuality, it's brimming with hope that we can all find our way eventually, even if we struggle along the way. It's simply having the confidence in yourself and the bonds you make getting there. Thanks again for watching, and have a good one. Anyway, thanks everyone for being so patient with me on this one. Real talk, I've been struggling with massive burnout the last few months and figuring out what I want this channel to be going forward. So
Okay, loves, I finally finished all my work. I finished all my work. Good job, everyone. Did you have fun? That was insane. That was insane work. Crazy. Act like an angel, dress like... Oh, no. Dress like an angel, act like crazy, isn't it? That's the wrong thing. That's the wrong thing. Bruh. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna set up for EP, then I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow, I have a collab with some cuties. And then we do... What do we do? What should we do tomorrow? I'm thinking we do the gardening stuff. There's a UFC card. That's fine. And then we do the gardening stuff tomorrow. So I'll show you my hyperfixations and we'll do a little bit of karaoke. Yippee! Have we done drift check? Yes, we have, dear. We did it yesterday. And then if we have time, we will do the Michael Jackson horror game. If we got time. Cersea is eeping. Okay, bots running. Oh, I shouldn't have hummed that. Just pretend you didn't hear it. Okay. Okay. Hey, what? Exactly. You didn't hear anything. You didn't hear a single thing. Nothing. I'm also uploading the ASMR video. I gotta go through and do this stuff and be like, what kind of... Oh! What Nikkei video did we get up to? I don't know which one y'all got up to. I don't know which one we got up to before the stream died. Do you guys know? I don't know. I have no idea. Five? Chapter 15? Did we finish First Affection? Did we finish Second Affection? What did we finish? I have no idea. Somewhere past the Bonnie collab. Ah, okay. Past the Bonnie collab. Oh, maybe the maid? Is it live? Oh. Maybe the maid? Past the Bonge collab? Did we do the maid? The maid event? Stop. Stop that. Stop that right now. Stop singing it. You know what's silly? I just recorded and finished recording and I checked your guys' submissions for the song cover and one of you submitted one. That is one of them. One of you guys submitted something that I just turned in. Right when Modernia transformed. Second Affection. Okay. Modernia, my baby. She's so beautiful. She's so fucking beautiful. She's so fucking beautiful. Hey, you don't know. Maybe it was that song. Okay. Private this video. Okay, that one will go up on... Oh, fuck! That's a stream. I did the wrong one. Okay, no, this one. What the fuck? Okay. Oh, when Cersei suspiciously vetoes. I suspiciously veto a song. I really can't do this one. I can't tell you why. Just a certain reason. I can't say anything. I can't say anything. Don't ask me anything, guys. I don't want to know. I'm just a guy. I can't do that voice for too long. It's gonna fuck me up. Huh? Nothing. I don't know. Nothing. You don't even know what I'm recording for. You don't know. You don't know. You don't know. You don't know. Do you know? You don't know. Do you know? You don't know. Don't be silly. You don't know. You don't know. Why is this video private? What am I doing? No, public. Public. Done. Save. And then I read into this one. All right, my loves, good night. Thank you so much for joining me today. Lovely YouTube stream. I'm going to devour you. Do you know if we know? Do you know if we know what? Do you know if we know what? I'm going to destroy the YouTube stream. I'm going to raid you guys into tomorrow's stream. Thank you so much, guys, for today. We have a little bit under 35 hours left. I have some collabs for y'all tomorrow. Collab singular, not plural. Collab singular. Collab singular. And we'll also do some fun shit with the model. But thank you so much, guys, for today. I really, really appreciate y'all. Take care of yourselves, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Wait, did I do it? Rest well, my lovely YouTube skellies. Did I do it? No, I didn't. I didn't redirect it. Now I will. Now I will. Okay, bye-bye. My favorite pastime is making Cersei break out in a cold sweat thinking I know things. Why would you do this to me? Oh my god.